Right now we are outside his residence in Colaba, and for now what the situation is that there's a line of press, media personnel, and after that there is a line of sort of ordinary people and the people of the city who want to pay their respects. However, nobody has been allowed to go near or inside the residence as of yet, but the preparations to take him to NCPA and to do other formalities are still going on. For example, an ambulance was just entering his residence. There are police vans and police buses. There are other security personnel and people also deployed at the right places. People are trying hard, and people are working to not let any law and order situation arise or to cause any sort of crowding in an inappropriate public area. So things are moving in a smooth fashion here. A lot of ordinary people are here, however they are not allowed inside or near the residence for obvious reasons. And there was recently a band also entering his residence to pay the last respect and salute, and some near and dear people are also entering and leaving the premises, and we are going to be trying to talk more on that. We are going to be trying to talk to the people who are leaving the premises, and we have also been informed that there could be a parking related issue at the NCPA as well. So the police has spoken to the media about taking care of the restrictions that would be imposed on the public regarding the parking facility and other things, so that there is no situation arising at the NCPA venue as well. So we'll keep you updated on what other developments take place.
Okay. Thank you so much for that, Charu. So we'll, of course, cover all the reactions coming in through the day on Mr. Ratan Tata and the nation paying tribute. But let's get on with the business of the day. Because life does move on. TCS numbers will be out today, so that's one big one as well. But I'll just quickly set up for you what global cues look like. Very, very positive. In short, the Dow rallying nearly 400 points overnight, and the Fed minutes helped. September meetings minutes definitely helped with that. So the Dow up, tech stocks making a roaring comeback. Bonds have inched up higher, and you've seen the 10-year at 4.07 as a result. So the Fed minutes largely indicating that a majority of the members are supporting a larger rate cut, but there is some dissonance there, which is why perhaps yields are also jumping up. Crude has settled remarkably, and concerns over an imminent attack have eased from Israel on Iran's oil facilities, with the Brent at $74. Asia looking good at open at least, and Asian markets following US cues. Look at the Hang Seng's recovery, about 3% up now after a very tough day for Chinese markets overall. India implied open in the positive last I saw, and yeah, 106 points up. So we're set for a good trading day. I think the fund flows were also decent yesterday. FIIs have continued selling 4,500 crores, but DIs coming in and buying 3,500 crores. So after a bit of a rough day, I would say, at least you're set for a good
but we've been set for a good day for the last few days, but I think yesterday's close was, I think, disappointing. Yeah. So what happened on Tuesday, we closed at the day's high point. Wednesday, we've closed at the day's low point with the later selling that actually took the Nifty sub 25,000. And I think that was a bit of a disappointment if you were a bull on the street, despite the fact that the policy was largely positive or in line with what the street was expecting. And we saw that reaction of the policy right after when the markets gained, sectors gained, but towards the close, it was consumption that led the losses, which came in as a surprise to me, to be fair. But of course, the good news was, and if you want to look at the cup as half full, broader markets did okay. They outperformed the benchmark, went home with a gain of nearly 1%. There could be some jitters that have surfaced in the second half of trade yesterday with China's fiscal policy or stimulus meet that's lined up for the 12th of October. But 4 out of 5 Nifty stocks were from the FMCG stock sector that led the losses. ITC, HUL, Britannia, Nestle had it quite painful. Cement stocks remained weak. IT stocks traded marginally higher to close the day ahead of earnings reporting that starts with TCS today, but was the 4th consecutive day of gains coming in for the IT pack. A couple of stocks that stood out, but just before that, real estate was quite the star. It gained about 2% in trade yesterday on largely positive quarterly trends for the sector. We, in fact, caught up with Purvankara and Signature Global and get an understanding that the business for the real estate sector is not looking too bad just yet, on back of which potentially buying was seen in counters across the SPAC. A few stocks that stood out. Tata Communication declined 11% from its recent life highs last week. It was down 3% yesterday. DVs, Torin and Escorts, HDFC, AMC had a good run on brokerage notes. Those stocks were up in the range of 4 to 8%. Ashok Leyland saw a big cut of 4% on back of a CLSA downgrade. Neeraj, so it's over to you. We're setting ourselves up for a good start this morning. But like I said to Tamanna, we've been setting ourselves up for a good start pretty much every day this week.
Afternoon is where the game changes.
Do you think it's going to sustain? Do you think that's a good chance the Bulls may take it home today?
Yeah, I mean, the template was always sell the rise, right, in the last 2 weeks. And yesterday kind of showed that the market is not wanting to quite chase a higher high. So that is a bit of a problem. But a few quant indicators indicate that the bottoms are not too far off. So therefore, even if you don't want to chase highs, maybe it might not be a bad idea to stay off very large leverage lows now. We were talking about not going for leverage longs 2 weeks back. Now, we're close to the period wherein very large leverage shorts may not be a great idea either. So that is one thing. And from amongst pockets, day before yesterday as well, while the market was a bit tipsy-turvy on Friday as well, IT was showing some strength. I reckon if IT could actually be the bulwark, and we'll talk about TCS a bit later on when we talk about stocks, but watch out for IT. I think there is something happening out there in terms of buying on the, and the options activity indicates that maybe there could be some bottom fishing happening there. And just one thing, guys, I mean, you know, since the earnings season kickstarts in full earnest today, and we can look at various different cuts and edits, but I think the MK note was interesting. They are saying that this quarter we'll see a sector divergence unlike some others that we've seen, because their overall top line growth for the universe is 3% with a flat PAT growth. But the point is, this is being dragged down in their universe by two sectors: cement, unusually pronounced seasonality, and energy companies because of a high base. If you skim these two out, the rest of the universe probably reports a 13% PAT growth. So if MK is right, you know the universe is where you bet on the long side or bet on the short side, if you will, based on the results. Since the result season starts today, these are certain pockets that you got to keep in mind if you're trading results individually.
You know, I think one reason why we might be seeing that selling pressure intensifying towards close is because, and for whatever it's worth, we've talked about this to our analysts too, recommending that don't sleep on positions anymore, because the global setup is so uncertain and we don't know when things change. And I think the advice largely has been to close positions intraday, and of course don't go too leveraged. 20%, cut your leverage positions down to 20% if you're trading at 100% at this stage. Another quick one on tech, Neeraj. The reason I think you're seeing a little bit of low-level buying is because in the September rally, tech was left out. It didn't participate in the last 1,000-odd point movement on the index, remember? And also what a few analysts like Nuvama have said, that the downgrades have already been priced in after last quarter. So there's very little pain, you'd imagine, for the sector to go. Of course, on the negative, the number of deals, the number of big deals, is a pool of limited big deals is rather limited. So only few will gain. But that could be one more reason, because of the limited downside from here on and the fact that these stocks haven't participated, you are seeing action on the IT pack. A little bit of action relative to the rest of the market. But we are in the start of the earnings season. A recent new listing, Western Carriers, has had a phenomenal run since it listed on the exchanges. Also did quite well in trade yesterday. It was up 5% as we had it. Numbers were reported and numbers were good. The street should be pleased with what they've seen. Revenue is up 5% to come in at 422 crores. EBITDA came in at 13.2% at 35 crores. And margins have also improved quite well, coming in at 8.38% versus 7.79%. So there's an uptick on the margin front, and profits have also gone up about 8% in terms of growth. So all in all, it's been a good quarter for Western Carriers. The stock was up 5% yesterday. May or may not see a further reaction to the counter. Pardon me, it's actually, it was up 5% in yesterday's day of trade. Well, the other two that are on my radar, and this one is a big one, it's Adani Enterprise. Of course, this is a significant news development. They've launched a QIP, and the floor price of this QIP is 3,017 rupees a piece. It's a fairly large one. In fact, they're looking to raise significant capital through this QIP. So watch out for Adani Enterprise in today's trade. Like we've seen for the company, any sort of supply coming in has gotten lapped up, and how within few minutes of that launch. Well, the other one, small company, but good to mention because order wins usually move counters in the broader market. PNC Infratech, they've bagged a pretty big order to the tune of 2,090 crores from the City and Industrial Development Corporation of Maharashtra. We will try and talk to PNC Infratech to get an understanding of the timeline and whether this order is a one-off or it's a recurring order. But for now, sentimentally a positive, guys, on PNC Infratech.
And a few more to look at this morning, just quickly going through. And of course, TCS is there at the forefront because numbers, I don't expect any downside for Tata Group stocks simply because the whole succession or the running of the companies has been very smooth for many years. Shouldn't really be a problem over there. TCS will be looked at the merit of its own numbers. Those numbers will continue to be put out today. The board meeting will take place. But the other stocks that I'm looking at, Britannia for one. So Britannia and BEL Group have inaugurated a new cheese factory in Maharashtra. In fact, we have a ground report from there which will play out later in the show and a conversation with Varun Berry. The factory has been set up with a 220 crore investment and will be making the Laughing Cow cheese products. That's a thumbs up for Britannia. Total production capacity will be 6,000 tons per annum for natural cheese varieties and 10,000 tons per annum for processed cheese. And the facility leverages Britannia's robust milk procurement program. Now, FMCG counters have not been the most loved, but today could be a good day, perhaps, for Britannia. Star Health Insurance is the other one, and this is a huge data breach. Yeah. And this is a worrying story on more fronts than just what is going to happen to the stock today, frankly. The company put out a statement finally on the data breach, confirming what was being reported all over social media. They have said that the company was a victim of a targeted cyber attack. Details of customers were basically exposed in that data breach and out in the public domain. Company says the operations remain unaffected and services continue without disruption. But like I said, the real concern over here is why should your insurance data as a customer be hacked so easily? And I would expect some kind of a negative impact on the stock. 361 is the other one that I'm looking at. UBS has initiated coverage with a target price of 12.50. So an upside there of about 24%. They're excited because they say core annual recurring revenue will grow faster versus overall business. Core profitability expected to improve with better operating leverage as well, and new business avenues is what excites UBS. They say HRIs and global business could provide an upside. They use value based on dividend discount model to look at a valuation of 42 times December 25 PE, but that's not bothering UBS too much. And we have seen the space largely rebounding. AMC is in focus yesterday at least. So 361 could be in focus today. Yeah,
very interesting note, by the way. So watch out for that. Speaking of interesting notes, maybe I start off with a note and then the two last stocks on my radar. The first one is the first stock on my radar, the City note on PB Fintech. Now, they've come out and upped the target price from 1,700 to 1,925. Multitude of reasons, including giving a higher multiple for PB Fintech as well, and they believe that amongst all the issues that are there, the stock may come out trumps on them. Momentum in new businesses, it all strengthens positioning, etc. So keep an eye out for PB Fintech. That's the first stock on my radar. Let's see if it's a bit of an uptick. I'll watch out for Larsen & Toubro, simply because there is an ANI note, ANI report which says, so two parts here. One, Cabinet has cleared an 80,000 crore defense deals for Predator drones and nuclear submarines. Viewers, remember, drones, as per the note, is all import. So none of the domestic companies benefit out of it. So that's first part. The second part is that CCS has approved the manufacturing of 2 nuclear-powered attack submarines in Vizag. And the ANI note says that very likely that L&T will play a large part into that. So therefore, watch out for Larsen in case this is a positive reaction. And last but not the least, TCS numbers coming out today. I just thought I'll just a thought that came in. Samina was talking about how tech has seen a bit of a downtick recently. Tamanna spoke about how these Tata Group stocks may not get impacted too much. But look at what TCS is doing currently. 25 times FY27 EPS, a minor premium to Infosys versus a historical premium of 10 to 15%. I think this 1% constant currency growth is already baked in, because if you look at the TCS performance the last 1 month, down 5.5%. Look at HCL Tech, look at Infosys, look at Wipro, look at Midcap IT. All of them have actually done well relative to TCS. So I think the negatives is priced in. If they give out slightly positive commentary about the second half, you might well see TCS do well. So bear that in mind.
And visually, they might not look too bad, because the BSNL deal ramp up will reflect on the revenue. So the street may get excited either which ways, right? But there's so much happening in stocks. Implied Nifty is indicating to a good start this morning. But like we said, we'll try and not get too carried away by that. Lots of action in the F&O space as well. Agam is standing by with more on it. Agam, what do we have this morning? Are we setting ourselves up for another good morning, but may not be such a great afternoon?
Yeah, it's turning out to be a tricky couple of sessions, because while we do see strength earlier on in the day, that's been sold into, and at the moment it does seem like a lot of investors are on the fence as to what direction they should be taking. It's very evident in the numbers too, because we aren't really looking at too much change in your open interest when it comes to the futures. A relative lack of taking decisions at the moment is what we're seeing. The open interest for the Nifty has declined by around 1.3%, which isn't significant. But the Bank Nifty, on the other hand, it was a weekly options expiry yesterday, and we did see a little bit more of an increase in open interest, but even as the underlying remained flat. Now, as we move in, there is a little bit more writing around calls as compared to puts, when that's evident in your overall open interest. While 25,000 becomes and remains a crucial mark around which you can expect the Nifty to move to and fro, it's going to be a wait and watch whether or not it becomes a near-term support or resistance for now. Well, moving on in terms of stocks, it was a mixed day of trade, but there were, more shorts than longs. Shree Cement, Havells and Federal Bank did see shorts coming in. Tata Chemicals and Max Financial, on the other hand, saw advances. And among stocks which saw unwinding, again, it was a day of trade where we saw short covering in Dr. Lal Path Labs, Oracle Financial Services, Metropolis and Escorts. IDFC, on the other hand, looking at a little bit more weakness. Today is the Nifty weekly options expiry. All eyes on 25,000. And should we see the Nifty open above that mark and sustain above that mark for the first 1.5 hours, you never know. We may very well see about a short covering taking the markets even higher. But that's a wait and watch.
Okay, so wait and watch today, but at least the setup looks fairly positive, and the question is whether it will sustain more than anything else. Kunal Shah joining us this morning, Senior Technical and Derivative Analyst at Sharekhan. We're also speaking with Neerav Asher of Latin Manharlal. Welcome to both of you. Very good morning to you. And Kunal, let me really come to you on where you see the Nifty today. I mean, becoming a bit difficult to predict, I must say. But what would be the call?
Good morning. I think definitely it is a very tricky market at the current levels, where we have seen correction from 26,200 to 24,800 mark. So yesterday we witnessed some rally on the higher end, but in the second half it was completely sold out. Now this is where the resistance for Nifty comes in. So if you add the technical parameter, the Fibonacci retracement of the fall, what we got from 26,200 to 24,800, the 38.2% retracement comes at 25,250 zone, and that is where we got a rejection at the higher levels. So clearly, if you see, this is now has become a resistance zone. This was earlier the support in the uptrend. So clear cut, the support has turned into a resistance. We need to surpass this level decisively on a closing basis. Then we can head higher towards 25,500, which is the next resistance zone. So for me, currently, Nifty is stuck in a broad range where 24,800 is the support and 25,250 is a resistance on the upside. Till the time we don't breach on either side decisively, I don't expect any trending moves in the market. We might consolidate in this broad range. The part is that yesterday, Bank Nifty was an underperformer post the RBI policy. As well, Bank Nifty didn't perform at all. While Nifty has IT results which will be coming up well, the pharma index is also doing quite well. Bank Nifty is something which is a sign of worry. Bank Nifty, I will be only bullish above 51,700. Again, the fall what we got from 54,000 till the mark of almost 50,000 on the downside. 51,700 is a crucial resistance for the Bank Nifty. Once it surpassed that mark, then only aggressive long positions could be built in. Till the time, my approach on the Bank Nifty would be as a sell-on rise. So whatever gap ups, what we'll be getting in today's trading session, utilize that to sell the Bank Nifty, keeping a stop loss of 51,700, and again looking for lower targets on the downside.
What would be the top picks this morning, Kunal?
See, I think the first topic would be from the pharma space. As we mentioned, pharma looks very bullish on the chart perspective. Cipla has given a fresh breakout in yesterday's trading session. A consolidation range was there, and yesterday we broke out. So Cipla continues to be a buy for me at the current levels. On the higher end, I can see levels of 730, 780 that could be achieved in the short term. One can keep a stop loss of 1640 on the downside. So Cipla is something which is looking very strong on the chart perspective. Second is from the mid cap space. EIH Hotel. That is looking very good. Yesterday trading session, if you must have observed, all the hotel stocks were trending, and that is where I think the momentum should continue if there is the bullish setup continuing in the market as well. So EIH Hotel, one can initiate a long. Falling trendline breakout has been given on the technical charts with a rise in volumes as well. Plus the momentum indicators are also indicating a buy signal at the current levels from the oversold territory. So EIH Hotel is a buy, keeping a stop loss of 390 and looking for targets of 450 on the upside.
Well, Kunal, the other one that we want to talk to you about is, I think one sector that stood out yesterday was real estate. Some may argue that it was because the provisional business data looks quite promising for the quarter, so it seems like there was some buying that was seen across the sector. Would you go long on any real estate name today?
Yes, definitely. Real estate is something as a space is looking ready for a pullback and the decent pullback what we can get. So here DLF is looking interesting on the chart. In yesterday's trading session, the stock surpassed its 200 DMA plus its 100 DMA as well in yesterday's trading session. So there is a good breakout which has happened. The next resistance for the stock on the higher end is at around 880, which is the 20-day moving average for the DLF. So currently placed at 850, one can initiate a long position, keeping a stop loss of 832 on the downside and looking for targets of 880 on the upside.
Nirav Asher with us as well. Nirav, good morning. Thanks for joining in. And there's a pertinent point made, right, that some of the pockets are showing a lot of strength. Pharmaceuticals, a case in point yesterday. Divi's up 8%, Cipla giving a breakout, a couple of others moving ahead. What's the thought here? I mean, are you guys constructive on this whole bucket? And if so, what stock stands out?
Yeah, good morning and thank you for having me on your show. Well, yes, pharma is looking quite good at the moment. And as I think we had discussed some time back, that pharmaceutical space generally works on a certain model. You have the first half of the calendar year where there is a procurement which is done. Typically, it's done from China, etc., all the other markets, raw material procurement. The second quarter where we have the production which picks up. The third quarter where we have the domestic demand which tends to be catch up. And the fourth quarter where the export demand tends to be quite good. So I think it's a revival of the sector, the pharmaceutical space. The demand seems to be making a comeback. The domestic markets are doing quite well. And there is a good export demand also in the offing. So I think stocks like Cipla or Lupin, Dr. Reddy's, Sun Pharma have done quite well. And the mid-cap stocks are also catching up. And to add to this, we also have the US Biosecure Act, which is there. That is also definitely going to boost the demand for a lot of mid-cap pharma companies. So we've seen companies like Piramal Pharma, etc. They're very positive about their outlook as far as the 2030 is concerned. We spoke about companies talking about doubling their revenues in the next 4 to 5 years. So the outlook seems to be quite positive on the pharma space.
Okay. So Laurus Labs in focus. We have to talk a bit about Divi's as well. Divi's was the standout of the day yesterday. Does it continue its upward move is something we'll have to see. We'll take a very quick break. We're coming back, of course, with pre-open and what your strategy for the day should be. But before we slip into that break, please take a look at this report. It's a farewell to a true titan of industry, Ratan Tata.
Ratan Tata, a doyen of corporate India, is no more. Born in 1937 to Naval and Sonu Tata, he was brought up by his formidable grandmother Nawajbai Tata in a manor called Tata Palace in Mumbai. Ratan Tata was born into a family of great prestige. The lineage of Jamshedji Tata, the founder of the Tata Group and an integral part of India's history. Ratan Tata was schooled at Campion Cathedral and John Connon. He was driven to school in a Rolls-Royce. Ratan Tata went to Cornell University and fell in love with America. He wanted to settle down in Los Angeles, but destiny had other plans for him. With his grandmother falling ill, he was compelled to return to India. A turbulent relationship with his father, Naval Tata, pushed Ratan Tata to apply for a job at IBM. His father was not happy. Naval Tata asked his son to tie up a resume and offered him a job with Tata Industries in 1962. He would go on to join Tisco, now called Tata Steel, in 1963. When Ratan Tata took over from his father as chairman of the Tata Group in 1991, India too was pivoting. License Raj was being revoked, the economy was being liberalized, and it was Ratan Tata's time in the sun. In the early 2000s, Ratan Tata had a string of high-profile acquisitions to his credit. Tetley, Chorus, Jaguar Land Rover and Daewoo took the Tata and Indian flag abroad. In 2008, he created history with the launch of the cheapest car in the world, the Nano, priced at 1 lakh rupees. He was also awarded the Padma Vibhushan that year. From telecom to software, manufacturing to aviation, FMCG to garments, the Tata Group has expanded across industries under Ratan Tata's watch. The conglomerate is worth over 30,000 crore rupees as of March this year. In 2008, when the Taj Hotel in Mumbai came under a terror attack, Ratan Tata showed great compassion and resilience during its aftermath. He stepped down as the chairman of Tata Sons in 2012 after 50 years and was appointed as chairman emeritus. A bitter fight with his appointed successor, Cyrus Mistry, over his handling of the group led to the ouster of Mistry. While propelling the group towards growth, he continued to indulge in his three loves, that is flying, fast cars and scuba diving. He was also a champion of startups and invested in successful companies like Lenskart, Urban Company, Bluestone and Ola Electric. Ratan Tata was well known to be very fond of his German shepherds Tito and Tango, and lived a simple life even as he created great wealth for fellow Indians.
When I saw it, I thought I will have to come here. I'm loving it.
An experience to remember for a lifetime.
जानू ना मुझको कैसे है पा लिया इस शहर ने, लापता था मैं पहले अपना लिया इस शहर ने, शोर भी लगे एक दिन की तरह, हर दिन लगे इतनी सी सुबह, भीड़ सी है इस डगर में, लाखों सपने हैं नजर में, लाख लो से तेज है पर मौज सी है इस सफर पे।
क्योंकि अभी एक IFP करके एक फेस्टिवल और होता है, आपका भी तो IFP में सेशन था।
कोई था जिसका IFP में सेशन नहीं था।
Back with India Market Open right here on NDTV Profit on a day when we mourn the passing away of Sri Ratan Tata and celebrate his life and achievements. Well, on news flow, Bernstein has downgraded India to an underweight rating. Mihika Johnson to tell us the rationale of that note as the pre-open rates start trickling in. Mihika, over to you.
Good morning. So the brokerage has always had a neutral stance, but the downgrade now comes because it finds Indian markets vulnerable in the near term due to high valuations. Now they've stated that the pace of rating and earnings downgrades have been increasing, and only packs like utilities, tech, energy are showing some rise in ratings and earnings upgrade. Now in terms of strategy for Indian markets, well, the preference is towards quality, low volatility large caps, and they suggest reducing your exposure towards high volatility stocks. Now they suggest, and as well as the small and mid cap space. On the other hand, they've also maintained a tactical overweight on China because of the unexpected policy support that led to one of the strongest investor reactions with extreme inflows that could set Chinese markets for a short-term reversal. They've turned positive on the country post the policy announcement and still believe that China's risk-reward is skewed to an upside. And lastly, they expect the analyst sentiment towards the earnings to become more supportive despite the weak earnings of the companies. And they recommend adding growth along with high-volume Chinese stocks to the portfolio.
That's Bernstein, and they seem to have been concerned about India for a while now. They've also gone overweight China, at least for the interim. We will try and talk to Bernstein to get a better understanding of the thinking behind this change of stance on India. But let's stay with the markets as we gear up this morning. It's looking quiet in terms of pre-open trade. A start about 25,000 is what we have. Sustaining about those levels, though, is going to be what's important in today's day of trade. Earnings season kicks off with TCS reporting its numbers today. Along with that, there are a whole bunch of mid-sized companies as well that will be posting numbers. And if I'm not wrong, it's also Tata Elxsi that could be on reportage today. But Nirav, what is your expectation from the IT pack? From what I understand, we've already had quite a few downgrades of the sector. So the downside now post this earnings is rather limited. On the other side, the pool of big deals is also fairly limited. So not too much activity expected, but do you feel like it could be a good quarter for TCS and a long, or investing a little bit into TCS may not be such a bad idea ahead of earnings?
Yes, actually, we feel that the IT sector has shown a lot of resilience as a matter of fact in terms of valuations. If one were to look at TCS during the previous quarter, it was hovering around 3,900 levels. It's already come to 4,200 levels, and in the intermediate, it has made a high of around 4,500. If we look at the commentary of Tata Consultancy Services in the previous quarter, they have indicated that there has been a sequential growth in the revenues, and there has been a broad-based recovery. Another important factor which they have highlighted is that the domestic markets have shown very strong double-digit growth. So in the Indian markets have been performing quite well. So I think we expect the things to only improve in the current quarter. We expect the commentary to improve. And I think while the revenue growth should be in the range of 1.5% to 1.7%, I think the company is set to report an EPS of around 34 rupees. Full year, I think it should be close to around 134 rupees. So our target for the stock, if there is a meaningful re-rating, is close to 4,600.
So, well, 4,600. I wonder, Kunal, if IT is showing some spunk and can, assuming that nothing untoward happens in results, just if you leave the event out, are TCS charts, for example, looking strong?
See, Neeraj, if you look at TCS, currently it has been consolidation in a broad range. The 20 DMA, that is the short-term moving average, is placed at 4335. So till the time we don't surpass that mark decisively, I expect TCS to consolidate. However, on the lower end, the support for the stock is placed at 4,200. So if you look at the risk to reward ratio currently for TCS on the result day, it's favorable to be on the long side, where 4,200 could be kept as a stop loss on the downside. And first target will be that 4335. If that is taken out and we sustain over that, then the next level could come as 4430.
Kunal, that's the trade on TCS. I want to also quickly highlight and ask you if you have a word on Wipro. It's been the laggard in some sense for most part of this year as compared to the other tech majors. But the last few weeks, it's shown resilience. It's outperformed the tech pack in many ways. Do you feel like Wipro at these levels is looking like a good long trade?
Yes, definitely. At the current levels, I think Wipro is a start structure which is looking extremely bullish. There are high top, high bottom formations which is still intact. So the setup is quite bullish. And if it manages to hold the 518, which is the swing low of 518 levels, it can easily go towards 550, 555. Now, this is the first resistance for Wipro. If it is able to surpass that mark, then the next level directly comes at 578. So I think again at the current levels for Wipro, the risk to reward ratio is good. Plus the technical indicators are also indicating a buy signal. The uptrend is intact in Wipro. And I think from here, if there is some positive commentary or results by TCS, that will boost Wipro as well. So clear cut a good risk to reward ratio at the current levels.
Okay, so IT in focus this morning. I'm wondering if there is a play on metals, Kunal. Metals has been the underperformer. You're looking like you're set for a decent morning on the charts. Would you look at metals now and anything that you would pick from here?
Definitely, metal is something which is looking very attractive on the chart perspective. And over here, I think there is in the sector, if I talk about, there is more 4 to 5% upside that could come easily in the near term. From this space, my topic over here would be Hindalco. Hindalco, if you look at it, there was a broad consolidation which was there in Hindalco. 715, 710 was the mark, which it was not able to surpass. And after a broad consolidation, we saw a breakout in the stock with volumes. Yesterday, again, we witnessed that correction towards the support zone of 710, 715 mark, and then we rebounded again. So clear cut, it took a support at a 20-day moving average as well. And from here, the risk to reward ratio is extremely favorable going long on Hindalco. So Hindalco could be a good buy. 727 is currently where it is trading. Probably this range where you can accumulate between 720 and 727, keeping a stop loss of 705 on the downside. And again, looking for higher targets of 760 to 790 on the upside.
Nirav, what happened to consumption stocks in the last hour of trade yesterday? The top 4 out of 5 nifty losers were from FMCG, ITC, Britannia, HUL. What suddenly changed? Did you hear about anything in the market yesterday for the reason for the collapse of these consumption names?
Well, as far as the consumption names are concerned, I think I could attribute it to plain profit booking. I think no other factors, because crude oil prices have been quite stable. And we've seen some pressure as far as the palm oil prices, etc. are concerned. So that could be one of the factors which could impact the FMCG sector. But rest, I think the commentary has been pretty decent. Whether it was Marico or Godrej Consumer Products, etc. And HUL also has been showing quite some.
Okay, Nirav, I'm just sorry. I'm going to just interrupt you there because we have Narayana Murthy on the phone line with us, and we're today celebrating Mr. Ratan Tata, an icon who has touched crores of Indian lives in so many ways, and the nation paying tribute. Mr. Murthy, I want to thank you first for joining us here on NDTV Profit. Thank you so much for taking out the time. And we're keen to hear your thoughts on how you see the life and contribution of Mr. Ratan Tata.
Well, Ratan Tata could be classified as king amongst the industrialists of India. I have had the privilege of sharing platform with him in India, in US, Australia, UK, etc. In every situation, I found him to be competent, to be humble, to be courteous, and of course, to be decent. What I found unique about him is whether he was talking to a young admirer or is a highly respected businessman. He showed the same level of attention in listening to them, same level of respect, and same level of courtesy. I think it's very sad that he passed away, because it's a huge loss to the country, and I pray that his soul will rest in peace. Thank you.
Mr. Murthy, sincere condolences to you, and I say this because you describe him as a friend, you also seek his blessings, so there is lots that as the nation got from him, you got from him as well. Can you tell us about one or two key moments that are etched in your memory forever, which involved you and him?
Well, there were several occasions. For example, I think perhaps the most recent or the second recent one was when he and I were sitting next to each other at a dinner hosted by the Prime Minister for a visiting dignitary. I don't remember whether it was, Barack Obama or some other, dignitary. And I found it so refreshing that he was talking so much about his zero gravity ride experience in California that he had just completed a week or 10 days before that particular dinner. And he was full of enthusiasm. He was almost childlike. And I asked him what was the most difficult thing about that zero gravity ride experience. And he said, a lot of people came near me, and that was something I was somewhat uncomfortable. He didn't talk about the difficulty of zero gravity, none of that, because by nature, he was quite adventurous, as you know, as we all know. He loved flying. The second experience that I had was after he retired, I invited him to inaugurate the Akshay Patra kitchen, donated by my wife. Of course, as you know, my wife is first a Tata person, then anything else. And he readily accepted, and he spent two and a half days with us in Hubli. He had just then retired from Tata Sons, and his enthusiasm, his getting into details, his interaction with the local people, it was just extraordinary. We enjoyed it so much. The third incident that I can talk about is when I took my daughter Rakshita to meet him, because she had taken up a course on leadership in her degree. And then Akshita and he were supposed to spend about an hour. But he spent 3 hours with her. He answered every question of her, with patience, with a lot of, detailing, affection, and, of course, with lucidity. So, and of course, the one that is memorable is when I gave him the Lifetime Achievement Award. I think it was 3 years ago or 4 years ago, I don't remember. I gave him the award, and then, keeping a tradition with my culture, I sought his blessings by touching his feet, and he was really moved. And I said, no, in our culture, you are elder to us, you are a respected elder to us, a wise elder to us, and there's a lot that we can learn from you. So I think I have had very positive, and there were, when there were some, issues of moral dilemma, many times I called him, and he always returned the call pretty quickly and spent as much time as I wanted. So I think he was an extraordinary individual. It's a huge loss to the country, and I pray that his soul rests in peace. Thank you.
Right, Mr. Murthy, this, of course, is a very tough day and a sad day for the nation. But at some stage, you and him were competitors in more ways than one. He at TCS and you at Infi. What were those days like? Do you look back and think about it differently? And also, how accessible was this man? We from the media believe he's done, 3 or 4 interviews in his whole lifetime. So we do believe he was shy. He was rather not accessible in more ways than one. Clearly, you don't seem to have that opinion.
I still remember, I was the chairman of Asia Business Council. There were a lot of well-known business people from various parts of China, parts of Asia, China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, as well as from US and Europe. They were coming to Delhi, and I had arranged a meeting with the Prime Minister. And I requested Ratan to come and speak. He said, Murthy, I'll host a dinner for all the people, but will you spare me from speaking? I said, Ratan, whatever you say will be so important to all of us, all these business people. Why don't you do that? He came all the way for half an hour. He sat there, but he didn't speak. He asked, I think, somebody else to speak on his behalf. He was shy, but if you engaged him in a Q&A, he was a lot more comfortable. And, that's something that he was very wise, very kind, very affectionate, and he was a great patriot. I think for him, India came first. So his attempt at nano and many other things are clear indications of how patriotic he was. And I still remember I called him to inaugurate our management council room. At that time, probably the most advanced in Asia in terms of technology and all of that. So he said, no, TCS is your competitor. Why are you inviting me? I said, no, this is named after Jamsetji Tata. Jamsetji Tata transcends all business issues. He was first a great Indian and then anything else. So therefore, we are honored to name it after Jamsetji Tata. And then he said, no, but why are you inviting me? I said, look, we all consider you to be in the same class as Jamsetji Tata in terms of respect, in terms of wisdom, in terms of your concern for India, in terms of your patriotism. Therefore, we'll be honored if you come. He said, no, but I will not speak long. I said, don't worry, Ratan, just speak for, maybe 1 or 2 minutes. So I went. He came, it was he was very kind, very, very kind.
Mr. Murthy, it's just so emotional listening to you, and I really want to thank you for taking out the time. I hope you can give us a little more time later in the day for a more detailed conversation on your experience with Mr. Ratan Tata. These are stories that must be told. But for now, thank you so much for joining us. We really
Thank you very much. Wonderful. Take care. Bye.
Thank you. So Narayan Murthy there, this just, the story is coming in, and Samina, a great point that you made, that they were rivals at one point, right? But they didn't really look at it that way. We have to get back to the markets, and the opening has not been half bad, I would say, above the 25,000 mark on the Nifty. You are seeing an upside coming in. Pressures though holding out. And L&T working today, BPCL, Adani Ports, NTPC, a lot of your old economy stocks working. IT is not really buzzing. IT languishing to some extent. Bank Nifty looking decent though in relative terms this morning. Just want to get a quick word from Kunal on, what is the top stock that you have spotted in the first few minutes of opening this morning, Kunal? You can see the crude, the crude impact stocks doing well. Oil India, HPCL doing fairly well this morning. So is BPCL.
I think overall, if you look, yes, there is buying in the mid cap and the small cap space as well. Market has been consolidating. So it is a stock specific approach which one should take over here. The stock which has highlighted in today's trading session for me in this case is NCC. NCC, if you can look in on the technical chart, it has given a fresh breakout. It has given a breakout about 20-day moving average. The last 4 to 5 days high, which were there in NTPC on NCC has been surpassed decisively with volumes. So I think this is where the stock is likely to gain some momentum. Keep a stop loss of 299 on the downside, and one can look for immediate targets of 323 and second target 331 on the upside.
Just a quick check of how the rest of the market is doing this morning. The Nifty is trading okay. It's not showing the sort of excitement that it was when the markets, just before market opened. The implied Nifty was indicating to a much better start. Giving up, we are coming off at every sort of uptick in terms of trade. This morning is no different. The breadth of the market also is nothing great or nothing much to talk about. We'll quickly take a check of how the Nifty is trading in terms of the Nifty 50 counters. You've got L&T, NTPC, OMCs aren't doing too badly. Some of your auto stocks are holding up. The likes of JSW Steel that sold off sharply yesterday are finding a bit of a base for today's trade. On the sell side, Adani Enterprise is down nearly 2%. Tata Motors is looking weak, which is also weak yesterday. Nestle continues to sell off, and ICICI Bank also not finding any relief in early trade. On the broader markets, you've got a whole bunch of stocks that are moving, and RCF is up 5%. You can see Infratech. I highlighted the stock ahead of the market open because it bagged a significant order, and it is your top gainer on the Nifty 500 this morning with an up move of 5.5% on pretty decent volumes as well. You've also got Tata Chemicals is doing okay, 4% higher there. So fertilizers as a pack is having a relatively positive morning. You've also got stocks like CDSL 361 that are trading with a small bias on the upside. On the sell side, the list has to be topped by Star Health, down 2.5%. You've got Home First Finance, Rights, Aptus, Natco Pharma. So Pharma also looking fairly subdued in early trade. Broader markets performing largely in line with the benchmark is what we have. Kunal, any trade that you've spotted post-market opening? It's not looking as good as we'd have anticipated, at least with the early indications on implied Nifty. It's subdued. We got a gap up, but we're getting sold again.
Yeah, I think as I mentioned at the start of the show, that we are just trading in a consolidation phase. So market is likely to consolidate, but there will be stock-specific approach which one should focus on. So over here at the start of the show, what we had talked about the oil and gas space. That is something which is looking attractive to me at the current levels. From there, Petronet is something which is looking very good on the technical charts. After a good correction, what we have seen from the higher end, the stock is now rebounding sharply and showing some strength. So one can initiate a buy over here at Petronet, keeping a stop loss of 343 on the downside and looking for targets of 370 to 392 on the upside.
Nirav, what about you? What are you attributing this weakness to? I mean, there's a general sense that, any sort of, for investors, any sort of weakness is being used as a buying opportunity. There are NFOs getting launched pretty much every other day, and are getting lapped up. So the supply and the, the response to some of these NFOs has been phenomenal. Then why do you think the markets are not being able to stabilize at these levels? What is the big sort of negative right now? Because nothing really has changed dramatically over the last 5 days.
Yeah, so I agree with you. The domestic cues have been quite positive, but I think it is the global factors which are playing spoil sport as far as the markets are concerned. We are seeing heavyweights like Reliance Industries and ICICI Bank, HDFC Bank being under pressure consistently, and they pull down the markets every time when the markets have tried to move up. But having said that, there are pockets of strength in the market. I think what we should mention particularly is the power sector. If you see the power sector, power generation, power transmission and distribution companies, they've been doing exceptionally well in the last few days of trading. We've seen brokerage upgrades for power generation companies like JSW Energy, Tata Power. Yesterday, we've seen good moves in Torrent Power. We've seen transmission and distribution companies, especially power transformer makers like Transformers Rectifiers, which has reported a stellar set of numbers. After this, we've seen good movement in GE T&D, stocks like Hitachi Energy, Indotech Transformers. All these stocks have rallied in trade. Voltime Transformers too has done quite well in trade. And we have the smaller T&D companies like Jyoti Structures, Skipper, which have done exceptionally well in trade. So I think this space definitely warrants attention at this point of time.
Just before we thank you, Nirav, can you pull up the stock price of Transformers and Rectifiers or TRIL? Just for a moment, can we just pull that stock price up? Because the last 2 days, the stock was locked on an upper circuit. Let's just get the stock first up. And then I want to ask Nirav Asher about the same, because it's an expensive stock, but it's 3 upper circuits after the results have come out. Nirav Asher, do you track Transformers and Rectifiers?
This stock from 40 levels, from 40 rupees, and today it is at near 700 levels. So we've been very optimistic about the prospects of this company, very good management, and they have given a very strong guidance of achieving $1 billion revenue in the next 3 years. The order book, the unexecuted order book at this point of time is 3,500 crores. And the margins have been improving drastically. If you look at the profitability, it's around 67 crores for the first half of this year as compared to a loss in the previous year. So I think the going seems to be quite good, and they have planned to be a fully integrated company in the near future. So the prospects look quite appealing, despite the fact that the valuations are expensive.
No, please. No, the point is, I think I like that point that he's making, that companies which are showing growth are getting rewarded, Sabina, and that is what's probably happening with Trill as well. I was just wondering if Kunal has some view here before we get into management, because Kunal, 3 days of an upper circuit, the stock has done very well. Can charts suggest something like this on a stock?
Yeah, I think definitely, if you look at the chart perspective, in the last at least 1.5 months, the stock at 800 had come down to almost 600 mark. And if you look at this 800 to 600, it looks like almost a 20% decline on the downside. But if you look on the chart on a holistic perspective, this is just a broad consolidation which was happening on the longer term chart. And finally, this consolidation where we had been seeing buying from the lower levels since 650, 660 zone. In fact, the momentum indicator, the RSI has also given a positive crossover. So clear cut, there was signs visible on the chart perspective. 2 days back, there was a buy signal which was there on the chart perspective, and post that we have seen the rally in the stock.
Well, gentlemen, both of you, thanks so much for joining in. And the reason we kind of deliberated on TRIL for a bit, because the management is, in fact, the think tank for TRIL is in our studios. Mr. Jitendra Mamtora, Chairman of Transformers and Rectifiers, and Chanchal S.S. Rajora, CFO and advisor to the board, are with us in our studios. Gentlemen, both of you, thank you so much for taking the time out and speaking to us.
Thank you.
Mr. Mamtora, one of the notes says that TRIL beat our Q2 estimates by a mile. Now, you're making it a habit, Mr. Mamtora. I would love to understand from you what went into quarter 2 or the first half, and how does this augur for the company in the quarters to come?
This has been long awaited. If you just see the transformer industry, it has gone through a good time, bad time. We had very good time from 2002 to 2007. We had EBITDA margins of something like 19-20%. 2008-9 onwards, it started deteriorating because of the competition, because of the new entrants into the business who had no knowledge of the business. and they really spoiled the whole market. But ultimately what happened was they vanished. You cannot survive if your quality is no good, if you have no passion for the business. And this business, if you say, the business in which we are, mainly I'm talking about extra high voltage transformers, the special duty transformers like transformers for the arc furnaces, for submerged arc furnaces, for the large rectifiers which are used for metal refining and producing of some chemicals like chlorine, etc. So there are no players who compete with us in those special duty transformers. We survived in those bad time when the raw material content was 80%. The gross margin were 12% only. We survived because of these special duty transformers, and we have taken it forward. And my passion was that I want to become a major player in the special duty transformers, which was ruled by 4 of the European companies, and I wanted to be one of them. These 4 companies were having a market share of 70% of the world, and we wanted to be one of them. We worked very hard. We recruited a person from Italy, a white face, because white face makes a difference at times. And we hired him. He was a technical director in one of the companies in Italy, and he moved to India with his family. The youngest child that time he had was 2-year-old.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So
is he still working with you?
So he stayed there with us for 5 years, and after 5 years, his wife said that now it is too much. The children are growing. They started speaking
fluent
Hindi and Gujarati also. They were going to the schools, but ultimately he left, and then he didn't help so much as I thought he will. But nevertheless, we were introduced to that market. And then the opportunity started coming. I'll narrate one incident.
Sorry, the opportunity started coming, sir. You're saying in the last 3-4 years, maybe?
No, long time, about 7-8 years back.
Okay.
We got an opportunity. A factory in Russia, a steel making company, their transformer failed. So they were looking for someone who can replace the transformer very fast. And then he approached one of their agents who was an Indian. He approached Indian company, that was BHEL. BHEL suggested our name.
Wow.
Bharat Heavy Electrical suggesting our name was a credit to
itself. Yeah.
And then,
sir, I will just request you to pause for just a moment, because we just need to mark the fact that one of the tallest leaders have passed away. This is a guard of honor in the honor of Sri Ratan Tata. And we'll keep on during the course of the day today, bring you these visuals as well. It's a sad day, Samina.
It's a tough morning. Yeah, but I think we started the day off very sad, but I think now I've got a smile on my face because everyone remembers him so fondly. And that's what you leave behind, right? I mean, life is only lived if it has a legacy behind. So, but sir, you want to continue with telling us the legacy you're creating at Transformers.
Yeah, so, I sent that Italian guy to Russia.
You sent the Italian to Russia, I like that.
Because it was urgent.
Yes.
And they were in so much of urgency that the day he landed, they placed the order.
This is BHEL? Had recommended your name?
Yeah, they recommended our name. And the company, on the very same moment, they signed the order. They paid the advance, and that was the beginning, and that was a large transformer, the largest which India had made, even today.
Right.
So that was the beginning of our journey.
Right.
And then we went on getting the inquiries from the other steel makers. We got the opportunity from Areva for supplying the transformer to Sterlite plant in Tuticorin for the rectifier. That was again a large transformer.
Right.
And we were honored to get the order from them.
Right.
But the condition was that our design will be
as what they like.
Yeah, they will be reviewed by their experts.
Right, sir.
And they suggested something. It was just a single page, A4 page, design comments, and that has again changed my design. Yeah.
Right. So it's actually changed the fortunes of your company in a big way. And I think, like we said, the last few quarters have been phenomenal. I mean, the growth is just stupendous, to say the least. Chanchal, why don't you come in and tell us, revenues are up 80%, EBITDA is up 255%, margins have more than doubled in this quarter versus last year. Right. Is this sort of growth sustainable? A, and B, what has been the key drivers? I know over the last few weeks, we've been hearing about your big order wins, Power Grid being one of them.
Yes.
But that, of course, will only reflect in the next quarter. What's working for you, and is this sort of growth sustainable, most importantly, for the rest of the year?
Look, the thing is this last 3 quarters, not last 3 quarters, basically the journey has begun for us for almost a year and a half back. Right. What we have basically done in last year and a half is that we have set our processes in place. We have basically bring so many changes into the organization at the operational level, which has helped us to increase our operational efficiency. And that operational efficiency has started reflecting in our profitability as well as in revenue. This is just a beginning actually. This is just a beginning for us and we have to go a mile on that, right? So the margins basically, as just chairman also says that in all good days we have reached up to 19-20% margin.
Oh, and wow. So there's more room on the upside to go for margins.
So that is what we are targeting now in next 2 years.
When is that? Okay, so 2 years later, fair to assume that 15% could go up to 19-20%.
Yes, and more than that, actually, I am a man of finance, and my target is on the bottom line. I am more looking on the PAT. So I am looking on that where I can increase my PAT to beyond 10% levels. So that is my target, because that's the money which is coming into my system and I'll be using it for the revenue growth purpose.
No, sorry, I have a question to both of you, and maybe Mr. Mamtora can speak about the color of the business, but just the numbers first, Chanchal. You did 1,300 crores in FY24.
Right.
You've given a guidance of 2,000 crores for FY25 and more, but 1,300 crores with 10% EBITDA margin is materially different from maybe 2,500 crores or what have you in FY26 with what 18-20% EBITDA margin.
Yes.
So you think that's a possibility? What is you've given 2,000 crores for FY25. What about FY26? I mean, is there a broad number in mind, and would EBITDA numbers be about 18-20% then?
FY26, FY25, 26 we are targeting beyond 3,000 crore.
3,000 crores in FY26.
Yes, that's right. And we have the vicinity of that.
And that would be accompanied with what margins? Sorry?
Margins will be also in that levels, around 17% we are targeting, and it will be there. We have the vicinity, my order book says, my inquiry says, right? And the kind of the product mix we have, actually in this country, nobody has got that product mix, and that is helping us to grow our margins. That's the biggest thing and biggest USP what we have. In the lean period, what Sir has developed the products, they are basically now paying us back.
So would it be fair for us to assume you are not a price taker in your industry, and hence your margins are looking as good as they do, because clearly you don't have any captive raw materials or any of that leads to a uptick on margins, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You know, ultimately this industry right now, the first time the industry is demand is so huge, right? And that is helping us to little bit increase our margins.
What capacity are you at right now?
As I was just talking to Harsh also, the capacity is a myth in our company, basically, in our industry, right? If I make higher rating transformers in higher numbers, and with repeated design, my capacity will increase automatically. Right now, we assume that we are having almost 40,000 MVA capacity. But if I make a 500 MVA transformer of 8 numbers or 10 numbers in a month, it will go to 50,000 and it will reach up to, this is one plant only. So that's the thing. So we as an engineering standard, we see right now we are at the 40,000 MVA. We are coming up with the capacity expansion of 15,000 MVA in next 4-5 months time. So we will be, by end of this year, we should be at 60 to 65,000 MVA capacity levels.
Quite interesting.
So that is, and that will be good enough to take us to the 4,000 or 4,500 numbers in next 2 years' time.
Lovely. Would love to understand from Mr. Mamtora about the color and why this would happen. But just viewers, keep on remember that we'll keep on bringing you visuals of what's happening in Mumbai, and it's a sad day, but it's also a day of celebrating the life of Shri Ratan Tata. So keep that in mind. But Mr. Mamtora, he's talking about some very strong numbers as well. You've spoken about how in the past the industry went through tough times as well. Do you get a feeling, sir, that because of all the investments in power, so on and so forth, and the change in the sector and transformers as well, do you reckon that this cycle or this upcycle is here to stay for a few years? Why or why not?
At least for a decade.
At least for a decade?
Yeah.
Why do you say that, sir?
Because, see, we are shifting towards electrical vehicles. We are shifting towards green energy, which means solar and wind is going to play a major role, where you don't spend anything on the fuel. There is no fuel required, it just comes free. Only thing is that, if you look at the past, a solar plant used to cost something like 18 crores per megawatt. Now it went down as low as 2 crores.
Now it's about 5.
Now it is about 2.5.
2.5, okay.
Yeah, 2.5, 2.6. So with this, what happens is you need 5 times the capacity. Like if you put up a thermal plant, if it works at 100% efficiency, it gives you 100%. A solar plant, if you put up 100 megawatt, it will, on an average, it will give you 15 to 16 megawatt only, because it depends on the sun, the rays which it gets, and wind also like that. About 5 to 6 times you have to make the investment, but still it is worth. Today, a thermal plant will cost you something like 8 to 9 crores. This will cost you equivalent plant if you want to put. It will cost you something like 10 to 12 crores, but there is no fuel required. So it just comes free.
Right, sir.
Right. And moreover, worldwide, like in America, if you see, today the waiting time or the lead time is more than 3 years. So people are talking about, they are floating the tenders for the requirement of 2029. 2029, I'm telling you. So 5 years.
So what's the ambition in your mind now?
See,
how large can TRIL become in the course of this decade?
We are...
Let's not get into numbers. I'm just trying to think.
I'm talking about that. The main thing will be how we go for the backward integration. Because backward integration is very, very essential for an industry like us, where, the suppliers... if you look at the transformer business, transformer manufacturers takes the maximum hit. They gives the bank guarantee, which varies from 3 years to 5 years, which ultimately lead to around 8 years of bank guarantee, starting from contract bank guarantee and then this and that. So it's about 8 years. Our suppliers, they don't give any bank guarantee. They don't have any obligation to us. They supply the material and they forget it. Whether the material is good or bad, and we have to rely on them. So I want to focus also on those lines, and for that I visited China about 2 weeks back, and I was there for 6 days. I visited 6 cities in 6 days. I talked to them, and what we thought was that instead of experimenting with the materials, the backward integration.
Mr. Mamtora, I'm so sorry, but we'll have to cut across yet again to the final moments.
No, it's a very, very good day in terms of that.
Sorry. We've just cut across with audio, so we won't be able to talk about it. But I'm sorry.
बाजू बाजू वो यहाँ पर आपको देखने के लिए मिलेगी वो एनसीपी लेके जाएगा जहाँ पर जाएगा तमाम बड़े नेता राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे और राष्ट्रीय स्तर से यहाँ पर आएंगे और दर्शन के लिए एनसीपी और दोपहर की मीटिंग का वक्त होगा जब वर्ल्ड की
Okay, well, of course, this is just that such a day, and Mr. Mamtora, I don't know whether you had a chance to interact with the great man, but you would have surely seen. I mean, because you've had your business at the times that he's built out the Tata empire too. Any thoughts on the greatness of Sri Ratan Tata?
See, Ratan Tata. Before Ratan Tata, I will go to J.R.D. Tata. When they were building Howrah Bridge. This is what I've heard. Because I've never interacted with them. Or he thought of that what is going to be the requirement for making a Howrah Bridge. So he started with making the rivets. Because there are no welding, in Howrah Bridge there are no welding, it is just rivets. So he was ready with all the rivets which were going to be required for making Howrah Bridge. See, that was the thought process, that's forward thinking. You can't see people doing that, right? So
what about Ratan Tata, sir?
Ratan Tata is, as I said, he's a very silent player. He did so many things. He came out with, the tussle with the other partner, Tata Sons. And he's slowly, I mean, without making any noise, he removed him from the main scene. So he's such a great man. Everybody talks about him. His passion for the work, his passion for selecting the kind of a business which he wants to do. Where, like if you talk about any industrialist in India, whether it is Bajaj, earlier, it was Bajaj, Birla, Ratan Tata. They were the three major players. And it was a time for, kind of a monopoly business. Like cars, if you see, it is Birla, Ambassador, and then Fiat and all that. But he ventured into the businesses which will take him to a different level. Ambanis and Adanis, they have come. And their passion for business is great. But he was different.
I think Italy was a visionary.
Yeah, he was a visionary.
Look ahead, which none of us, or most of us, could not.
He was visionary.
Yeah, just like you are in your business as well, sir.
No, I'm a passionate. I'm passionate about my business.
And I think, all these EQ factors that I think Jitendraji talked about is so important, right? Very rarely do we talk about what really helps a business succeed in today's day and age. Numbers, sure, but you also need the passion, the drive, and just wanting to succeed. Chanchal, Jitendraji referred to the fact that backward integration is one thing that you all want to focus on. We've talked about how the company is on accelerated mode to achieve the kind of growth you're setting out for yourself. 20% margin is also not impossible for you. Any plans to go out and acquire companies, sort of work on the backward integration of the business to reach the next level?
No, we are already working on that basically. One of exercise what we have done is we already signed a term sheet for taking a substantial interest basically in a CRGO processing unit, right? And this transaction is going to be closed in next couple of weeks time. So with that we will be 100% in-house on the CRGO processing. And for the raw material side of the CRGO, we already signed the agreements with the bills to supply the electrical steels to us on next 2 to 3 years time. So CRGO is a product which is almost 35% of our raw material, which is very, very important project. So we have done that exercise. We are also going into heavily on the backward integration on the size of transformer tank manufacturing, which is the fabrication, which is the biggest bottleneck at this moment in this industry. So these are the activities we have done it, and we are also looking for some inorganic acquisition side. We are on pretty advanced stages on that. So the idea, the entire idea is that to basically make ourselves completely independent on the component side, right? And raw material side, we are already tying up with the raw players who are into the long into the system. So the thing is that the next 1 year down the line, we should have all the backward integration components in place, in-house. And that's the way. And in fact, our managing director is actually working on that direction completely to take those lines. And with the kind of guidance what we are getting from the chairman and the MD, we are sure that the legacy what Mr. Tata has created for the industry, that TRIL also will create in this space, sir.
Okay, Mr. Mumtora, 60 seconds please before we wrap up. Any final words, what people should watch out for over the decade? Because you mentioned it's a decadal thing.
See, as I said, 20% EBIT margin is not new to the industry.
And you will get there.
We will get it. And moreover, if we talk about 20% margin 20 years back and 20% EBIT margin today, raw material prices have jumped to almost double during this time. So look about the absolute figures, bottom line of absolute figures.
And the pricing power probably that exists.
So 20% there and 20% here
is a different
is a different, totally a different ball game.
Lovely.
Right? So this is what we are looking at.
We wish you luck. And congratulations, been a phenomenal quarter. We'll pull up the stock for you as well. It's hit upper circuit, you'd be happy to know, over the last few days. The street is excited about business for you, and another morning of upper circuit. So that's the chart on the screen. 741 on transformers. At the get-go, the counter has hit upper circuit for the third straight day. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and have a good, I believe you've come down from Gujarat, so have a good travel back. We'll speak to you soon. Well, that's the management of transformers and rectifiers. It is a hidden gem, and the stock is been hitting upper circuit for the last few days. Phenomenal quarter for the company behind them. Talking about earnings, what lies ahead this morning for us is the earnings reportage from Tata TCS. Moshe Khatri, MD, Equity Research, IT Services and Payments, Wedbush Securities, joins us. Moshe, good evening, good morning from my end. I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting, but it's we've lost an icon. The country has lost an icon. In fact, Ratan Tata is the founder of the Tata Group, the legacy of the Tata Group has left the country, has passed away, and that hence the chaos about coming to you. But Moshe, very quickly, earnings of TCS expected later on in the day. Let's start with TCS and then broaden the conversation to what you're expecting from the sector as whole.
Yeah, tough day for the nation in general because of this loss. So I'll start with that. I would say in general, this earnings season is going to be a bit mixed. TCS did message to the street that they're going to have some margin, unusual margin trends here in the quarter because of one specific contract. In general, I would say about this earnings season is that you have to look at two different buckets. The buckets that focuses on cost takeout deals and the one that focuses on discretionary projects. The cost takeout side remains pretty strong. The discretionary piece, I think, is stable, but maybe somewhat doing a bit better because of the rate cuts from a few weeks ago. So you will definitely see a discrepancy because between some of the companies that are focusing on the cost takeout part of the business. So, the tier one offshore players should be in a pretty decent shape. Accenture obviously had better than expected numbers. The guidance for fiscal 25 was better than expected as well. So I think the street sentiment is relatively positive about the space. But then having said all that, there's the near term and there's the long term that you have to focus on if you're investing in the space. beyond this earnings season, you have to consider the potential outcome of the U.S. elections. And that's a big deal because you have one party that's talking about raising the corporate tax rate if they do get elected, and the other party is not. Any sort of increase in taxes will not bode well for discretionary spending for calendar 25. So you have to focus on that as well. And I think that, when we talk to many companies in the space, they are focusing on early November and the outcome of the U.S. elections, because that will determine how calendar 25 is going to look like.
Yeah. Thanks for that. That was pretty consolidative in that sense. But let's break this down, right? Of course, this comes in on the heels of the rate cut that we've seen, and there should be an impact. Point completely taken. But do you believe that demand has turned for the good across the industry, A? And B, there is only a limited pools of big deals that are available, right? There'll be few who'll win, there'll be most who won't. Is that something you're concerned about? And who do you think is going to take the big bucks this time around?
So, as I said, the tier one offshore players that are focusing on the cost takeout deals should be in a pretty decent shape. Remember, these are deals that we started to see coming through the pipeline in the past, 18 to 24 months. They haven't really converted until June of this year. So this is just the beginning of that conversion. So all these companies should be in pretty decent shape to show top line growth and okay margins. The real question is going to be more about the discretionary stuff. And in that context, I'm talking more about, the likes of EPAM and ThoughtWorks and Endava. These are companies that trade in the States. They're focused mostly on digital. These are the small to mid-cap names in our space. And they'll probably continue to have some potential headwinds or kind of flattish numbers until we get a better feel on where discretionary spending is going to be. So, as I said, two separate buckets. The one that focuses on cost takeout deals should be in decent shape. The one that focuses predominantly on discretionary work will still be dependent on the environment. Rate cuts, who wins the elections, the budget cycle for calendar 25 that may be pushed out just because it has been pushed out for the past few years. So there's a lot of different factors that could impact the next few quarters, if you will.
Moshe, just one quick question. Would you reckon that IT at large could start, because the market discounts 6 months out, do you reckon that post-November outcomes would start getting baked into the minds of the investors, if not in the commentary of the companies?
They have to. And again, your typical investor understands the impact of taxes on discretionary spending. Any sort of uncertainty will impact discretionary spending and will impact visibility and will impact the budget cycle. You've had 2 consecutive years with budgets being delayed. That means that you had a slower than usual start for the year, back-end loaded year, not too much visibility. So I think, we're focusing on earnings, that's fine, but you have to focus on what happens early November, because again, as you said, you have to discount what happens 6 months from now. So there's a lot to take here. It could be pretty volatile, I would say that.
Moshe, we'll leave it at that. Thanks so much for taking the time out and being with us today. And thanks for your patience waiting by while we were finishing the previous conversation. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thanks.
Right. That's the view on IT. Wrap it up on this leg of India Market Open. Thanks so much for tuning in.
I thought I will have to come here. I'm loving it.
An experience to remember for a lifetime.
जानू ना मुझको कैसे है पा लिया इस शहर ने, लापता था मैं पहले, अपना लिया इस शहर ने, शोर भी लगे एक दिन की तरह, हर दिन लगे एक नई सी सुबह। मौज सी है इस सफर पे।
क्योंकि अभी एक IFP करके एक फेस्टिवल और होता है, आप भी आपका भी तो IFP में सेशन था।
कोई था जिसका IFP में सेशन नहीं था।
I love being here, man. IFP is like home.
Feels so good to be here. Feels good to be back, feels like home.
It was a wonderful session and my first time at IFP has been a blast.
I loved it. I loved it. The energy in the room was
Thanks so much for tuning in to today's Talking Point. I'm your host, Neeraj Shah. Our guest today is Pranjul Bhandari, Chief India and Indonesia Economist at HSBC. Pranjul, thanks so much for taking the time out and being with us. Really good talking to you as always. We'll, of course, we will cut in at different points in time to what's happening in Mumbai following the sad demise of Sri Ratan Tata. So that will be a part of Talking Point today as well, viewers. But Pranjul, good having you. Thank you for joining in. I'd love to understand from you, Pranjul, how do you see what's happening on the economic growth front as well as on the policy action front? So let's start with the policy because that is front and center, considering that the MPC just concluded yesterday. What did you make of the decision? I take it that you believe that the MPC set the stage for rate cuts in the next two meetings?
Yes, absolutely. So the meeting was in line with what we had expected. We were expecting, an easing of stance from hawkish to neutral, but not a rate cut yet. And the reason we were expecting an easing of stance was because there have been a lot of developments since the last policy meeting. We've seen a lot of the high frequency growth indicators soften a little bit on the margin, from PMI to tax collection, cement production, passenger vehicle sales. That's on the growth front. On inflation, we've got more convincing data that temperatures have normalized, reservoirs have filled up, and perhaps not immediately, but by March 2025, maybe we'll be fairly close to the 4% inflation target. So given these two important developments, we were expecting an easing of stance. And in a way, you can also argue it was long due. But we were still not expecting a rate cut because the geopolitical environment still remains fairly uncertain. We have the US elections coming up in a month. We don't know where oil prices will finally stabilize even now. And our sense was that, it's a good idea to wait and also to go in steps, sequence it out. First step, ease your stance, and second step, a rate cut. So this happened as per our expectations, and now we expect a rate cut in December and another one in February.
Okay, Pranjul, let me wrap that piece before I talk about anything else. What are the challenges to these assumptions, or do you reckon that, considering how things are, and from whatever little crystal ball gazing that is possible for anybody to do, you think these are given?
Look, I think so. And I think what gives me confidence right now is the fact that we have a $7 billion FX reserves. So even if the external environment is fairly volatile, for example, say if we go back to a period of sustained dollar strength, which impacts our currency, our sense is that we have enough FX reserves to see us through those situations at this point of time. And monetary policy making from here on will mostly be determined by domestic considerations and not as much global, because we've built up some amount of FX reserves to help with that. And then when you look at the domestic part, you see that the drivers of inflation look better and better poised for disinflation right now than they were even a couple of months ago, with much better food price outlook because of reservoirs and temperatures normalizing. And on the margin, we are seeing some changes in growth happening. Look, I'm not going to call it a marked slowdown. I think more than anything, it's normalization in some sectors like urban demand and perhaps rotation from urban to rural. But what happens in the process is that it doesn't happen seamlessly. And I think we are stuck in this point right now where urban demand has softened a little bit on the margin. It's normalized, but rural hasn't yet taken off. It takes time for rural to take off. Only when farmers go to the market and sell their kharif produce, they get incomes from that, they spend it, then we'll start seeing the rural demand pick up a little bit. And I suppose that will be more like November, December. So right now we are in a no man's land. Urban has softened, rural has still not picked up. So to handhold in these kind of situations, I think, a rate cut or two may not be a bad idea.
Got it. Okay. Pranjul, would the rate cut be the necessary condition, even if not the sufficient one, for growth to get a leg up? Because I think if kind of you squeezed in between, the Reserve Bank seemed a lot more confident than maybe you are or some others are about what the growth numbers could look like in the quarters to come. But what's your own sense?
Well, look, to be very honest, I'll tell you, a lot of people after the policy found the policy fairly hawkish because the RBI spoke more about upside risks on inflation than it spoke about downside risks on growth. But to be very honest, I don't think RBI had an option. For the last several quarters, they've been talking a lot about upside risks on inflation and very strong growth, and they could not completely do a U-turn. They could not suddenly start saying that growth is very weak, and just a month ago, the governor was saying in speeches that growth is fairly strong. So look, one is that, right? You don't make such sharp U-turns, particularly if you're the central bank of an economy. And second, as I said, I think that the RBI is also waiting and watching. I think we are pivoting from urban to rural, and the pivot sometimes doesn't happen very smoothly. There are a few weeks or months in the middle where things don't look that great, and I think we're sort of in that area, at this point of time. Okay. But what could surprise you on the growth, Pranjul? I mean, like I said, I believe you are. Let's put it this way: you are a bit more skeptical than the Reserve Bank of India, or the central bank is a lot more optimistic than you or consensus. So what can surprise you on the growth? Would it have to be a global driven factors which could lead to growth upsides from your estimates, or could it be something else? Yeah. So look, we have our growth forecast at close to 7%, and which is a little lower than RBI, which is at 7.2. I would say that if there are any risks, I think there are slight risks to the downside. And if I were to give a range, I would think growth is closer to your 6.8 to 7% range. And again, the reason for that is that, we are expecting a smooth transition from urban to rural, and sometimes it may not be smooth. I think, that is one area that we have to be careful about. Of course, then there are global considerations, what really happens with global demand, what happens with global liquidity, what happens with commodity prices. I think all of this will also weigh in. So these are some of the things we need to be focused on in the short run. But then there are also a lot of medium-term considerations. For example, is India fully seizing the day on the global opportunities that it has been presented with? For instance, a lot of industries rejigging their supply chains and moving out of a few countries and trying to go to some other countries. Are we being able to attract the kind of FDI that we need to make this, to sort of benefit from this whole China plus one theme? I think these are the considerations that will really impact medium-term growth and medium-term inflation. Here, the RBI cannot do very much. I think a lot of it will depend on government policy. But I think what RBI can do with a few shallow rate cuts here and there is handhold while important transitions are happening.
Got it. Would some people argue that liquidity has been a constraint? The RBI has done a little bit. They spoke about it. The governor spoke about it as well. But even if there is no rate action, and until we see a rate action, if there is meaningful stuff done on easing liquidity, even bankers are happy with it because it gives them a chance to kind of settle down with rates too. But if liquidity measures are adequate, Pranjul, do you think that is also something that could help kick up capex and thereby growth?
I think liquidity sort of matters, but it matters on the margin. And to be very honest, I think RBI has also loosened liquidity in a big way. I agree that for a few months, especially at the beginning of the year, liquidity was very tight. There were many reasons for it. One was that the government in its new just-in-time accounting was not spending very smoothly. It had large amounts of tax money locked up at its deposit with the RBI, which was created which was creating a banking sector liquidity deficit. So I agree that was happening. Again, then at the same time, global markets were uncertain. The dollar was very strong, and the RBI was happy to run a policy which is tighter rates on the short end. So I can imagine liquidity being an issue a couple of months ago. But now all of that has changed in a major way. RBI has been buying a lot of FX, infusing rupee liquidity. Base money growth has risen from 4% to 8%. The government has also started spending a lot. And my sense is that, yes, liquidity has eased quite a lot, and that should give a lot of comfort, to businesses and to banks. And my best indicator for that is short-end rates. Today, a lot of the short-end money market rates are trending about 25 basis points below the repo rate. So my sense is that was the first step in which the RBI signaled looser monetary policy, and we've already done that. Of course, the challenge is and the task is to hold on to this slightly loose liquidity. And I see no doubt why it shouldn't, because if you look at core liquidity right now, which is the money which is there in the markets, plus the unspent money that the government has in its account with the RBI, that's actually very high. It's 4 to 5 trillion rupees. And as the government spends more, my sense is that, liquidity will continue to remain flush.
Okay, Pranjal, you mentioned an interesting point about how the Reserve Bank of India or the MPC or the Governor Das spoke or maybe sounded a bit more hawkish than other people may have anticipated, but they didn't have a choice. I thought there was also a fair degree of commentary on the nature of growth or growth pursuit of some of the non-banking financial institutions per se individually, as well as maybe did I sense discomfort around smaller ticket loans, micro loans, etc. Did you get a sense of that? And we've seen regulators now trying to curb some of those activities on the NBFC side, from the SEBI side, on the brokerage side as well. Do you think we continue to see more of those actions?
Yeah, so look, sort of let me take a step back. And while the central bank thinks about inflation and growth, at the same time, it's the custodian for financial stability as well. And that is something which the central bank has been taking very seriously. And in every policy meeting, they've been highlighting something or the other. I think it started a couple of months ago when they were worried that unsecured loan growth was very strong. They had increased risk weights, and that brought down growth in that area. After that, it has spoken about, equity markets, the possibility that they are, overvalued at this point of time. At some point, there was indirect hint of the yield curve being extremely flat. So generally, the fact that financial conditions have been extremely easy in India at this point of time is something that the RBI has been bringing up in every policy meeting and fairly routinely. You can argue that every time it focuses on one thing. This time the focus was on some areas of NBFCs where they have some concerns, but they were very careful, and they did make it very clear that they did not think it was a systemic issue. I think they just thought it was in some pockets, and they wanted to make sure that they highlight it and make sure that people take corrective actions. I think this is what a responsible central bank does, right? When you're seeing financial conditions are loose, you just don't want bubbles to be formed anywhere. And in your policy meeting where so many people tune in, you make sure you call these out. So my sense is it's a part of that exercise, as in this is exactly what a central bank should be doing, and RBI is doing it.
Okay. Pranjal, my final question really is, what will surprise you in the next 3 to 6 months, either on the policy front or on the global front? Because we seem to be working with set templates now. There is geopolitics which is on. It is not inflating crude prices to a great extent, but maybe some spurts there, and that has implications for India. Does it have policy implications or no, remains to be seen. So my question to you is, when you look at the entire canvas of events and developments and policy actions around us, as somebody who looks at India, Indonesia, and maybe the rest of Asia, what would surprise you the most over the course of the next 3 to 6 months?
Yeah, I think two gradual pivots are happening. One pivot is that, the central bank policy, which was influenced a lot by global events, is on the margin now getting more influenced by domestic events. For example, the balance between inflation and growth rather than what is happening in the Fed. And the reason for that is now we've built ourselves this large amount of FX reserves, which allows us to focus more inwardly rather than constantly looking at what's happening around the world. So this one small pivot from global to domestic, I think, is happening. It's on the margin. The second pivot that's happening is within domestic considerations, from inflation to more growth. All this while RBI has been extremely concerned about inflation, the fact that inflation has been higher than the 4% target. Of course, that still remains a very important part of the RBI policy meeting, and the governor kept talking about it yesterday as well. But what's come up now, which was not there, till about last policy meeting, is this concern on growth, that some indicators are softening. And I think this is another small pivot, that is happening at this point of time. I want to focus on these two pivots, as in I'm going to focus on the fact that the global does not change in a meaningful way, that RBI has to go back to being more vigilant on the global front rather than domestic. And internally, inflation should not really spike up, or growth should not really spike up, that RBI thinks more about inflation management rather than trying to give a push to growth at this point of time. These are the two pivots, and I would just be focusing on these pivots.
Got it. Pranjul, such a pleasure talking to you today. Thank you so much for being with us and giving us your thoughts. Really appreciate your time.
My pleasure.
All right, and we stick with, of course, so that's the economic part of the commentary. But today's a day beyond economics, beyond business as well, because truly, the legend of the Indian corporate sector, a doyen like maybe none other, and somebody who built out a legacy that will last beyond him for decades and decades to come. Ratan Tata is no more, Tamanna Johnson as well. And it's just a day wherein we as journalists take a step back from monitoring the day-to-day, the minute-to-minute, the second-to-second events in the market, and try and make a feeble attempt at describing the greatness of this legend. And Tamanna, words fail me, words I'm sure fail you, and words would fail probably a lot of others, but it's been a great morning, Tamanna, in that the kind of memories that people have shared with us on NDTV Profit have been very, very special.
Oh, the thing about covering Ratan Tata today, and it's how everyone feels like he was somehow a part of their consciousness, life and existence. And this is strange. I've been speaking, Neeraj, with some of our younger colleagues who would have never had the opportunity to track Ratan Tata and his element as executing the vision of his group. But everyone knows him. Yeah. Everyone has felt today like they have lost someone they know. And I think that is, that would be, I can safely say, his biggest achievement and something he has wanted. Because if you look at the few interviews that he has done, he has said, I want to be remembered as someone who made a difference. Yeah. Dignified in his silence, let his work speak for him. And of course, there have been so many tough times that they have gone through as well, do in such a long life, in such a storied career. But right now, the way his whole outlook has been so inclusive. Even today, he is having a multi-faith service. If you can see on that screen behind you, there's a multi-faith service for his final journey. The remains being taken to NCPA, and for anyone from Mumbai or those who are not in Mumbai, NCPA is like a little jewel in Mumbai's cultural landscape, something created by the Tatas as a cocoon to showcase the best in a non-commercial way. They have created spaces like that for animals. Look at the lines outside the Tata Cancer Hospital, where they do so much work for free, take care of so many people without any commercial cause to it. These are the things we'll be remembered for at the end of it. Yeah. Inclusivity, real greatness.
And not just in words, but in actions, right? 66% of Tata Sons equity held by Tata Trusts and dividends flowing directly to support philanthropic work of the trust just shows that it was an act which followed words, and just what the gentleman thought like. He just there was a belief of not just working for profits, which is of course what businesses should strive to do, yes, but also for the country. I mean, the things that they've done is just quite special, Tamanna. Okay, we will of course talk to our colleagues who are present at various locations. I think Shubhna Sheikh is at NCPA right now, joins in, and Shubhna, just take a moment and just talk to us about what's happening there.
Yes, so right now it's pretty crowded here. Ratan Tata's body is said to have arrived, and couple of industrialists, CEOs of big companies, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Home Minister Amit Shah is likely to arrive here to pay respects, to Ratan Tata. And security is said to have been quite tight. The crowd is growing, as per the minute. Right now, there are over 100 people said to have been here. So yes, there are a lot of people gathering here to pay their respects to Ratan Tata.
Shubhana, how can people come and pay respects? What I found very heartwarming is that NCPA is going to be the place where even the public can come and pay their respects. Of course, we will see a whole host of VVIPs, top leaders of the country, political, corporate, from every walk of life coming in. But this is also somewhere where the common man, woman can come in and pay their respects today?
Yes, it seems like, the security is pretty tight, but they have made certain arrangements where a common public can enter. The security is tight in terms of they're checking common people's ID cards and letting them in accordingly. And they have also kept guardrails where people can, stand and pay their respects from afar, to Ratan Tata. So yes, a lot of people are expected to gather in as slowly as the crowd moves in.
I believe that after 4 o'clock, as I understand, after 4 o'clock, we will have it open for the public. So you are going to have an opportunity for the common public to also come in and pay their respects. But, Shubhana, thank you for that. And of course, we'll keep taking updates on the kind of arrangements being made there, the people coming in. And I'm sure you will be speaking to a lot of people today who are coming in and paying their respects. What I found very interesting, Neeraj, when you look back at the kind of legacy and creation, all the moves, and not all of them worked. Nano, in all senses, was not a successful venture, but the thought behind it. And if you remember the quote from Mr. Ratan Tata, that he saw a family of 4 on a two-wheeler and said that I must build a vehicle for an Indian family to travel safely, and it must be cheap, it must be affordable, and hence came the Nano. It didn't work is a different question.
Exactly, the thought behind it. I still remember, Tamanna, when the price point was announced, and we were covering that, right? When the price point of Nano was announced, he mentioned that it is sub 1 lakh and said that a promise is a promise. I think that was a telling part of what he, of course, believed in, if you will. And I think that is something that we have to, everybody has to learn from. I mean, so many of his things, right? So he mentioning that I don't believe in taking right decisions. I take decisions and then make them right. And I think JLR is a classic example of that. When JLR came in and when they bought JLR, it was fraught with risks. It was an expensive, for their size, an expensive deal as well. For the longest time, JLR didn't show the merit. And then Tata Motors has all been about the JLR story. So, I mean, trust, as Mukund Rajan was saying, that once the domestic turf was guarded well enough, I think they moved on and took global wings and really put India on the global map. And Tamanna, from iconic hotels to deals or companies which are on a global landscape, it's quite stunning really what the Tata Group has done under his stewardship.
Yeah, and Sajith on the phone line with us, and he's tracked this group so closely. Sajid, you're heading to the NCPA, from where I'm sure we will hear many voices through the day. Before we get to your sort of experience and reading on Ratan Tata's journey, just explain to us what the arrangements are. Is there a possibility for admirers of him to come and pay respects?
That is right. I know his body has just arrived at NCPA Garden. It will be kept there for public to pay the last respect. We estimate that almost all the Tata Group employees have been informed that they can go and pay the last respect to Ratan Tata, and so we expect a lot of employees also and public coming in to pay that respect there. For the viewers, it's the entire NCP area is on the Marine Drive, just adjacent to Trident and Oberoi. And that entire area has been blocked for vehicles, and there's no parkings which are available, which is at this point in time there. But we are just seeing a lot of people now walking in to pay the last respect to Mr. Ratan Tata.
Okay, and I'm sure it's an occasion. I mean, it's something that everybody, Sajid, because you've tracked this so closely, and you would probably have memories of Bombay House out there, and you are going to another iconic place, which is kind of the cornerstone of the Tata presence in Mumbai as well, filled with people from all walks of life. Sajid, anything else, Sajid, that comes top of your mind?
Yeah, yes, NCPA is another, I would say iconic building in Mumbai, which has been created for art and culture by the Tata Group, and we are seeing a lot of people now gathering on Marine Drive, walking towards NCPA. It's a little walk inside, but they're walking there, and I think we will soon see a lot of VVIPs and industry leaders coming to pay the last respect as well. The body would be kept there till 3:30, and I think by 4 is when the final journey will begin from NCPA to Worli Crematorium.
Just talking a bit about the ceremony that we are seeing on our screens right now, and we just saw Deputy Chief Ministers of Maharashtra. We saw Ajit Pawar there as well, paying respects. Last night itself, you had the top guard of the Maharashtra government going into the hospital at Breach Candy and paying his respects. And this is something that the family wants to make sure that everyone manages to come and pay their respects, isn't it? Is that the kind of arrangement that has been thought out of?
That's true. Mr. Tata has been very closely associated with Mumbai as well, right? We have seen his group doing a lot of contribution for Mumbai, and that's what is coming in. As we were discussing in the morning as well with Mukund and Mr. Damani, the entire reach and spread of Tata Group and the impact on the life of common man has been there. And his philanthropic activities have also touched many people across the board. And that's what is driving this respect that many people are now doing it. As we speak, the crowds are swelling in. And I think we will see a huge crowd in some time because his body is already here, and now the entire process of paying last respect is going to begin.
Yeah, fair point, Sajid. We will, of course, leave you, but thanks so much for joining us and giving us some of those memories as well. It's just, sometimes all of us, while doing these pieces as well, might get speechless because it's just that kind of a loss. When I think, Tamanna, I don't know how you think about this, but when I think about Shri Ratan Tata, it's always about, so think of it this way, right? After like Mukund Rajan said, guarding the domestic turf and putting it in that global map, in the last few years, he assumed the role of an investor into startups as well. Maybe that's why his persona resonated with all ages because he practically did all of these things in a first-hand fashion. It was never that the Tata Trust or one of the large Tata Group companies is investing into some startups. It is Ratan Tata's entity which is also reviewing startups. And I remember the valuations of some of those startups also buzzed when his name got associated. So in some sense, an investing career of sorts or a business career which really was contemporary in the truest sense. And that is something that not too many corporate leaders can boast of, and certainly not too many corporate leaders of this size and stature. So in some sense, a very special corporate doyen who India sadly has lost.
You know what I found very interesting is his excitement about startups and the kinds of companies that he looked at. And if you go through some of his earlier interviews, he did an interview, of course, with the NDTV network soon after he retired, and he was asked, so what are you going to do now after retirement? What's the plan? And he says, what's the point of retirement if I have to plan what to do next? So he was giving the impression that it's going to be very relaxed. But having said that, he has been so active in terms of the number of startups that have been incubated, that have been managed by him and invested in him. And the reason for that is also interesting. If you hear other interviews of his, where he talks about, I want to come in and create space for those businesses which otherwise would have seemed commercially unviable. So after a lifetime of creating wealth for the nation largely, to come and create businesses or help businesses which serve the greater good. That's really what Ratan Tata has come in and done. And what I also found very interesting, Neeraj, is the kind of activity on Instagram, on Twitter, and now X, of course. I mean, always very on the ball, possibly had someone helping him with it, I'm not sure, but completely clued in and wanting to engage with people at large. Yes, I don't think he enjoyed speaking to journalists too much, but definitely wanted to engage with the public at large, wanted to stay on top of things, and was very, very clear that he had to preserve the culture of the Tatas. And that's the thing, right? You have a brand name with the greatest credibility.
Most certainly. Brand name with greatest credibility, and for the longest time asked any global investor about the comfort of investing in a Tata Group company, and that per se will not get shaken, which is a great thing about the thing that Tatas have built. Now maybe you could argue that it's ingrained in that name and the culture, and therefore, but it takes the steward of the ship or the captain of the ship to make sure that that stays when he's the captain. And for the longest time, Mr. Ratan Tata was the captain of that ship personally, and it showed in the way that the company stuck to those roots while it took global ambitions and flew higher. I mean, for me as well, Tamanna, just this intense desire to see Air India fly and fly well was yet another thing, and they've taken those steps as well, and let's see where this goes, but they've taken those steps to ensure that Air India revival is also in process. So it's quite special really to see all that's happened with him being at the helm of affairs, and then his deputed people being at the helm of affairs as well, Tamanna.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the other important thing to remember is the idea of getting some of the largest brands under the Indian flag. Some of these acquisitions, again, in hindsight, Chorus was not great. Jaguar Land Rover also might have been tough, but the idea was to get all of these brands under the Indian flag and fly the Indian flag, and that kind of patriotism, of course, it comes from the Tata legacy, which is Air India into existence. That's why there was a lot of debate, you would recall, when it came about that the Tatas are getting back into Air India. Aviation is a bad business. Why would you buy an airline? but I suspect that the thought behind it is more than, will this venture make me money? That's not something you see in this day and age. I don't know if you're going to see something like that ever again, frankly, where it's more about philanthropy, more about the greater good. Very, very few, very, very rare examples when business decisions are made on more than what they do for the balance sheet.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Very rare, probably not just, Tamanna, not just in the Indian context, probably very rare on the global context as well. There are very few leaders of this nature on the global arena, to be very, very honest. But there was a sense of pride in me when there's a St. James Park in the heart of London, or New York having this iconic Taj Hotel, and you realize that people say with pride that, oh, this is an Indian hotel and it's doing so well relative to some of the other large global chains in a global nation. I mean, it's a small thing compared to the larger acquisitions that the Tata Group did, but it was iconic in its truest sense. So, in some sense, this was truly a remarkable thing that has been built by the Tatas under the stewardship of Sri Ratan Tata. National icon, industry leader, yes, Ratan Tata. Sadly, he's no more. Let's just wait and watch for the times to come.
A well-led life, a long life, but even so, I think a life that should be celebrated. Yes, there is mourning, but there is remembrance and there is celebration of what Mr. Ratan Tata has achieved through his journey and the focus that has been there, and going through all of the ups and downs as well, when they had to make these difficult acquisitions. Sometimes getting the funding in place for that has been a huge challenge as well. Question on what is the succession plan. They have said that in such clarity. In fact, Gurcharan Das is with us to speak more on the life and times of Mr. Ratan Tata. Mr. Das, thank you so much for joining us here, as we go through those final rites, and we're looking at live pictures of those final rites. And what strikes me is the kind of overwhelming emotion and love that people have for Ratan Tata who have never known him, but know somehow that their lives were touched by him.
I think it is worth mourning, but his life is worth mourning because he was the leader of an institution that we all admire in India. We don't have enough such institutions, and Tata's is the most respected business group, and it's been that way for 100 years plus. It's the nation's conscience keeper. It stands for integrity, for philanthropy, for professionalism, for taking an Indian company global. And as for Ratan, I feel that perhaps his best contribution was when he was handed over the Tata Group from JRD. There were a bunch of satraps who thought their Tata companies were their own fiefdom. And he brought them, integrated them, and he brought them and showed them the door, because nobody is above an institution. I think that was an important message for Tata Steel in the case of Rusi Modi, Tata Chemicals in the case of Darbari Seth, and Tata Hotels in the case of Ajit Kerkar. By bringing them back into the Tata fold, I think was an important and a very tough contribution that he made. And of course, it was during his time that Tatas went global after the 1991 reforms, and we all are proud of the fact that he bought a lovely car, a Jaguar and a Land Rover, and of course that Liti before that, and then a less successful acquisition of Chorus Steel. But nevertheless, Indian companies, Tata showed the way in many ways.
Absolutely.
For Indian companies.
And the thought of acquisitions because you want to fly the Indian flag high. Baba Kalyani also joins us now, Chairperson of Bharat Forge. Mr. Kalyani, thank you so much for taking out the time and speaking to us at NDTV Profit. And what we're attempting to do in our coverage today is give our viewers a sense of who the man was. Of course, he's an icon, huge wealth creator, comes from one of the storied families of Indian business. But who was Ratan Tata and what is your perspective of him?
To me, Ratan Tata was a man, when I look at it from today, was a man who really brought India together from a business perspective. And as the earlier speaker said, he also showed Indian business ways to globalize their business, ways to go out of India and build businesses. He really built a strong and a positive brand for India globally. But as a man, he was a man with a lot of humility. I have met him personally many, many times. I've known him for many years. And he was very open. Whenever I had a problem and I wanted to see him, he would give time. He would listen to me patiently. He would advise me. Many times he would tell me I was wrong in what I was thinking. But that was the kind of man he was. He was very candid, very straightforward, at the same time, very humane. And, you saw what happened in 2011 as to how Ratan Tata, under his leadership, the Taj Group managed that whole episode. They put people first, they valued their people, they valued their employees. And it was an amazing show of how true Indian nature and Ratan Tata's nature was.
Mr. Kalyani, good morning, Leader here, and just trying to understand what would be your favorite memories, because for us, the Taj moment or the great acquisitions that were done under his stewardship stand out, but you would have had personal moments. What have been the one or two most striking memories of yours?
Well, I have had many personal moments right from 2000. Right from, let's say, prior to 1991 when he took over Tata Sons as chairman. I've been going to the Bombay house for the last 50 years almost. But a couple of my experiences, personal experiences, we traveled to Washington together as a delegation of Dr. Manmohan Singh that time, the Indian delegation, to discuss the nuclear deal with the United States. And we flew from London to Washington in the British Airways flight. One of the things I found about Ratan Tata is he was like an ordinary person. When he came to an airport, when he got his ticket, got his boarding pass, everything was like normal, like all of us do. And when we landed in Washington, the immigration officer pulled him aside and took him to a room for questioning. And I tried to argue with the immigration officer about why he shouldn't be doing that to a person of that stature, but that's how the US immigration is. But that did not rattle Ratan Tata at all. He came out after an hour and he was as calm as ever. He was just saying that guy was doing his job and he was fine, and we just went to the hotel. So that was the person he was. He never got rattled. At the same time, he was pretty clear in terms of what he wanted to do, what he wanted to achieve. If he had a point of view, he would express his point of view very clearly, very candidly. And, that was the amazing part.
Mr. Kalyani, you talked about how you have spoken to him several times. You have, I'm sure, learned from him as well. What do you think is the biggest lesson for you as such, storied corporate leader that you have taken away from Ratan Tata? What is the one thing that you think you picked up from him and have implemented in your life?
The one thing that I picked up from him was the way he treated people. He was a great leader. never showed arrogance, never showed, always was humane, always showed humility, treated everybody equally. I think that is one of the greatest lessons that at least I have picked up from him.
Okay. Mr. Das, and thanks for waiting by patiently as well. Same question to you really, as you think about the moments that stand out in his storied journey. What are the one or two that stand out, whether personal or otherwise?
Yeah, well, one is I was on a board of one of the Tata companies, and he was an observer who came to attend the board meeting. And what I was struck was by his modesty, by not appearing to be self-important, and by listening to others, and also his dog appeared in the middle of the meeting. He used to sometimes bring his dog to Bombay House. And the dog went and sat very quietly by his feet without disturbing anyone. So that showed his love for pets. And I think an equally important moment for me was when I finally, there was a unhappy ending after he left. Which was when he turned the business over to Mystery, and that didn't work out. But what I'm happy about, what I really feel is an important lesson for India Incorporated, is that he brought in a professional, finally, Chandrasekaran. There were a number of candidates. They selected Chandrasekaran because he was running TCS, the biggest and the crown jewel of the business. And the fact is that they have turned it over now to a professional. And I cannot imagine another Tata person ever running the Tata Enterprises, $100 billion enterprise, $100 billion enterprise with 660,000 employees under a professional. Now, that is the inspiring lesson for India Incorporated, which has too many sons and incompetent nephews running the businesses. We don't want India Incorporated to become like Indian politics, run by dynasties. And this is an important lesson that anywhere any Indian company turns over their business finally to be run not by one of the family members, but by a professional. And that to me is the most inspiring lesson to take from the life and times of Ratan Tata.
Well put. To be fair, he did not have his own children who would have made claims. Perhaps that made it easier, but the vision definitely can be seen very clearly. Just want to understand about how his contribution to India, not just business. We look at business, but how contribution to nation building should be seen. And I want to come to Mr. Kalyani on this point. A sprawling conglomerate, which was moved with the times, but at the heart of it seemed to be businesses which work for the country. Do you think that that's a business model that can work even today?
I mean, as far as Ratan Tata is concerned, he always put India first, and therefore his sprawling businesses for him were kind of secondary. It was always India first. And you must remember that many of the businesses had a lot of headwinds during his tenure. Some of it what Gurcharan talked about and some others. But he held on to that because he believed that it is good for India, that is good for the country. And that was his personal belief. I've been many times with him to meet our Honorable Prime Minister in a meeting. And I mean, he never talked about his own businesses. I've never seen him ever discuss what any of the Tata Group companies wanted. He always talked about what we need to do in the country. And that was his greatest, thought process, I would say, something that I really admire.
Yeah, most certainly, Mr. Kalyani. The other one question. I mean, you've spoken about the personal memory or the takeaway on a life lesson in terms of his behavior. I was just trying to understand, Mr. Kalyani. You are a very successful corporate leader yourself. In terms of somebody who took bets and stuck with them, even if not necessarily paying off in the immediate aftermath of the deal being done. I mean, JLR was a case in point. Are there lessons to be learned there too, sir?
Yeah, he taught many of us. I mean, his famous thing was there is no business where you can do it without taking risks. Risks are part of the business, and that was always his message to me whenever I met him. Whenever I went to discuss with him, I want to do something new. What do you think, Ratan? Is that a good idea? He would always tell me that if you have an idea, if you have a passion, you need to take risks and make it happen. And that was his philosophy. And if you look at all the new businesses that he built during his tenure, I mean, many of them had risk, but they became quite successful.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Where the overarching point was that does this work well for what the country needs rather than just the group and profitability. Having said that, do you think that the big legacy is also his interest in startups and new businesses? What has been the impression you've had from the philanthropic side of Mr. Ratan Tata's worldview?
His philanthropic side was one that he didn't talk about too much. Neither did the Tata Group talk about too much. But we all know, I mean, he is one of the biggest philanthropists, or was one of the biggest philanthropists of India. The kind of things they have done for the society, whether it's in Jamshedpur, whether it's in Calcutta, building a hospital, for example. I mean, a place where they were thrown out of Singur for the Tata Nano plant, or whether it's doing things for sports, for children. I mean, the amazing work that the Tata group under Ratan Tata did in terms of philanthropy.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Kalyani, for speaking with us. Thank you so much, Gurcharan Das, for speaking with us today. I mean, you're seeing of course, well-known faces there in that crowd paying their homage to Ratan Tata. You can see Sohail Seth, I can see Ajay Piramal. Of course, you will have a whole host of people coming in there. Shubhana is also live with us. She's at the NCPA, at the location. Shubhana, I'm sure by now the crowds are swelling.
Yes, the crowd is growing by the minute. Political party members Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar has also, had also come here and paid their respects, to Tata, to Ratan Tata's remains. Apparently there's a line that has been made for common public to, pay their respects, which would open up for them at 4 o'clock. So, yes, the crowd is growing. They have just conducted a prayer for him. So, yes, that's on.
Okay, we can see pictures of Sharad Pawar over there. Shubhana, for, what is the timeline looking like? When are the last rites expected to be? What are the details that are coming in?
So there are different sets of prayers that are happening one by one, of different religions, and there is Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is expected to come. There's Home Minister Amit Shah is likely to visit to pay their respects. They're expected to arrive here in the afternoon at by 1 p.m. That is likely to happen. So yes, it seems like we're on schedule.
Okay, Shubhana, we'll leave it at that. Thanks so much for getting us that update. it's a day which will have some moving timelines for sure, of course, but I have a lot of dignitaries out there, obviously so, out there to pay their last respects to the great leader. You know, Tamanna, it's great to hear people of, I mean, and these are tall stalwarts of the Indian corporate world talking about their learnings from Sri Ratan Tata. It's quite stunning that his demeanor, his personal demeanor and his philanthropic causes top the list, because we know that he's a great achiever on the business front any which ways, and yet people talk about the other aspects as being the key things. Quite stunning, really.
I mean, those pictures are heartbreaking. Of course, you have members of the Parsi community coming there. I don't know, Neeraj, the fact that this is an interfaith service has really been touching, and that you've had prayers from all religious leaders coming in, from different faiths coming in. It just shows the kind of very inclusive outlook that the Tata Group and Ratan Tata has had. Sajith Mangat is also there at the NCPA. Somber scenes there, Sajith, this morning as people come in to pay their respects.
We just lost Sajith, I think, but
can you hear us, Sajith? All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes, Sajith.
I was saying that we're seeing a lot of there's a lot of people here because you have a lot of admirers of Mr. Ratan Tata, employees, Parsi community, which is a very well-knit community. So we're seeing a lot of representations coming from various communities coming here, and as you were saying that the prayers happening from all kind of all the religions which is happening here, and we're now seeing trickling in of some of the dignitaries also who are coming in. I think I'm told that from Delhi we'll have Mr. Amit Shah, who's the Home Minister, who will be representing the Government of India, who will also be arriving to pay his respects to Mr. Ratan Tata as well. So it is a very somber mood here. There is a lot of people waiting outside to come in quietly, pay their respects, and then wait for the final journey to begin.
Okay, Sajith, thanks for being there and keep us updated, of course. India's bid farewell, of course, to a true titan of the industry, Ratan Tata, as we've been speaking about, passed away at the age of 86, leaves behind a remarkable legacy, not just as a business leader, as we were talking, but as a visionary who shaped the future of the Tata Group and touched millions of lives, literally and figuratively. Let's now take a look back at the extraordinary life and achievements of Sri Ratan Tata.
Ratan Tata, a doyen of corporate India, is no more. Born in 1937 to Naval and Sonu Tata, he was brought up by his formidable grandmother Nawajbai Tata in a manor called Tata Palace in Mumbai. Ratan Tata was born into a family of great prestige, the lineage of Jamshedji Tata, the founder of the Tata Group and an integral part of India's history. Ratan Tata was schooled at Campion Cathedral and John Connon. He was driven to school in a Rolls-Royce. Ratan Tata went to Cornell University and fell in love with America. He wanted to settle down in Los Angeles, but destiny had other plans for him. With his grandmother falling ill, he was compelled to return to India. A turbulent relationship with his father, Naval Tata, pushed Ratan Tata to apply for a job at IBM. His father was not happy. Naval Tata asked his son to tie up a resume and offered him a job with Tata Industries in 1962. He would go on to join Tisco, now called Tata Steel, in 1963. When Ratan Tata took over from his father as chairman of the Tata Group in 1991, India too was pivoting. License Raj was being revoked, the economy was being liberalized, and it was Ratan Tata's time in the sun. In the early 2000s, Ratan Tata had a string of high-profile acquisitions to his credit. Tetley, Chorus, Jaguar Land Rover and Daewoo took the Tata and Indian flag abroad. In 2008, he created history with the launch of the cheapest car in the world, the Nano, priced at 1 lakh rupees. He was also awarded the Padma Vibhushan that year. From telecom to software, manufacturing to aviation, FMCG to garments, the Tata Group has expanded across industries under Ratan Tata's watch. The conglomerate is worth over 30,000 crore rupees as of March this year. In 2008, when the Taj Hotel in Mumbai came under a terror attack, Ratan Tata showed great compassion and resilience during its aftermath. He stepped down as the chairman of Tata Sons in 2012 after 50 years and was appointed as chairman emeritus. A bitter fight with his appointed successor, Cyrus Mistry, over his handling of the group led to the ouster of Mistry. While propelling the group towards growth, he continued to indulge in his 3 loves, that is flying, fast cars and scuba diving. He was also a champion of startups and invested in successful companies like Lenskart, Urban Company, Bluestone and Ola Electric. Ratan Tata was well known to be very fond of his German shepherds Tito and Tango, and lived a simple life even as he created great wealth for fellow Indians.
The moment I saw it, I thought I will have to come here. I'm loving it.
An experience to remember for a lifetime.
जानू ना मुझको कैसे है पा लिया इस शहर ने लापता था मैं पहले अपना लिया इस शहर ने शोर भी लगे एक दिन की तरह हर दिन लगे इतनी सी सुबह भीड़ सी है इस डगर में लाखों सपने हैं नजर में लाख लो से तेज है पर मौज सी है इस सफर पे
क्योंकि अभी एक IFP करके एक फेस्टिवल और होता है आप भी आपका भी तो IFP में सेशन था
कोई था जिसका IFP में सेशन नहीं था
I love being here, man. IFP is like home.
Feels so good to be here. Feels good to be back, feels like home. It was a wonderful session and my first time at IFP has been a blast.
I loved it. The energy in the room was absolutely brilliant.
I'm so glad to be here. It's an electric atmosphere. So many people who love films here.
It's so exciting because the audiences have been extremely warm and we have all of these amazing people over here.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
As I look back over my years, I've been fortunate to see the country transition from a controlled country to an open economy. I've seen it grow, and I feel extremely proud and happy to have been a part of this great transformation. My dream for the future of India is to see India grow, continue to grow, and become an economic power, to be a country of equal opportunity for all Indians in a united form where all laws apply to all Indians as one. I believe this country is a nation that we should all be proud of.
You know, that was an earlier bite from Ratan Tata. Today we are remembering the corporate doyen. It's a somber day today as India has lost a giant. A titan truly is resting today. The philanthropist, the visionary and the leader. Ratan Tata is no more. He leaves behind a remarkable legacy, not just as a business leader, but as someone who's shaped not just the future of the Tata Group, but touched millions of lives through his vision. Words fall short when we talk about what a true pioneer he was, and we are trying to honor his memory today by talking about his achievements. I'm Tamanna Inamdar, and of course with me is my colleague Agam Vakil, and over the next half hour we will give you a showcase of all the top voices who have come in and spoken to us. Meanwhile, let's just take you to the live visuals that you're currently seeing on your screen, and we'll go full frame to them at the NCPA. This is at the NCPA in Mumbai, where people are coming in to pay their respects to Ratan Tata. You can see top industrialists there who have come in. We'll speak with our reporters in just a minute on what is expected over there. The last rites are likely to take place later this evening at about 4 or 4:30. Meanwhile, Mark Mobius is joining in. He's chairman at Mobius Emerging Opportunities Fund. And, Mark, thank you for speaking with us today. As someone who's looked at Indian markets so closely from afar, and of course the Tata Group, today is truly an emotional day for all of us here, but for you as well?
Yes, I feel so sad to hear the news. I met him only once, but my memories of him remain with me as a warm and just a wonderful person. Two words come to mind when I think of him. I think of the word nobility and humility. He had these qualities of a very noble nature, someone who thought very broadly about the people and the people he worked with, about India, but also someone who was very humble, who was ready to listen and to understand other people. So I feel very, very sad about his passing. He was a wonderful, wonderful person.
Right, Mark, as someone who's done quite a bit for entrepreneurship and the environment in general, for someone who's actually taken the entire Tata Group through the liberalization in the 90s and then, of course, many other challenges, even as the economy is opened up, has there been a shift in terms of perception when it comes to someone from the outside? What can you tell us about how perceptions have, in fact, developed for Mr. Tata going in?
Well, a lot of it has to do with him and the way he led the group and the way he innovated new ideas into the company and, of course, into India. So his trajectory, his career trajectory is really a reflection of the trajectory that India has gone through and is still going through. And I believe that's very, very significant. If we follow his life and his behavior, you'll find that a lot of this is reflected in what's happening in India today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mark Mobius there. And, so many voices coming in today, Agam, of people who have had this huge connection with Ratan Tata, whether they've known him or not. And of course, the NDTV Profit team has been covering this story right from the start of the day. Another very important perspective of Mr. Ratan Tata's journey post-retirement, in a sense, is how he has been investing in startups. And we are speaking today to a couple of them. And I thought that was very, very interesting, that he went out and he found new companies to incubate.
Absolutely. And well, in fact, let's get that conversation going on as well, because at the moment we do have Neha Singh. She is the CEO and co-founder at Traction, and Swati Bhargava, co-founder of Cash Karo. Well, for the viewers who are relatively newer to the startup space, Cash Karo is a Ratan Tata-backed internet startup, and the website and the app actually offers cashback and coupons for online shopping. And as far as Traction Technologies is concerned, well, once again, Ratan Tata-backed data intelligence platform. This provides information on private companies and startups around the world. Let's get this conversation going on with Neha Singh. Neha, welcome to the show and thanks for joining in. Can you tell us about any potential interaction that you may have had with Mr. Tata and the kind of values that he brings or is looking for, well, setups like yours?
So Mr. Tata has been a legendary figure for a lot of us growing up. And he has personified not just a person who has, who's visionary, but also having a heart of gold. We had the fortune of meeting him a couple of times. I think one of the most memorable meetings for us was when he was meeting for investment in Traction. And, the meeting was actually scheduled for an hour. And interestingly, it lasted for an hour and a half. And initially we had thought that there would be someone else who would be asking the question from the team, but actually it was him asking, all the questions relevant to the business. And, it was, I think it was for us, it was very humbling experience, to actually have him sort of, ask such a lot of questions for our business. And post the meeting, an hour and a half, we got a call that, he wanted to invest. And obviously we were, very thrilled to hear that. So very disheartening to hear this news. But I think, having had the fortune of meeting him, during our lifetime, I think it's very humbling to meet a person. Firstly, he's very hands-on, very curious, and very humble for, all the things that he's been able to, bring to so many of us.
We're speaking with Neha, of course, and also Swati Bhargav, who's co-founder of Cash Karo and Earn Karo. I just want to understand what your first meeting with Ratan Tata was and how you convinced him to invest in your company.
Yeah, well, our meeting with Mr. Tata is one of the most cherished memories for my husband Rohan and myself. We run the business together. We actually met him in 2016 in Mumbai at the Taj Hotel. And I still remember entering that room and Mr. Tata sitting on this long table having his lunch, having a very nice dessert plate. And we both smiled at each other because, the dessert looked so good. And, the first thing I told him was that, sir, my 85-year-old grandfather is very happy that I'm here with you today because his first job was with Tata Steel. And I remember him getting up and saying to me, please thank him for his efforts and pay my regards to him. And, he was so humble. He was so kind. And after that, I asked him that, do you mind if instead of pitching on the side, we sit across from you and just have a conversation? And he said, yeah, by all means do that, which again was really refreshing. For him, it was about making the most of that time together and getting to know each other, which is what we wanted as well. And once we explained him about Cash Karo, I asked him in the end, so what do you think of our business? And he said, in a country that loves to save, you're giving free money. What's there not to love? And that has stayed with us because that was the very, basic product market fit with which we entered from the UK to India. And during that 20-minute conversation, he touched upon everything from how do we acquire customers to why do partners work with us to how big this business can be. And I was really impressed with his business acumen, with his attention to detail, how engaged he was in that conversation. That really stood out.
Right. Swati, can you tell us about, I'm sure your company has had a lot of investors coming in. How does Mr. Tata stand out, and what is the distinction between Mr. Tata as compared to some of your other investors in the company?
Yes, we have had the fortune of raising over 250 crores in funding so far, led by Kalari Capital, Affle Global, Korea Investment Partners, various investors. But I think nothing, gives you the sense of trust, that Mr. Tata's investment does. And the way that, his just having his name on our cap table just felt like such an honor. Rohan and I always used to say that I don't know how many times in our lifetime will we have the opportunity of working Mr. Tata with him. And, that has been the single most honor, that we've had in this journey. And he's always been very supportive. He's been open to listening about challenges, advising, opening up his network. And, it's just been such an honor to have had him with us. He'll really be missed. It feels like a very personal loss to us.
Suppose I'd want to, direct the same question to you as well. Anything that stands out in terms of his personality and his characteristics as an investor as compared to some other investors that you may have for your company?
So I think meeting him, I would probably agree with Swati. Like meeting him has been one of the most cherished memories of, meeting of all the investors we have had in the entire journey. I think in general, like our whole family probably, before that did not understand, what are we doing. And after we had the, sort of investment from him, I think there was notches up of respect for us of what we are doing, and hopefully we are doing something very interesting that we were able to meet him and he was interested in that. But I think it was really humbling to sort of meet him and have the opportunity to do that during the lifetime.
All right. Swati, going forward, how do you think that, given the kind of values that Sir Ratan Tata brings to the entire startup ecosystem, how do you think that the values that are being instilled can potentially be taken forward by the startup community in India specifically?
Well, I think he embodies the concept of pay it forward really well. And I think others are also inspired by that when you make it big, try and take out the time, the money, the resources to pay it forward and invest in the overall growth of the ecosystem, which he did so well by supporting so many of us. And I think others will continue that legacy. He is a legend and his legacy will he's a legend and his legacy will live on, and he will be deeply missed by all of us.
Neha, I suppose the same question for you. Anything that potentially stands out that could also be taken forward by a company like yours?
So we've had the opportunity to meet him, a couple of times. One, interestingly, was during my convocation from IIT Bombay, was probably the first time, and then during Traction was probably one of the most memorable meetings that we have had. I think he, personifies in someone, who has a good understanding, who transpires, I would say, generations, not just the traditional businesses, but, as things are changing, he has great amount of curiosity, for him to be able to, actually ask questions for our business. I think he had a lot of curiosity, throughout, to understand, the new age businesses, to understand, more about other things, which is going on about private markets. We also had a conversation around about private markets and how do we see forward. So I think for us, I would say it's very humbling that, someone of that, who have achieved so much is still so curious and is still open to sort of, asking questions from others.
Neha, I'm going to take the fact that you are in the business of gathering information around businesses as a service. I'm just going to take this particular area forward. Can you tell us about the latest trends with respect to how things are changing on ground for a company like yours?
Yeah. So so we are basically a private market intelligence platform, and what we strive to do is basically bridge the information gap which exists in the private markets. Essentially, when you look at it, there are a lot of interesting companies doing very innovative work. While there are a lot of investors who are looking to find out these interesting companies every day. And our endeavor has been, now that there is more and more data about private companies, which is there, how do we bring it in a very actionable manner for investors on the platform to be able to do that? So I think that was probably one of the things which sort of resonated well in our meeting. I would say that how do we basically that a new asset class is now that is getting created of the private markets. How do we sort of add transparency to help the innovation ecosystem in our small way to just bridge the information gap, I would say.
Thank you so much, Neha and Swati, for talking to us. And this is such an interesting perspective. Thank you for taking out the time and talking to us. Agam, I think this is a very interesting perspective because obviously we've spoken to corporate czars since morning, and they have that equation where they've talked about them being in the same place and as peers. Yeah. But these are people that Ratan Tata has come in and lifted up, invested in their companies, and that zest and zeal for creation continues.
What stands out for me, Tamanna, is that the amounts invested in these companies initially, they don't look very large. And from the conversations that we've had with these two ladies right now, it does appear that he still was very much in the know of how these specific businesses work. He probably didn't need to, but he still was someone who was very curious about everything. And well, of course, that's probably the reason why he's also been a leader of such a mammoth group going in.
Yeah, and the stature of it. We've spoken to so many wonderful people since this morning. Let's listen into some of those voices. Narayana Murthy talking about some of his candid moments with the iconic Ratan Tata. In this conversation, he describes his excitement about things as almost childlike.
There were several occasions. For example, I think perhaps the most recent or the second recent one was when he and I were sitting next to each other at a dinner hosted by the Prime Minister for a visiting dignitary. I don't remember whether it was, Barack Obama or some other, dignitary. And I found it so refreshing that he was talking so much about his zero gravity ride experience in California that he had just completed a week or 10 days before that particular dinner. And he was full of enthusiasm. He was almost childlike. And I asked him what was the most difficult thing about that zero gravity ride experience. And he said, a lot of people came near me, and that was something I was somewhat uncomfortable. He didn't talk about the difficulty of zero gravity, none of that, because by nature he was quite adventurous, as you know.
Such wonderful stories there. Now, we also spoke this morning with market veteran Ramesh Damani. We spoke with Mukund Govindarajan, who is the author and brand custodian. He's author of My Years with the Tatas and brand custodian of the Tata Group. Listening to some of their memories.
I think in many ways he was, of course, the conscious keeper for India. He was, of course, an entrepreneur, a pioneer, visionary, as all of you correctly stated. But more importantly, I think he was the conscious keeper for this India. There's a favorite prayer of mine by Saint Francis of Assisi, and the last three lines of the prayer say, "It is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in death that we are born to eternal life." Not only was he wholesale in terms of his giving of his money, his time, his abilities, but also the kind of structure that he's built up and carried on for the Tata. He's a true apostle of Tata. I think his life and legacy, as you all have correctly pointed out, will live on. So RIP to a great Indian avatar and a great Indian hero.
Mr. Damani, I was listening to one of the last interviews of Mr. Ratan Tata, and he was asked, how do you want to be remembered? And he said, as someone who made a difference. I think that's one goal completely achieved, no matter in what sphere, and not only in just business, and touching so many people's lives, isn't it?
Absolutely, and difference in terms of lasting difference. It's not like a temporary difference or a stock price difference, as the Lal Street is prone to say. The one thing that's unappreciated from my office at the Lal Street on BSC to Bombay House is a very short walk to there. And one of the underappreciated factors, at least for the market, has been that we often talked about the public sector leading the market up or the banks leading the market higher. What we don't appreciate is how well the Tata Group of companies have done based on the framework he set. I mean, Trent has become a household name today. TCS continues to power ahead. Titan has become a nationally brand name. Tata Consumer has done well. Indian Hotels has done well. So part of the leadership in this bull market that we're seeing has come from Tata House and originated in Bombay House. And of course, the plan that he set in motion 91-92 when India liberalized first.
Right. We also have Mukund Rajan, author of the brand Custodian, My Years with the Tatas, joining us. Hi, good morning, Mukund. It's Amina. It's with great sorrow that we report this morning the loss of a very precious gem to the nation. You of all, and I know this, have worked so closely with Tata ji. You want to just talk to us about that experience, the learnings, the life with the Tatas, the glorious life of the man himself.
It's a great loss. I think he was somebody who really encouraged young talent. I joined his office as a rookie in my early 20s in the 1990s. That was, of course, a period of tremendous pressure, I think, that he was going through, trying to ensure that the Tatas came unscathed through the period of liberalization and the entry of a large number of multinationals into the Indian market, all of them challenging the flagship Tata companies like Tata Motors and Tata Steel. And then through the 2000s, you saw the group really taking wings. I think once the home turf had been defended well, I think through the 2000s, Ratan Tata really set the ambition for the group to become a global enterprise. And you saw the way in which the Tata Group really grew tenfold in revenues from the early 2000s till the time he actually hung up his boots.
Right, an NDTV Profit team has been on the ground since morning at the Ratan Tata residence, getting you live updates of it. Let's cut across to my colleague Sajid Mangat now, who has more. Sajid, over to you.
That's right, Agam. We are seeing a lot of people trickling in to pay their last respect to Mr. Ratan Tata. The entire NCPA garden, is jam-packed with people who are employees, who are common people, who respect them, people from the community, Parsi community, which is a very well-knit community and a close community which is there in Mumbai. All of them arriving to pay the last respect. Aside of that, it is also a celebration of a legacy which is happening in Mumbai today. The legacy of Mr. Ratan Tata of creating a conglomerate which is much more global in nature, much more aspirational and much more modern in nature as compared to what he took over from the visionary JRD in 1991. And that is something is a celebration of that. Mr. Tata, passed away last evening at Breach Candy, but the kind of outpouring that has happened with respect to people on social media across the board and leaders from industry as well as from political parties across political lines who have come across and given the condolences is something to look at, and also be gives us an indication that the kind of stature Ratan Tata held in India among all people, and especially because the kind of philosophy that the group follows, which is you are a capitalistic in nature, but you plow back your profits back to the society through various NGOs or trusts that's been carried forward. And that legacy of Tata Trust, which will be there, which will be funding future philanthropic activities, will continue, and entire the structure which has been put in place by Mr. Tata in the last 4 to 5 years of how to do it is something which will be his legacy going forward.
Absolutely, Sajid, and what a legacy! What a legacy! That look at everyone's faces there today. So much pride, of course, mourning, grief, but pride and respect for what they're seeing. Dr. Maman Chandy joins us now. He's former director, Tata Medical Center, and speaking with us on this occasion. Dr. Chandy, thank you so much for giving us your time on NDTV Network. Just, I think we should just start with your best experience and something that you truly fondly remember of an interaction with Mr. Tata. Let's start there.
As you know, the Tata Memorial Hospital in Mumbai was started in 1941 in memory of Lady Meherbai Tata. And that is today one of the best cancer hospitals in India. And Mr. Tata was always on the board of Tata Memorial Hospital, Mumbai. And at his visits, he would comment about the large number of people from Eastern India who were in the hospital. He says, don't they have facilities in Eastern India? And that was when, in 2005, he conceived of the Tata Medical Center, Kolkata, which would provide state-of-the-art cancer care for people in the eastern region of India. And that was when Dr. Dinshaw was appointed as project director. And she kept asking me, come. And I sort of put it off. I was then the head of the Department of Hematology at Christian Medical College, Vellore. In 2009, I retired, and Mr. Krishna Kumar persuaded me to join the Tata Memorial Tata Medical Center in Kolkata. And therefore, I had my first contact on a rainy day at the site where construction was going on, and I was asked to make a presentation to Mr. Tata on my vision for Tata Medical Center. Tata didn't say a word, but I was told the next day by Krishna Kumar that he had decided to appoint me as the director. And my first association with Mr. Tata was really at a town hall in the hospital campus. And I remember asking him, "Sir, why did you buy Tata Jaguar Land Rover?" So he looked at me and he said, "You know why we bought Jaguar Land Rover? We bought it to have access to technology. I want the same gearbox that is in the Land Rover to be in the trucks we manufacture."
Wow.
Quality was always an essence. I remember once telling him, "I want more beds in the hospital." And he looked at me and he said, "I will not have patients cheek to jowl in the hospital." So I would remember going and asking for 10 crores for the laboratories, and that would be sanctioned. The buildings at Tata Medical Center in Kolkata, you would think you're in a research center in Scandinavia. As you know, Mr. Tata is a graduate of architecture from Cornell, and that excellence in terms of the building, the infrastructure that was created at Tata Medical Center, I can tell you that today the Tata Medical Center Kolkata is probably the best cancer hospital in Eastern India. And that is the legacy of the Tatas of wanting to give back to society what they earned from society. And I don't think there's any company in the world where 60% of the stock is owned by the trust and is given back to society. So my appreciation of the man was the legacy that he took forward of Jamshedji and JRD, and the fact that we created an institution with the largesse of the Tata Trust, which is, I think today, state-of-the-art, providing much needed cancer care. Patients don't really have to go anywhere else now. They can get their treatment in Eastern India. So that is my association with this person who was a legend.
What was the initial vision when it came to cancer care, and how did that vision evolve down the years when it came to Mr. Tata going in?
See, at many board meetings, I would bring up the issue that what I want is not just a hospital, but a teaching and training institution. We must teach people how to treat cancer, and we must research the issues that are important to India. And whenever anybody else said, "No, we don't really need research," Mr. Tata would say, "No, I disagree. Research must be an essential component of Tata Medical Center, and that is our mandate, to find solutions for problems which are relevant to this country in cancer." And we've done that with childhood acute lymphatic leukemia. So his vision of saying, this is not just a hospital, this is a medical institution where we will train people to treat cancer, and we will also research issues that are relevant in cancer for India. So whatever is state of the art anywhere in the world. I remember when we wanted phase 2, within 2 years of opening, we were already crowded out. And I asked the board saying, "Can we build phase 2? And we got the same American architect's Canon design. And Mr. Krishna told me, he said, "You will go 5 times to Mr. Tata before he agrees on the construction and the building." But the architect was so good that one presentation, the architect, Mr. Tata, was bowled over and said, "Go ahead." So we have now a beautiful building in Calcutta.
Yeah, that's just such a wonderful insight there into the man that was Ratan Tata. Dr. Chandy, just want to understand, what was a tough thing to persuade Mr. Tata for? Any such experience that you faced where you really had to persuade him to make a decision, or was it always easy if he knew it was for the greater good?
the issue was the expansion. And we wanted a 260 crore expansion just 2 years after the phase one was completed. And I remember talking to Mr. Tata, and his greatness was that he said, I don't think this is necessary now, but if Chandy wants it, Chandy can have it. So that is the insight to say, okay, this guy thinks it's necessary, I will let him do it.
Thank you so much for speaking with us, Mr. Dr. Maman Chandy. Such a pleasure to hear from you today. And,
Thank you very much.
And the insights are just amazing, Agam, from person after person that we speak to. The focus on quality, the focus on wanting the best, the focus of no compromise with the people of this country.
Right.
And the idea that that is the biggest factor behind it all. It's just so heartwarming.
Yep. Yep, absolutely. Well, but on that note, on that great conversation, we are actually going to shift and perhaps talk a little bit more about what's going on. And of course, on the screen for you, you do have the visuals coming in live from the NCPA. And of course, we've spoken to a lot of voices at the moment, and we'll continue to get you a lot more in terms of how people have had, what kind of experiences as well everyone has had with Sir Ratan Tata, with the kind of traction. But I think we can have our colleague Sajid Mangat back to give us another update here. Sajid, over to you.
Thanks, Agam. There is still a lot of people who have queued up to see the last of Mr. Ratan Tata. There is a huge number of people which is there, and the entire NCPA is now filled with people who wants to bid goodbye to this business icon. We are still seeing a lot of dignitaries flowing in. They're coming and paying their last respects to this philanthropist, and the legacy that he has left behind with the Tata Group. If you look at the legacy of Ratan Tata from 1991, it coincides with the path of India's liberalization, and the growth that India has seen and the growth that the Tata Group has seen has moved parallelly. The kind of aggression, the modernization, the going across the globe, reaching out and expanding your horizons. It's what our country has also done, and that's what is also reflecting in the way the Tata Group is aspiring, including even now when he has he has a good succession in place. You have Mr. Chandra, who is now the chairman of Tata Sons, entering into newer areas, whether it's renewable, whether it's battery, whether it's electric vehicles, or any other new semiconductor fabrication, where they are spending billions of dollars over the next few years. All these are aspirations that Mr. Tata embodied, and what he pushed for. Because if you look at each of the acquisitions or the kind of expansion that he has done, it's more to do with how to gain market, go into newer markets, make sure that you are accessing new technologies, bring that technology to domestic markets so that you can bring down the scale, increase the scale and reduce the cost of production, and then benefit people going forward. And in the process you get profitability which can be channeled back in philanthropy or through the trust to the people in healthcare, as Mr. Maman was mentioning, or in education, which the trusts are working very closely. So it's a big legacy that we are looking at, and a vast one, and something very difficult for anyone to fill the shoes of Mr. Ratan Tata.
No doubt, Sajid. In fact, you said it. I was going to talk about some of the softer aspects and some of the key measures that the Tata Group as a whole has taken over the years for society. It's so important. In fact, it has been pointed out that for the Tata Group as a whole, community is at the center of everything that they do. and it is business with emotion. We'll be talking about this a lot more over the course of the day, but we have to slip into a very quick break. We'll be back on the other side with more, so do stay tuned.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network. NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Lord Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Hi, you're watching NDTV Profit, and we're continuing our coverage of the memorial that we have of Ratan Tata, the life that he has led. We've shown you some snapshots of that. We've spoken to people over the course of the morning so far about their key memories of this absolute legend of a man. And what you're seeing on the screen, in case you've missed it so far, live visuals coming in from the NCPA, which is one of the institutions that was set up by the Tata Trust, in fact, the National Centre for Performing Arts. The doors today at 10 a.m. the gates rather, were thrown open to the public, and in fact, so many people pouring in to pay their respects for a titan of the industry, Mahima.
Absolutely, Alex, and it's definitely a nation's loss today, considering we've lost such a big and eminent personality. And just to throw a light as to how his journey has been, since he started with Tata Motors, his key business decisions. We have, it's just a sea of things that he's done so far,
Absolutely.
and the list just doesn't end.
It doesn't end, and in fact, it was pointed out earlier this morning by Ramesh Damani, I believe, who said that we don't necessarily pay enough attention to the kind of wealth that Ratan Tata has presided over, the creation of wealth that Ratan Tata has presided over the period of his charge as the chairman of Tata Sons. In fact, we've got Charu as well as Sajith that are on the ground. They're at the NCPA as we speak to you right now, and they've been looking at the who's who coming by to pay their respects to this titan of Indian industry. Sajith, what can you tell us about, Sajith and Charu? Charu, what can you tell us about what you can see around you right now?
Hi Alex, so as you can see, a lot of people, especially the employees of the Tata Group companies, are here to pay their homage. A lot of dignitaries have also come and gone. Example, the RBI governor, and before that, the chairperson of Aditya Birla Group as well. And people are expecting to see Mr. Amit Shah as well later in the afternoon, and then the last rites will be taking place somewhere in a Worli venue, and everybody is here, full of admiration, paying their last respect to the mortal remains of Mr. Tata. So everything is going on right here, right behind us.
You've obviously had a unique view of the businesses that the Tata Group has created, that it has grown over the course of the last several years, but you've been looking at this very closely for the last 2 decades or so, and a lot has been said about the decisions that brought us here. For example, with Jaguar Land Rover, the acquisition with Tata Steel, not all of it has gone the way that it was intended. But if I ask you to sum up some of the biggest achievements while Ratan Tata was at the helm, what would those achievements be?
Alex, one of the biggest achievement is the transformation. The transformation not only for the group, which was just a domestic group when JRD handed over the entire reins to Mr. Ratan Tata, but also transformation in the markets, because before that we haven't seen many companies going out aggressively bidding, and whenever such an aggressive bid used to happen, the market used to get nervous because they haven't seen any company doing that kind of bidding. So if you look at the Chorus bid, which was over $12 billion, it was one of the biggest bids that came in at that point in time, and Mr. Tata had the audacity to say that that we will go out and bid for Chorus. And when the auction happened, because there were 2 players at that time, CSN from Brazil and Tata Steel, the UK regulator asked for an auction to happen, and I remember very clearly that when I was reporting on that Tata Steel deal, it went into late into night, because there was a lot of bidding happening. For every bid that was put by CSN, Tata Steel was equally aggressive and putting a counter bid, and finally Tata Steel did acquire Chorus. The bigger thing which came out of that was that the market did say that it was a very aggressive bid which is coming, and but Mr. Tata had a vision saying that it's time for the Indian steel industry to look global. UK was one of the biggest markets which was catering to specialized steel. Chorus brought in that kind of technology and the market for Tata Steel, and that is something what is the transformation which is coming into the market as well. Today we see companies going out and acquiring global companies, and there is confidence that this Indian companies can manage that. At that time in 2000 or early 2000, it wasn't that easy for anyone to look at look at overseas acquisition and then be confident that whether it can be done, because we were coming from an emerging market company going into a developed market and acquiring a leader in those countries, and that was looked down or frowned upon by many of the street analysts, especially some of the bigger brokerages, because they didn't have that, they didn't anticipate first Indian company to be so aggressive, and second whether they could manage such a big or stomach such an acquisition going forward. So the transformation is multifold. Multifold in the sense it also talks about how India has become aggressive going global, and that is getting reflected in the way the Tata Group has done it, and how our markets have also matured, looking at the kind of transformation that has been done by some of the group, especially the Tata Group across sectors, whether it's in car, automobiles, whether it's in steel, whether it is in consumer or any other sector. There has been a lot of acquisitions done by this group. And all these acquisitions, many may not have be as successful as it is, but it was a vision, and that is what we need to celebrate here. That someone had the vision to go out and tell the world that we, emerging market company, can go and acquire a large company from a developed market.
Said it. In fact, there are so many people that have expressed their gratitude for what Ratan Tata and in fact the Tata Group have done over the course of the last 7 years. One of those individuals that paid homage to Ratan Tata was RBI Governor Shaktikanta Das, who paid his last respects just a short while back. Here's what he had to say.
I was here to pay my respects to the departed soul. There are two things which stand out about Sri Ratan Tata. The first is that he was a true visionary, a great visionary. The second thing was that he was a strong believer in ethics in corporate governance. I think whenever the economic history of modern India is written, I would feel that a full volume will not be enough to describe his achievements. A truly towering personality, a great son of India, a phenomenal person. May his soul rest in peace.
Well, Aditya Birla Group Chairman Kumar Mangalam Birla also paid his respects for Mr. Ratan Tata, and it's interesting because Tata Docomo, which was bought by Ratan Tata into India, was eventually acquired by Bharti Airtel, which is owned by Kumar Mangalam Birla, but he paying his tribute for Ratan Tata. Just listen in as to what he has to say.
देश के लिए बहुत बड़ा नुकसान है, not just for corporate India but for the country as a whole. I think the impact of his work is quite unparalleled, and I think we should remember him through the richness of his work. हम कई बार मिलते थे सालों पहले, और हमें बहुत ज़्यादा सोबर थे, फ्रूगल थे, और देश के हित में सोचते थे.
We've spoken a lot about his achievements and what he has accomplished over the years, but there were also things that didn't go as planned. And it's been said that Ratan Tata and indeed the Tata Group and its pioneers have all had similar responses in the face of failure. This one incident has stood out. The incident of Tata Finance, which was actually one of the failures of the Tata Group, and his response to a shareholder. This was shared in a special show that we run on NDTV Profit, Icons with Ramesh Damani. It's going to be airing later tonight. But in this slice of that conversation, Mr. R. Gopalakrishnan, who was on the board of Tata Sons, is speaking about how Ratan Tata responded to a minority shareholder when he spoke about the losses that he would incur with Tata Finance. Listen in.
At a particular shareholders meeting of a company called Tata Chemicals, where I was the vice chairman and I was sitting next to Ratan Tata, who was the chairman, an old Parsi shareholder got up and he said, I don't know what I'll go home and tell Freni, because I put all my savings into this Tata Finance. I know you have the right to reject my question because this is a shareholders meeting of Tata Chemicals, but I really need to tell Freni something. It's a very human.
Absolutely.
And to my great surprise, I'm sure he must have thought about it, but he got up and said, I'm allowing you to ask this question on Tata Finance
This
in
was
Tata Chemicals.
Ratan Tata.
Ratan Tata.
Right.
And I want to tell you that we don't know exactly what the damage is, but not one of you retail investors will suffer. That's my assurance today. The second thing I want to mention is a story told to me by the head of HR in Taj. And he said that he was taking Ratan Tata around to meet the wounded employees. I'm using this story to illustrate the empathy part of it, not just the intellectual part. And he was very eager to show that we had taken a lot of trouble for our employees. So he kept saying various things. And at the end, he said, sir, have we done everything properly? Is there anything else you want us to do? He said, no, I've not come here to judge whether you've done everything properly. I've come here to ask myself and answer the question, what else should we be doing?
You know, and there's so much more than just that. They also speak about his humanity and his humility, which have stood out over the years. A lot of people have commented about this, but this is an interaction that Mr. Gopal Krishnan had with Ratan Tata, and they were both part of the board, and listen into this very unique glimpse into the life of Ratan Tata when he was at the helm of Tata Sons.
It happened on a particular day, and the next morning, unbeknown to us that this is going to happen, I had a meeting at 10 o'clock with Ratan Tata. I said, I must go, because there were no cell phones, if I remember right, or if they were very rare.
Sporadic.
So I turned up at 5 to 10, and he was there. And both of us were probably looking bleary-eyed, and I said, you know, we are not in a mood for the meeting, why did you come? And he said, well, I had committed to you that I'll see you at 10. But I agree with you, we are not in the mood, can we postpone the meeting? And then we broke off. You see, this is a very small point. I mean, as a chairman, he had the liberty to get his assistant to ring up.
No one would have questioned that at that time.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. The second thing I want to mention is a story told to me by the head of HR in Taj. And he said that he was taking Ratan Tata around to meet the wounded employees. I'm using this story to illustrate the empathy part of it, not just the intellectual part. And he was very eager to show that we had taken a lot of trouble for our employees. So he kept saying various things, and at the end...
All right, so that just provides you with a glimpse of the humanity of Ratan Tata. And it goes, you hear so many similar stories because it goes beyond the idea of wanting to create a business, to build the business. Mr. Gopal Krishnan speaks about it on Icons when he says that the idea of, yes, of course, the business needs to grow, but not at the cost of the community. And there is the importance of emotion along with the business. Right. So you don't sacrifice one for the other is what Ratan Tata, I think, embodied, and what a lot of people will say about him. Here's what Baba Kalyani had to say about him just a short while back.
Ratan Tata was a man, when I look at it from today, was a man who really brought India together from a business perspective. And as the earlier speaker said, he also showed Indian business ways to globalize their business, ways to go out of India and build businesses. He really built a strong and a positive brand for India globally. But as a man, he was a man with a lot of humility. I have met him personally many, many times. I've known him for many years. And he was very open. Whenever I had a problem and I wanted to see him, he would give time. He would listen to me patiently. He would advise me. Many times he would tell me I was wrong in what I was thinking. But that was the kind of man he was. He was very candid, very straightforward, at the same time, very humane. And, you saw what happened in 2011 as to how Ratan Tata, under his leadership, the Taj Group managed that whole episode. They put people first, they valued their people, they valued their employees. And it was an amazing show of how true Indian nature and Ratan Tata's nature was.
And that kind of sums up who he was as an individual and how so many stalwarts of Indian industry look up to him, continue to remember him so fondly and have been influenced by him over the years. That brings us to the end of this particular coverage, but then do remember that we'll be staying with this through the day because there's such an outpouring of a memorial and of remembrance for Ratan Tata that it's not going to be over in just a few minutes or even an hour. So we'll be with this through the day. We have to slip into a very quick break. We'll be back on the other side, so do stay tuned.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Lord Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards...
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable trade.
If you want to be in the money.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed.
Hi, thanks so much for joining in. You're watching Ask Profit on NDTV Profit. My name is Alex Matthew and with me is Mahima Vachrajani, and we'll take you through the next half an hour or so of trade. Now, we have been speaking about Ratan Tata. We've been remembering him, and so have so many stalwarts of Indian industry. By the way, in case you'd like to read any of those stories, and there are a lot of stories to read, I'd encourage you to look at ndtvprofit.com or in fact any one of our social media platforms. In the meanwhile, if you've got questions about the equity markets and about stocks that you'd like to invest in or that you have already invested in, you can send your questions to us on that number on your screen right now. We're joined today by Shahina Mukaddam, who is independent market expert, and Kush Bora, founder of kushbora.com. Thank you so much to the both of you for taking the time. We are going to be talking about Rain Industries at the start though, and I'm not going to spend time talking about where the markets are. It's been very range bound in trade. We'll jump very quickly to the stocks and the questions that you would want to know about. But if we have Mihika joining in. Mihika, this is a stock in focus. We've chosen to talk about this at the start. What is the update that you can tell us about?
Yeah. Good afternoon. So shares of Rain Industries have risen over 9% as the company's entered an agreement with Northern Graphite Corporation. Now the agreement is to develop and commercialize advanced natural graphite battery anode material, which are mainly used for lithium-ion batteries, which are used in the EV space. Now the collab directly addresses a gap in EV battery technologies and leverages both the company's expertise, Northern Graphite's expertise in natural graphite mining, and Rain Carbon's advanced coating technologies. Lastly, when we talk about the key advantages of the products, will extended battery cycle life, increasing driving range in EVs, which will lower the cost of ownership for customers, promoting EV adoption by reducing the charging time, and low electoral swelling, which basically increase the battery stability as well as safety.
Right, Meka, thank you so much for giving us those details. Well, the stock is up over 6% as we speak, and it did touch an intraday high of almost 9%, and very interesting space that it's working in. Shahina, your view on Rain Industries, how do we play with the stock?
Well, I think in terms of pure fundamentals, of course, the company is making losses still. So to that extent, a lot of the price up move is based on the new tie-up that they have, based on the new technology and the hopes that things will look better. What I would say is that, the stock has rallied. If you're a long-term holder, yeah, you can continue to wait and hold, keep a stop loss, maybe close to about 160 or so. But otherwise, if you're a new buyer, you should wait for some correction and then look to add, because valuations are extremely expensive at current levels.
All right. Interesting. So that's the view on Rain Industries. The stock is up and about in trade today, but not done too much over the last 6 months or so. And so keep a stop loss is what China's advice is. Let's start taking questions then. And the first question we're taking is on a stock that has lost quite a bit of ground in the recent past. It is a frontline counter, and it is perhaps one of the biggest reasons why the Nifty 50 has lost as much ground as it has in the recent past, and that is Reliance Industries. The stock is currently trading at 2,754. We've got Kiran Kumar, who is writing in from Hyderabad, who has bought it at levels of 2,880. Should I hold it is the question that they're asking. Kush, on the charts, how does it look?
Hey, hi Alex, hi Shaina. Well, I think the stock is approaching the low that it's made in this calendar year around 2,700, 2,720. I think from a risk reward perspective, it's starting to look attractive now. So even if you have an existing position at a slightly higher price, it's not a bad idea to continue to hold on. I think a bulk of the damage is done in this already. So maybe keep a stop loss just under the 2,700 mark. If that is taken out, then the near-term pressure could continue. But it looks like even the volume suggests that there could be some sort of an uptick or a consolidation underway. So 2,700, 2,690 is your stop loss. Continue to hold Reliance Industries.
All right, the next question is from K. Chandrasekhar. Now his question is on Premier Explosive. The cost price at which he bought the share is at 547, and he bought 60 quantities. And his question is whether he should average now or not. Kush, I'll stick with you for this one. What should he do with the stock?
Not a big fan of averaging. Have never been. However, that said, let me just address this from, let's say, a technical move perspective rather than an averaging perspective. So averaging, not suggested, but the stock has now touched the 200-day moving average. It's attempting a rebound from here. So my suggestion would be continue to hold. The bulk of the selling pressure seems to have abated now. So I think for you, a positional stop loss on this one comes in at around 480, 485 kind of zones. Keep that as a very tight stop loss. There's a good possibility that from this recovery perspective, the stock could head to 550, and once that is taken out, perhaps even a 590 kind of a level. More of a positional target, but you could continue to hold on. Stop loss is at 480.
Okay. VMS Industries is the stock that we're talking about next, and this is a question from Iswar, who's writing in from, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Nandyal. Please correct me if I'm wrong on the chat. Is this the right time to start accumulating the stock? The stock is trading at 48, 49 or thereabouts. Shaina, any coverage on this? Any view on this?
Not much. It's in shipbuilding. Very tiny company. I think the market cap is less than 150 crores, somewhere around that levels. And, there's not much to talk in terms of fundamentals also. So basically, unless you know something more as to what's happening in the company, I would avoid it.
Let me ask a follow-up, because there are several shipbuilding companies or businesses in the shipbuilding space that have seen share prices go up absolutely tremendously. Would you suggest a fresh entry into any one of those?
See, Majgaon docks, basically, the government has a major holding. If any time you have government diluting stake, that's definitely one stock which you would add. You also have Cochin Shipyard. There's been a lot of correction. I would wait for the market to overall stabilize and, add it to my portfolio.
Right, so Mazgaon and Cochin Shipyard would be your picks in the shipping space? Well, the next question is from Neha, who's from Bangalore. Her question is that she's making 20 to 30% profits in the utility space, and Bharti Hexacom and Green Panel are the two stocks that she's bought. Now, she wants a view as to whether she should book profits for both of these at this level. Need a technical view for next 2 to 3 months. Kush, what are your views on both Bharti Hexacom as well as Green Panel?
Both these stocks have had a very good run. I think it's just the consolidation phase that they're going through at the moment. And if you put it from a relative strength perspective, given that what the markets have done, both these stocks have had a fairly a good move, and they've stood their ground. So first, kudos on the identification and holding on to both these stocks. Now, if you weather this storm and if the markets are more likely to stabilize and worsen from here, these stocks could continue their up move. So what I would suggest is that even if you have a 20-30% profit, you might want to book partially, say about 50% of the holdings in both of them, and hold the rest with a stop loss. So for Bharti Hexacom, the 20-day moving average comes in at 1400. I'm rounding this off. So that's your trailing stop loss for the remainder of the 50% position. And for Green Panel, this comes in at 390. So you could continue holding on the 50%, that that you might retain after partly booking profits here. And both of them are pretty solid in terms of the structure. Could see a further up move.
All right, let's talk about IDFC First Bank next. And we've got Chandrasekhar who's asking about this counter. He's bought at levels of 70 rupees, and unfortunately, he's not really made too much, and he's had a little patience on this. He's been waiting, he says, for many months. Shahina, this is a stock in the banking pack particularly that has underperformed, 17% lower for the year so far. But people have said, have patience. Do you agree?
Well, yes, if you have patience, yes, it may give you a decent return, especially now that, both the bank as well as IDFC are merged. I think the date would have been during this week itself. So, once the major pangs are over, I think the overall entity would be a larger entity. You would have inflows coming in terms of buying. MSI index, basically, they would have some buying coming in because of the larger weightage. So to that extent, you should hold on current levels. Of course, in terms of valuations, it's not the best in terms of the private sector also. Smaller banks like Federal still are available at reasonable valuations. But for now, given the fact that it's merged, I would hold it.
All right. The next query is from Praveen, who is from Coimbatore. Now, he wants view on Tata Steel for the upcoming months. Well, lots happening, with Tata Steel as well as the entire metal space right now. So, Kush, but your technical view, how does Tata Steel look like on the chart?
So again, one must be a brave heart to venture into the metal space, because the volatility is fairly high in a lot of these names. As far as Tata Steel goes, this round of profit booking seems to have come to an end from the near term perspective, at least, where at 155, the 50-day and the 20-day moving, the 200-day moving averages converge. So that's the support zone. If the stock does respect the 155 level, it could resume its move higher. For the month, my suggestion would be, if you want to enter now, then keep your stop loss at 155. On the upside, you're looking at the 161, and once that is taken out, the 166 as the target. The bulk of the selling seems to have come to an end. So fresh initiation should have a stop loss at 155.
All right. Nikhil has written in, Nikhil Jain, he said that he got allocation in the Bajaj Housing Finance IPO. And wow, congratulations. You're one of the lucky investors to have done that. And, what he's asking is the long-term vision for this particular counter. So he's gotten allocation at a great level. I'm guessing, Shahina, the question is, should he add to it? Should he hold on? His perspective is the next 5 to 10 years. This is a company that's growing its book at more than 25% per year, close to 30% actually at this juncture. What would you say about it?
But I agree with you, but a lot of it is priced into the valuations at current levels. If you want to add, it is one of the most expensive stocks in the segment. And so adding at current levels, I would not advise as of now. Maybe over the next one odd year, if you see corrections selling, investors who would like to exit, and you get that opportunity, that's another thing. Other than that, in housing, I think there are other available stocks which are much more attractively priced. For example, you have Woodco, you have PNB Housing. I think these, also offer very good returns over the longer term. So you could look to diversify as of now.
All right. Just to give a viewer perspective on the stock, well, the stock listed on at 150, and currently it is trading at almost near to its issue price, which is at 152. But moving on, the next question is from Mansoor, who's from Mangalore. His question is on Voltas. He's bought around 1851 shares of Voltas, and he's asking whether he should hold these or he should sell this. So, Coach, I'll come to you. What should he do with Voltas right now?
No, continue to hold Voltas. The move on this one has been spectacular. I think the only blip that you've seen from those 1950 odd levels have been actually in line with markets. But the heartening fact is that on the way down, the volumes haven't really been as great, which means there has been a shallow round of profit booking that's come into this one. The medium term support on this one is at 1730 levels. So you could continue to hold on, keep that as your stop loss.
All right, Mansoor from Mangalore has got a question. I think we just took Voltas, right? We've done this. The next one that we're taking is on power stocks, RP Power and Reliance Power. Any coverage? Shaina, anything that you want to talk about? Rajesh wants to know about JP Power Associates, I would think, and Reliance Power. Any view here?
Yeah, both the stocks have actually, they are the smaller ones. In fact, I have, some small investment myself in JP Power and have been recommending it from some lower levels. Even at current, it's just started moving. So these are sort of turnaround stocks. They have got, good orders. At the same time, in terms of balance sheet, it's still in the restructuring phase. But if you're an investor who wants to take some risk with a very small percentage of your portfolio, yeah, these could be the stocks you would hold for the medium term.
All right, so risky, but you can allocate a small portion of your portfolio to these stocks. But moving from these power companies to one more power company, Sandeep from Bangalore has bought around 1,000 shares of Power Grid, and this is at 337.85 a piece. And he's asking whether he should hold it for the next 3 months to make some more profits. Kush, what are your views from a 3-month perspective? How does it look on charts?
Looks steady. It's just that there isn't a lot of momentum in this one, and that's been the case for the last, I think, 4 to 5 months. So while a stop loss comes in at 320, a positional stop comes in at 320, and it's not too far from his buying price, my suggestion would be to gradually exit as the stock moves towards 345 and 360 kind of zones, because it seems to be lacking momentum at the at the moment, and could continue to remain in this longish consolidation phase, albeit with now a positive bias. So have your stop loss around 320 kind of zones, but keep exiting at slightly higher levels.
That's a view on Power Grid Corporation of India. Macrotech developers, it's been in focus this week. It's gained quite a bit of ground, if I remember correctly. If we can pull up the last week or so, it's down about 1.5% today, but strong numbers coming through for real estate companies. Okay, it's not done too much. Earlier on in the week, it did have a day when it was growing quite a bit. Nirmala from Bagalkot in Karnataka is wanting to know whether she should buy in at this juncture. Shaina, on the fundamentals, fresh entry into Macrotech developers?
I would just pass this question. As of now, I've not looked at it recently.
Okay, then Kush, any view on the charts?
I'd say avoid. The reason being that the stock here has tested the support zone of 1170, 1163 times now, but has not seen a follow through on the upside. And now for the last 5 sessions, it's facing that 200-day moving average resistance around the 1200, 1220 mark. There's a likelihood that this could see a further breakdown. The volumes on the way down have been higher. So my suggestion is to perhaps avoid this one at the moment. One stock in the similar space is Anant Raj. That is continuing to gain grounds. So that's the one stock that you want to keep on your radar if you're looking at something in the real estate space.
Right. Thank you so much for that, Kush. In fact, our next question is on Anantraj. We have Bhavdeep Sharma, who's from Punjab. He has already gained some profit from the stock, and he had bought it at 509 a piece. And he wants to know that will this still grow further or not? And he has already sold it at 730. So he's asking whether he should further invest in Anantraj or not. Shaina, I want your view on this. Fundamentally, how strong does this company look to you? Because considering the kind of data centers progress and capex that it's doing for data centers, fundamentally how strong is the company?
Well, you see, the balance sheet is pretty strong. So, they have a lot of projects which are, kicking off. So, in opportunity terms, it is there. You can hold, but in valuation, it is expensive compared to the rest of the pack. So, you can hold with a stop loss that Kush has given. Another stock in the real estate, which I would also like, would be the Godrej Properties as of now, which is in fundraising as well as rights potential going forward. So, you could look at a basket of real estate stocks.
All right, so that's the view on the fundamentals of it. Any view, Shaina, on Premier Energy? We've got Gaurav, who's bought at an average price of 450. Let's pull up the chart and see where it's currently trading in the meanwhile at 1,103. So it's a doubler for him very clearly. 66 shares is what he is holding. What's the view here?
Well, I don't seem to have tracked it earlier, but it looks pretty interesting in electrical equipment, and it's quite a large cap company. It's got a lot of buying, which I can see on today's screen. So I would say maybe hold with a stop loss.
Okay. Do you have, Kush, do you have any view that you can share with us? I'm not sure when it was, if I remember correctly, this year, right, is when it was listed? Yes, all right. So not so much in the way of data. What can you tell us? Can you tell us anything?
Alex, just a little over a month's data,
exactly.
So I think I'm going to have to pass this.
Okay, fair point.
All right. The next question, and we keep getting questions on this particular stock, which is BEL, and we have Nirankar, who has roughly 1,000 shares of BEL, and he had bought it at 324 a piece, and his current loss is roughly at 35,000. So he wants to understand whether he should hold, sell, what should he do going forward. Kush, I'll come to you for this one. What should he do with BEL?
I think Nirankar will have to have a lot more patience. I think this is a good pick. Despite the kind of losses that he's making, this is a good pick. And the reason I say that is because a lot of other peers of this stock have seen a much sharper cut. This one hasn't. It's holding steady, albeit with a mild negative bias. So a positional stop on this one is at 265. If that is broken, you must exit. But if you've got the patience, you should continue to hold. I think in about 3 to 6 months' time, you could very well see your price come about and then perhaps some profit as well on this one. It'll require patience, but I'd still say that it's a good pick, especially compared to what has happened to some of the other stocks in the sector. Hold with a stop loss of 265. Time frame should be 3 to 6 months to see any kind of profits in this one.
I love this show particularly because we get viewers from so many different parts of the country. The next one is Swapan Kumar Mukherjee, who's writing in from Chuchura in West Bengal. He's bought 613 shares of Rajesh Export at an average price of 338. What's the fundamental view on this one, Shaina? He's in a loss right now of about 36,000 rupees, but he hasn't specified how long he can hold it. He said that he's a long-term investor.
Yeah, the stock has seen some bit of correction, but I think current levels he should hold because it's turned around. If you see the last quarter after making loss in the previous year, I think the overall garment export segment is picking up, so he should hold it. It's China +1, I think better to hold.
Right, China +1 as well as the kind of political scenario in Bangladesh is also kind of it's actually beneficial for companies like Rajesh Exports going forward. Moving on, the next question is on Trent, and Varadha wants a view on Trent, whether it's a good buy at current levels. Lots happening in Trent, foraying into lab-grown diamonds, then doing premium segment, picking up their makeup brand, and also Star Bazaar posting a 20% plus like-for-like growth. Saina, I'll stick with you for this one. Your view on Trent from a long-term perspective.
Well, see, if you see long term, it's a hold. The stock has been one way up, so definitely it's expensive. Having said that, if you saw the margin improvement in addition to the factors that you were listing just earlier, there has been a big jump in profits and big jump in the EBITDA margins, and valuations at current levels are expensive, but at the same time you could hold with a stop loss.
All right, so Ahmed Hussain is writing in from pretty far away. I'm guessing that he's writing in from West Asia. I'm not very sure, but he's asking about Asian Paints, and he's bought at a price of 3,148. Let's pull up the chart and see where it's currently trading. But the question is whether he should hold, should he add more? What's the perspective based on the charts? Kush, how does it look?
But not so encouraging. There's a 200-day moving average support near the 3,000 mark, which could act up, but on the whole, the trajectory has not been great. With the crude benefit, the stock did rally for some time, but now it's seeing consolidation with a negative bias. My suggestion would be if the 3,000 level is taken out, you must exit, perhaps reconsider at slightly lower levels. But from a technical standpoint, I think things look a little bleak for Asian Paints at the moment.
The next question is from Shiv Rikhi, who's from Ludhiana, and his question is on Mazagon Shipyard. He bought it at an average price of 4,613, and today his share has grown over 10%. We already have taken a view from China, but your view on this, Kush?
There is definitely the falling trend line resistance and the 50-day moving average resistance around this 4450 mark itself. So if he's if he can continue to hold on to this one, it's not a bad idea. The momentum seems to be picking up, although it's just first, I think perhaps the second day of turnaround. Now, positional stop loss on this one is slightly deeper, close to the 4,200 mark. But if it does give close above this 44, 50, 44, 60 kind of zone, then I think these resistance will be negated and the stock could actually move higher and pretty rapidly towards the 4,800 mark. So hold on, risk reward ratio at the current juncture seems favorable. You might want to hold on, just wait for a close towards to the north of 4450, 4460 kind of level.
Okay, PTC India, Shaina, correct me if I'm wrong, this is a competitor to IEX, right? And it's currently trading at 13,350. It is in the power trading business. PKK, as he is called, Pramod Kaushal is asking, he's bought at an average price of, wow, no, this seems absolutely absurd. I hope that this is something that we've gotten right. He says that his buying price is 96 rupees, and if that is the case, he's sitting on a profit of 6.6 crore. If that is the case, Shaina, what would you advise? I'm not sure if he should be seeking advice from us.
No, I'm not sure what stock you're talking about because PTC India is about 100, 200, just below 200.
So maybe okay, so got it. Okay, so maybe we've pulled up the, okay, so my heart, which is beating very quickly right now, is now going to be calmed down. We are talking about the right stock, we're talking about the right acquisition price. So on that note, what is the advice here?
Advice is, of course, continue to hold. It's got a very good dividend yield, so a small investor definitely has that positive, as well as in terms of business power. It is power trading also, but also it gives a lot of financing. It is within the power sector space. So to that extent, there's a lot of growth coming in. So you can hold because valuations are also not expensive. It's just about one-time price to book.
Right. So just for viewers' context, his profit is not 6 crores, but it's 5 lakh, which is quite significant, Alex. Moving on, the next question is from Naresh, who is from Vijayawada, and he's bought IRFC at 206, and his quantity is 450, and he wants to know whether he should hold or sell. Kush, your view on IRFC?
But before that, I seriously hope that it was PTC Industries, which is trading at 13,000 plus, and he's making a profit of 6 crores. For his benefit and his sake, I hope it was PTC Industries, but it looks like it was PTC India. Now, coming to IRFC, well, the stock is in a bit of a downturn. It's got nothing going for it. The rebounds that we saw recently have also been sold into. So I would kind of avoid this one and if I do have it, I would look to exit at the recent or the current bounce that we are looking at. So again, an IRST is an avoid or an exit if you've got a current position.
All right, Naresh has got the next question, or rather no, actually we've just taken Naresh's question. The next question is from Pradeep Kumar Tripathi, who's writing in from Bhubaneswar in Odisha. He's asking about GVK Power. It's a penny stock, and I believe that it is currently trading at sub 10. Yes, there you have it, 6 rupees. You've already weighed in on a couple of names, Shahina, that are relatively a low ticket price. What would you say about this particular counter?
Well, I would avoid it. If I was to be in such stocks, I would prefer, of course, to be in JP Power.
JP Power, all right. All right, so on that note, unfortunately, we're completely out of time. We've tried to take as many questions as possible. Shaina, as well as Kush, thanks so much for joining in, for answering all the questions that you did answer today. And viewers, we've tried to accommodate as many as possible. Of course, we couldn't take everything, but hopefully the stocks that we've discussed today have been beneficial nonetheless. So, as we said, that brings us to the end of this edition of Ask Profit. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is NDTV Profit.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplify.
Hello and welcome. Good afternoon. You're watching Hot Money here on NDTV Profit. I'm Harsh Saita. With me is Puneet Javeri. And just to quickly take you through what's happening on the indices and how that's really playing out with regard to where markets are concerned. Let's pull up the Nifty 50. We've largely been in the green through the day. We've also been steadily above the 25k mark. So that's a couple of quick positives, especially to kind of hold fort today. In terms of what's doing well, you're seeing at least contributories on the Nifty. You're seeing HDFC Bank, Kotak Bank coming to the fore. You also have Axis Bank doing fairly well. So among the top 4 contributories, you've got 3 of the very large banks coming in and participating. What's not doing well, you'll see Infosys, Trent, HUL, another bit of a down day of sorts, especially within the FMCG basket, is what it seems like. Let's quickly zoom into where the small and mid caps are concerned. And within the broader markets, you're seeing decent traction. Small cap index up around 0.4 odd percent. The mid cap index also up around 0.3 odd percent. So you're seeing the breadth of the market definitely in favor of the advances. And let's pull that up as well, the advance decline. And that's what will likely be on your screen. That's how it's essentially playing out. There you go, the advance decline. Of course, it was much more in favor of the advances at the start of the day. It's tapered, but nonetheless steadily in the favor of advances. Let's pull up the Nifty Bank, because that one's really leading charge today, 0.8 odd percent higher. You're seeing good traction in the auto space as well. IT absolutely flat, slight positive bias. Pharma down 1%, so maybe that's one sector which isn't doing very well. It had a good run yesterday, so no complaints, but it's down 1% now today. Let's also try and check in on what the FMCG index is doing, and that one too slightly in the red, 0.2 odd percent. That's how it's essentially playing out. That's how the texture of the market is looking. We've got quite a few buzzers in trade today, and let's try and zoom in on those, and we'll try to cover as many of those on this show as possible. We have something like an RCF which is buzzing in trade, up 6+%, doing fairly well. PNC Infra, Viatech, Wabag on the back of an order win. Oil India also doing well, but some of those gains tapering off quite sharply as the day has progressed. Credit Access, some soft set of numbers, 361, also on the back of a UBS note, 24% upside is what UBS suggests. And Britannia, we had an exclusive interaction with Varun Berry. So plenty to talk about all through the show today. But let me first start off with RCF. This one is on a tear. Rucha, just break it down for us. What's keeping the stock in focus?
So as you rightly mentioned, Rashtriya Chemicals and Fertilizers, that is RCF, is buzzing in trade today. Now this is on the back of the order of rupees 1,000 crore that it has awarded to L&T Energy Hydrocarbons. So RFC has awarded a purchase order to this company worth of rupees 1,000 crore. The order is worth around 1,000 crore rupees. Now this one is a subdivision of the L&T group. Now this order is for setting up a 1200 MTPD complex fertilizer plant. Now this contract has to be executed within the next 27 months. The company had also earlier announced raising up to 1,400 crore rupees via NCDs, that is non-convertible debentures. Now let me talk to you briefly about the Q1 earnings. Well, revenue was up around 8.7%, margin came in at around 2.6%, a slight dip from 3.2% that it reported same time last year. Profits came in the red by about 84%. This is on a year-on-year basis. But talking about the stock performance, well, the stock has done really well over the last 1 year, gave around 50% returns, and in the last 6 months it has given 24% returns. So this is what is buzzing in RFC today.
RCF, all right. Thank you so much for that, Rucha. Let me bring on board our guest for today afternoon, Astha Jain, Senior Research Analyst at HIM Securities. Astha, chemicals, fertilizers not been in flavor at least since the elections. Starting to see a bit of more flavor on that. But in particular, RCF and this new development that's come through, just talk us through what your sense is.
Hi, good afternoon to both of you. Talking about this counter, yes, I do agree that space not really gets momentum every time. Main reason might be, which I feel, is that the government regulation, because it is a highly regulated industry. Now, talking about RCF in particular, the results in the quarter gone by were not that encouraging, because we have seen degrowth in the bottom line. In fact, the bottom line was negative if I take out the other income and extraordinary income, which the company has generated. But what is optimizing in this whole story is that the new production plant, which they are looking after, in fact, they are looking to enhance their NPK production. So I mean, the company is setting up various plants, and that will really help the company showing strong performance going ahead. So that might be the reason. However, looking after the valuations, it is running at a PE multiple of more than 40, I suppose, at the present point of time. So valuations are not very positive. But yes, the new development which are taking place in the company might be taking stock prices to the higher side. So our idea here is to stay invested in this counter. Initial price target, which I would like to give to this counter, is around 200 to 210 odd levels. But for the new entry, I would really like to wait for the results to come in and then make a fresh entry into the counter.
Astha, just trying to contextualize this, 1,000 odd crore in terms of investments, around 10,000 crore company in market cap. So it's a sizable investment for a company which is in a fertilizer kind of space. 10,000 crore market cap, 1,000 crore investment for perspective. And it's never traded at a very high price to earnings multiple. Generally, the average multiple has been mid-teens. As you suggested, the 1 year forward likely above 40 at the moment in terms of price to earnings. Do you feel that at this point, there is that amount of exuberance in fertilizers or there is that kind of a growth opportunity in fertilizers to warrant this kind of valuation?
So my idea here is that the valuations are at high. They are in the mid-teen, as you are saying. So that I can say about the price to book multiple, because price to book multiple is a lower, but price to earning multiple is at the higher side. This is my first point to put here. And secondly, investment is really high. But the thing is that in fertilizer space, we have always seen that there is a time to break even. When you make the new investment, it will take almost 2 to 3 years for the company to show that in the financial performance. So investments are always high in the fertilizer space. But the thing is that how they turn out to be in the financials, that really need to be seen. And it is a good long-term story to look upon. This is what I feel. But in the immediate term, although the monsoon were good, so I feel that the company will be able to post strong set of numbers in the Q2. But we really need to see the performance before making any sort of fresh entry into the counter. We believe at this point of time, because the sector as a whole or sector per se, we are not so much positive. So this is about the sector story, not about the company itself. So that is why we are recommending to hold for the price target of 200 odd levels, but for the fresh entry, wait for the results to come in and then make an entry to the counter.
Understood, Astha. So wait for a fresh entry and results as well. Let's get in another stock that is in focus. That's PNC Infratech. Now it's buzzing on the back of an order win, and we have Anushi joining in to talk us more about the stock. Anushi.
Right, Puneet. So if you look at two companies and focus on the back of order wins that we are looking at, I'll talk about PNC Infratech first, wherein it has been declared as L1 bidder in EPC project for a 2,090 crore. And this was by City and Industrial Development Corporation of Maharashtra, which is CITCO. Project is going to be jointly developed by Akshay Infra Projects Limited. And this pertains to some integrated infrastructure development of roads and allied electrical works. So if you look at the execution period for this, that stands at about 1,460 days, while the order book as of June 24 stood at about 19,000 crores. So that is on PNC. There's also another company which is in focus, which is Wabag, wherein they've got about 300 to 500 crore orders from Reliance Industries, and this pertains to water treatment system for its facilities. And with if you look at its quarter gone by, the order book stood at about 10,700 crore. Even in the past quarter, if we see its results, they had reported a good set of numbers, 13% of a revenue growth that we are looking at, while margins were at 13% as compared to 11.9%, and net profit had seen about a 10% growth. So two companies on the back of order wins, and why there is a focus today in trade.
Understood. Now, this order is, very big compared to the company's market cap as well. And we have seen that, they've recently also sold projects worth 9,000 crores in this particular year. So let me just get Astha in again to get her view on both these counters. Let's start with PNC Infratech first, Astha.
Yes, talking about PNC Infra, definitely this company being into the infrastructure space, order book always hold the prime importance. And that is what we are seeing right now also, that due to this order win, they are getting a good jump in their stock prices. Talking about this counter, their order book somewhere stands at around 19,000 crore, which is at around 2.9 times of TTM revenue. That is, the order book visibility is looking good in this company. This is what we feel. And with this order addition, definitely the book to bill ratio will going to enhance in the future. So it is a good story for the long term, and we are positive on this counter because infrastructure space is having a strong tailwind. Government's focus is always there. So the company will be key beneficiary into that space. And that is why this counter is looking good to us. The results were also good in the Q1 FY25, and we are expecting the strong set of numbers in the Q2 FY25 as well. So talking about this counter, positive on this counter, buying on dip strategy can be applied to this counter, as well as hold strategy can also be applied. Here, our price target is at around 520 rupees odd level.
Right. Interestingly, we have another infra, but more in the water space. VATech Wabag. Repeat orders were 300 to 500 crore from Reliance Industries for water treatment systems for its facilities. That one is on a tear on the back of this particular news announcement. Astha, just wanting to understand from you, is the EMS kind of water place kind of companies something that you prefer at all, or do you prefer the traditional infra plays, something like a PNC infra?
We do prefer this kind of a company because it is a pure water play counter. And the kind of investment which we are getting into this industry, the company is a key beneficiary of that. So it is in a sweet spot to capture all the capex which is done by the government in this space, that is the water treatment space. Now talking about this counter in particular, results were good. Again, order book is strong because they have already captured one big order of around 27 billion. A few months back, I suppose, and now this another addition. So their book-to-bill ratio, because it is a key ratio to analyze the visibility of or to analyze the visibility of company's performance or the top line performance going ahead. So book-to-bill ratio is 3x. So it is very strong at this point of a time. We are positive on this counter and recommending a hold as well as buy on dip strategy can also be applied to this space as well at around 1520, 1530 odd levels, with a price target of around 1700 to 1750 at the initial levels.
And Astha, when I'm looking at PNC Infra in particular, we're seeing price to earnings ratio well below 10-year averages. Okay, so Astha, we'll just get back to you. We have Mr. A.M. Nayak with us, former executive chairman of Larsen & Toubro. Welcome, sir. Good afternoon. Of course, it's a somber day for India Inc. Talk to us about your interactions with Mr. Tata. Talk to us about what you feel were maybe one or two key nuggets from his life that you can tell us about.
Well, I think the most important thing these days in any businesses that we do around the world, but more so also in India, that we have to be, if we want to purify our way of doing business, then we have to be value-based, high integrity, that kind of company, which is, I don't know how many, but I think to that extent we are similar to Tata's. Second important thing, Tata's all plants are built by Larsen & Toubro. Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yeah, all the Tata steel plant and one car assembly plant we have done with Tata's. I have met him quite a few times, and he is a very nice person to deal with. And second, I have a trust. I do, these days, more charity. So I signed with him to create I will invest the money and they will help us operate in South Gujarat for a cancer hospital. So last that I met him was when we met together in Tata Trust office. But on the whole, I think to get this kind of organization nurtured over 200 years with the same value system, these days are not easy to get at all. And L&T practices to the core, and therefore I appreciate and value what they do in the manner in they do business. Of course, the business has grown over the last 15, 20 years, but more than that, the manner in which you do business is also very important.
Yeah, most certainly. And Mr. Nayak, good afternoon. Neeraj here, and we're talking viewers to a company which is the foremost in nation building for a group which has always put the nation before the company's interest maybe as well. Mr. Nayak, as my colleague Harsh was asking you, what has been the standout moment? So many people learn from you. What is it that you've learned from your interactions and the best practices that Sri Ratan Tata followed in his life?
Well, one thing is he thought similar to me, as I mentioned, to do the business in a very ethical manner. Second, he has always been humble. To deal with him was not a problem. And I think that is what I value the most. So far, I have been saying from the industry, there are only 2 Padma Vibhushan left. I am very regretful I am the only one left now.
Sure, sir. Which is why I said so many people learn from you as well. So it is important to understand that how you learned from Mr. Ratan Tata as well. The other question that comes to mind, sir, is that it is obviously an irreparable loss of sorts, but just the way the transmission of the business decisions, etc., was done, there's lots to learn from Sri Ratan Tata on that front as well, because I mean, the Tata Group continues unabated because it supports such a large group of employees, stakeholders and shareholders as well. What are your thoughts on the same?
Well, I think it is a very nice way of conducting the business where you look after all the stakeholders, whether it is employees or whether it is a lot of charity and philanthropic work through which you reach out to mass of people to do what you can for them.
Most certainly. Sir, would you, I mean, my last question to you, would you tell us a bit about this piece, this charity cause that you're talking about as well, in partnership, if I can call it that, with Ratan Tata?
That was one cancer hospital, but I have now 2 trusts, and last 4 years consistently, I have been declared by Hurur as a most generous leader of India.
Lovely.
Now, therefore, I have even much more appreciation of what he did and continues to follow now that his legacy will continue.
Mr. Nayak, also give us some insights with regard to corporate governance. The Tatas have been on the forefront with regard to corporate governance. They've set benchmarks, especially where Indian corporate houses, family-owned corporate houses, and how they operate in terms of corporate governance. L&T is also known for that.
I told you,
Just talk us through.
Tatas and L&T think alike. And we have the highest standard of corporate governance, and therefore we have a very, let's say, good relation between us.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Nayak. It was a pleasure speaking with you and hearing your thoughts on this day. Of course, our best wishes and feelings to the nation. It's a loss.
At the end, I would like to say he was a wonderful man, and I pray to God to rest his soul in peace.
Right. That's the same feeling from all of us. Thank you so much, Mr. Nayak, for that. Well, of course, so that is A.M. Nayak, former chairman, Larsen & Toubro, talking to us exclusively with regard to all the happenings. And you can see live footage coming straight through from the NCPA in Mumbai, where there's a small ceremony, of course, where dignitaries have come in, flocking and admiring, as well as giving their last respects to the legend himself. But let me quickly switch focus. We have credit access, where we're seeing some bit of pressure on the stock because collection efficiency has fallen on a sequential basis from 97.9%. Collection efficiency has come down to 96.2%, so some amount of stress, and Q2 disbursements have fallen on a year-on-year basis, over almost a 20% fall in disbursements, and you can see the stock price take a bit of a knock. Astha, just coming straight back to you, this entire space where NBFCs are starting to see some bit of pressure, both from a growth perspective as well as from an asset quality perspective, that's adding up to some stress in growth as well. Just tell us, your views with regard to how NBFC is currently, what's the kind of space, any specific NBFC names that you feel may stand out in this cycle?
So talking about, first of all, Credit Access Grameen, actually Q1 always used to be a muted quarter for this company. So I think, but what is really not encouraging is the updates for the Q2, because at the time when the Q1 results came, we were really waiting for the Q2 to Q3 results, and we were really watchful about those results. Because what we have seen, yes, there is a drop in the collection efficiency. But what was encouraging at the time of the Q1 result was their guidance was maintained for about 13% margin. This is what I believe. So in fact, the management guidance was intact. And that's why we were really wanted to look after the Q3 and Q2 results. But now looking after the kind of updates which we are getting, I think one really need to wait for a very long term to get profits from this counter in case if anyone has a holding in this counter. So my idea here is to not to make any sort of fresh entry because the kind of updates which are coming are not encouraging, and we really need to see how the things going to be. But if anyone has a holding of this counter, then they can remain invested for the longer term only. But in the short term, we are expecting some more dips to come, because even the Q1 was not encouraging, and now the updates are also not coming positive for this counter.
Rasta, now another stock that's on our radar today is 361. Now UBS has initiated a coverage on the stock. They have a target price roughly about 1,250 rupees per share. Now that's roughly about a 24% upside from the previous close as well, and we can see that it is up and green today. Now basically what UBS has been saying that the core annual recurring revenues has been will grow faster versus the overall business. Now that's the outlook that UBS has. They've also mentioned that core profitability is expected to also improve with better operating leverage going forward. And they see that newer business avenues as well, which is basically HNIs as well as the global business that the company is embarking on, could provide much further upside from these levels as well. Now currently, based on valuation model that UBS is following, they see that the stock is trading at around 42 times its December 2025 levels. And while the stock is expensive, it's done well over the last 12 to 18 months as well in terms of stock performance. Let me just get in Astha as well and get her view on the stock as well. So what do you think, Astha, of this stock, and what is your target price as well?
So first of all, I want to give my target price. It is at around 1200 to 1210 odd levels for this counter. Talking about this counter, we see their annual report. The company has clearly mentioned that they are finding very much attraction in this wealth management industry, and they're expecting it to grow at a CAGR of 13% to 15%. In fact, the company is also diversifying its presence not only in the top cities, which it is already having, but they are now looking towards tier 2, tier 3 cities. In fact, they have acquired ET Money also, so a kind of enhancement in the digital space. And there are other various acquisitions also which company has done. So looking after all these, I think the company is well placed to cater the opportunities present in the sector, because they are now seeing that there is a strong addition in the ultra HNI and HNI category. So I think looking after all this thing, the company looks to be a strong candidate in this space, recommending a buy on dip as well as hold strategy. Initial target price can be set at around 1210 odd levels.
Okay, Astha, just quickly on Oil India as well, if we can try and cover that. We had a note coming in today morning where they suggested that volume growth, of course, the price of crude governs largely the performance of Oil India, but given the fact that you have some production ramp up which is happening at Oil India, likely also volumes expected to be strong, good, elevated, however you call it. Therefore, stock looks attractive, downside looks capped. Your sense with regard to this one?
So this counter is looking okay to us. I mean, average counter for us, because we are really not very much positive on this oil and gas space as of now, looking after the kind of volatility we are seeing in the crude prices. Talking about this counter in particular, the kind of capex guidance of around 68 billion, I suppose, that the company is giving. So the capex guidance seems to be good to us. And yes, you are right that the production ramp up is going on. So that definitely will help the company in improving the realizations in the future. But we are just giving whole recommendation on the counter, not recommending any sort of buy. It is just because the sector, we are not very much positive at this point of space. For Oil India, it's a hold from our side. Price target can be set at around 625 to 630 odd levels.
Got it, Astha. Thanks so much for joining us today, Astha, and taking us and giving us your view on all these stocks. But that's all the time that we have on this particular show. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit for more.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Lord Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
So it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable trade.
If you want to be in the money.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV Profit. It's a somber day, not just for the markets, but for the nation as a whole, as we lose a legend. Of course, you've been seeing images pouring in through the morning as dignitaries from the country, from India Inc., are paying their last tribute to the man who's no more. In the meantime, of course, we will try and talk to more people and get more sort of last few words in as we honor a very significant chapter in India. In the meantime, the markets are having a quiet day. No surprises there, Neeraj. We've been dealing with these days, last couple of days have been tough. The Nifty starts off with a gap up, gets sold into. We're well off the day's high point, 100 points off from where we were about 11 o'clock this morning. Now a mere 36 points high. It seems like 25,000 may also get challenged as we go through the course of the day.
Yeah, IT to be blamed today for sure, because if you look at Nifty, IT, that is the one that is sulking in trade all right, just 0.7, 0.8%. And just get the Nifty IT components, losers and gainers up on the screen. We see TCS coming off as well in the session. So save for HCL Tech, all key stocks in the red. So that is the first part. And beyond IT, I mean, there's strength in large cap names like Kotak Bank, which is up about 3.5%, or a Tata Power or a Power Grid and NTPC. So power certainly is doing well, but not too much, Samina, aside of that. And a very, very quiet day. But VIX is down, which is maybe an interesting thing, or 5% lower.
So volatility is at bay, but the market is not looking good, and very clearly the bulls are not in control. What we've been seeing and noticing for the last few days is that every sell is being used as an opportunity to sort of lighten position of traders. Let's not forget about 5-7 days ago when the bias was so heavily on the upside. Lots of long trades were probably in the system, and that of course are huge losses as we see the markets have declined significantly. It's not just tech. Pharma is also looking weak this morning or afternoon, if I may. Lupin is down with a big cut, 5% lower. Cement had it rough yesterday. The expectation is that the Q2 earnings are not going to be very promising for the sector, on back of which that space looks weak. Torrent Pharma is down, Natco Pharma is down, Dr. Lal Path Labs, Alembic Pharma, to name a few, are trading rather in negative territory. You've also got metals that continue to reel under pressure, so some disappointment from China, but anticipation that on the 12th of October there could be some stimulus coming in from that part of the world that may sort of reignite a little bit of a rally for metal names. Tech earnings is what we're anticipating, Neeraj, and I don't think there's too much running in terms of expectations for TCS either. Of course, they've cancelled their board. They do have the board meeting. The numbers will be announced, but any sort of conversation with the press or the media with regard to Tata Consultancy earnings has been called off, as I understand.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see what the numbers come out. But let's hear out a couple of voices before we get in. Some people who would have worked with him, with Mr. Ratan Tata in the past. Firstly, Home Minister Amit Shah praised Mr. Tata's vision and leadership. He was speaking at the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Delhi shortly before he left for Mumbai to attend Shri Ratan Tata's last rites.
रतन टाटा जी, मेरा उनसे व्यक्तिगत भी गहरा परिचय रहा, परंतु न केवल भारतीय उद्योग जगत के, पूरे विश्व के एक सम्मानीय उद्योजक रहे। टाटा समूह का नेतृत्व करना ही अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी बात होती है, परंतु उन्होंने टाटा समूह का नेतृत्व ऐसे समय में संभाला जब टाटा समूह को अनेक प्रकार के परिवर्तन करना जरूरी था, और धैर्यपूर्वक बारीकी से अध्ययन करके टाटा समूह के सारे उद्योगों को और काम करने की पद्धति को, दोनों को उन्होंने परिवर्तित किया, और पहले की तरह आज भी टाटा समूह भारत के उद्योग जगत में एक ध्रुव तारा बनकर है। उसमें रतन टाटा जी का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है।
The Ratan of the nation, like some are calling it. The RBI Governor Shaktikanta Das as well paid his last respects to Ratan Tata at the NCPA in Mumbai. He spoke about his legacy and contributions to the nation and to Indians as whole.
I was here to pay my respects to the departed soul. There are two things which stand out about Sri Ratan Tata. The first is that he was a true visionary, a great visionary. The second thing was that he was a strong believer in ethics in corporate governance. I think whenever the economic history of modern India is written, I would feel that a full volume will not be enough to describe his achievements. A truly towering personality, a great son of India, a phenomenal person. May his soul rest in peace.
On to somebody who has worked professionally with Mr. Ratan Tata in the past, a large leader in his own right, Mr. Anil Kumar Sardana, MD of Adani Energy Business, is with us as well. Mr. Sardana, good having you. Thanks so much for joining in. Good afternoon, Neeraj here. You have personal experiences, professional experiences with Mr. Ratan Tata. So sincere condolences to you for what has happened. What is your reaction to the kind of loss that this means for corporate India and for the nation?
Thank you, Neeraj. As the nation mourns the departure of a patriarch, I guess there'll be no parallel to Mr. Tata. I was personally very blessed to have worked directly with him as my immediate superior. So for me, it's a void which will take a long time to fill in, especially because he was a mentor, a great guide, and above all, the values that one could directly learn from his own candor and conduct is something that is very rare to get that across one's mind. And how would you not have a person amidst you with those values? So while physically we may have lost, but I guess his legacy is very well etched in everyone's mind, whosoever has worked with him, and particularly for many of us who have had the opportunity of working directly with him for many, many years. We will continue to manifest his learning, teachings through our actions. So I would say it's a huge void which only time will heal. May his soul rest in peace. May his family have the fortitude to bear this loss. But for all of us, it means that we don't have the presence of the mentor. And one would hope that we will continue to take his teachings forward through our actions.
So right, it's a loss that we will mourn and probably only time can heal. And this such a human reality for all of us, right? But we have with us Ravi Kant, former Vice Chairman and MD of Tata Motors as well, joining us. Mr. Kant, hi, it's Amina joining in. We have lost one of the most precious titans of our time. The legendary Tata sir has passed away and the nation has pretty much come to a halt. You worked with him extremely closely, both professionally and personally. What were your, key learnings from Tata sir? What does he leave behind for you on a personal and professional front in more ways than one?
First and foremost is Mr. Tata taught us how to think big. And I think that's a great quality that he imbued in the group itself, where to see an opportunity where none existed, to go after something very, very big and which is not constrained by the current situation at any point in time. So that is something which I think group saw and delivered on. And in Tata Motors, I was fortunate to have been there to kind of help him translate that dream into reality. When I joined the group, when I joined Tata Motors, our turnover was $1.6 billion. And when I left 15 years later, it was $39 billion. Now, this is a very big jump, a very large size by any standard, even by world standards. And how did it happen? It happened only because of Mr. Tata's foresight that he will not accept the constraints of present times, but we look at something very big and bold. He did that. Along with that, he had a very soft quality, very humane touch. He always supported his people. He always had trust in his people. And therefore, people felt, I would say, encouraged to go after these big risks and big steps and convert them into reality. I think so. Creating trust amongst people is something which is very unique in Mr. Tata, and the combination of these two things, thinking big and having trust, really was a magic formula which he applied in any organization, especially Tata Motors, with which he had a special fondness, as you know, that he was. This is the only company where he was executive chairman for a long time.
Yeah, most certainly. You know, it's interesting that the two gentlemen that we have on screen, viewers, are people who've worked in Bombay House very closely with Mr. Tata. And Mr. Sardana, I would love to understand from you, sir, in terms of learnings that everybody can take. So we've been talking to business leaders all through. The interesting piece is, as Tata Group has grown so much, but every large corporate leader who has come in has spoken about his humility, his philanthropic activities, etc. I would love to understand a point that Mr. Kant mentioned, the vision of the gentleman, and we were talking about this in the morning, for after setting the domestic turf straight to take global wings and, you know, make a global footprint as well. What are some of your key memories, as you would have been a part of so many numerous journeys when the Tata Group went global under the stewardship of Mr. Tata?
Yeah, so what you heard from Mr. Ravikant, you know, is what that individual was. And besides all those abilities, the personality that he was, he would be able to lift veil and demystify several tough issues, be it technology-related matters, be it matters related to geopolitics, be it issues related to man management, be it issues related to several government policies. The simplicity that he embodied in thinking, and with the integrity of thought and purpose that he exhibited, that was rarest of rare aspect that you would relate to him, and he would therefore come across very clearly and cleanly for any and every issue that he will discuss with you. I recall my days in telecom, recall my days in the energy side, and the way he would engage on technology which is benchmarked across the globe. For a person of his stature, of his pedigree, one does not expect that he would be such an avid reader, that he would have gone through details meticulously and be able to guide you on those aspects. So that is something very, very rare to find, that a person with so much of humility, with large vision, will also be able to get down to micro level and be abreast of what's happening globally. So some of those attributes that we all saw and saw him practicing gave us the trust that we are being guided in a manner that we will be able to take it to logical point. And you heard some of those examples in terms of how one could multiply and how one could deal with many of those domestic and global matters and multiply it in the manner that the group could eventually achieve scale and heights which everyone today knows about.
Right. I want to refer to a statement made by Ratan Tata to Humans of Bombay in 2020, and I want to talk about this because I think that he was known as the father of Indico and nano cars. And he says, I remember seeing a family of 4 on a motorbike in the heavy Mumbai rain. I knew I wanted to do more for these families who were risking their lives with the lack of an alternative. By the time we launched the Nano, our costs were higher, but I'd made a promise and we delivered on that promise. Looking back, I'm still proud of the car and the decision to go ahead with it. This is what Ratan Tata told Humans of Bombay, and he said Nano was meant for our people. Mr. Kant, you, I believe, if not wrong, worked closely with Tata sir during the innovation and of course bringing Nano to the streets of Mumbai. It was quite the journey, a different kind of legacy left behind. While the Nano doesn't exist anymore, it of course brought to light and continues to inspire engineers, innovators and entrepreneurs, not just in India but all over the world. Would you agree? Would you think that's the kind of impact he had on the people of this country, and that will continue to live on even though the car, eventually doesn't exist?
I think it was one of the finest pieces of innovation in the car industry ever. To say that we want a car like this, there were 2 changes which happened, because the car came 7 years after he made the statement in Geneva. One was that the commodity prices have shot through the roof, and the other was that the car, which was conceived earlier, had modified itself into a very, very real car with meeting all the safety norms and other prevalent norms in the country. And of course, as you know, it was a very roomy car. Even a person like Mr. Tata could sit very comfortably. So on two axes, the car cost went up, and therefore it was a well-nigh impossible task. But I think the engineers, Tata Motors, did a absolutely fantastic job, because it was a white sheet of paper exercise where we started working backwards from, if the selling price is 1 lakh rupees, then what should be the bill of materials, or should be the components, and then how that can be done through design and through innovation and all that. And a group of people within Tata Motors and our vendors, I must confess that vendors played a big role in that, and our suppliers made a big role in it. And finally they made it happen. That car was available 7 years later at a price of 1 lakh rupees. I think it's a huge thing into how innovation can be done. And I'm very, very proud that of the team at Tata Motors. And of course, Mr. Tata played a very key role in making all this happen.
So Dana, one last question for you, and this is a little bit beyond business and knowing Tata sir professionally. Please share with us one fond memory that will be with you forever of Ratan Tata. We've got a collection of some very human moments of Ratan Tata that we're trying to collate. So it'd be nice for us to hear from you one moment that you remember very fondly when you look back at your days with him.
I mean, there are many moments, because on one side, he was, I would say, a bold thinker. On the other side, he was very trusting of people. And there are small moments I think each person would have seen in their lives that which touch them. And even if there is a worker and he's talking to him, he would listen very intently to that person and his woes and find a solution to it. So I would say his life was always full of these incidences day after day, whether it was the CEO of the company or whether it was a worker of the company. And as you know, ultimately his love for animals and especially dogs.
Mr. Sardana, that question for you as well. One fond memory that will last with you forever of Tata sir. We've got a collection of very human moments of the man himself, and we'd love to hear from you.
Well, like Mr. Kant said, it's very difficult to put everything in terms of saying that this is the topmost memory that one has. Every day's interaction, every day's discipline that you will see in the person clearly showed that there was not one, but several such moments of engagement that one would clearly recall, having worked closely with him. You sort of hear attributes from people outside, and one has seen those as every moment being lived across in our engagement. Typically when we dealt with foreign companies, we dealt with foreign dignitaries, the way he will come across, the way he will put his humility and simplicity, you will always be surprised in terms of the fact that, what he is inside, what he is outside. So there were several such attributes that one would see every day. And I think one of the key aspects that in the recent times people have seen is that when the arrangement with Docomo landed into a problem, he spearheaded saying that I have made promise to Docomo as a part of the agreement that we will return their money if the government is not able to give us spectrum. And see the commitment. He could have easily taken guise of the Indian government policy that we are not able to give money, but he went right up to the doors of the court and got that because he had made a commitment. His words were like a gospel truth, and he would stand by and do everything possible to honor those. So those are some of these aspects, and there are scores of them that one remembers having dealt with him day in, day out.
Got it. I have one final question to both of you, really. And because a lot of conversation around succession at the Tata Group, I mean, are there challenges to it? Any thoughts that you can share, Mr. Sardana? Let me start with you.
I don't want to, I guess the group is large enough and stable enough that that they would have no issues at all. As far as the business is concerned, it's well saddled with Mr. Chandra. And as far as the trusts are concerned, I'm sure there is succession already delineated and planned. You would have heard in the last few months there were groups created to steer in the event that there were any such challenge. And I guess for a group as stable as Tata's, those things shouldn't be a worry at all.
You would echo Mr. Sardana's thoughts. Anything that you would like to add before we wrap up?
Yeah, actually, I left the group a decade ago, and therefore I play no part in these things, and therefore I leave it to the best judgment of people who are in charge.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Kant and Mr. Sardana, for taking the time out to talk to us, and of course, condolences to you on the loss of a big sort of Ratan of our country. Well, it doesn't seem that there are going to be any concerns on succession. In fact, I think the Tata Group was ahead of the curve when it came to transitioning of wealth or the company at that level, and succession planning being no different. But the NDTV team has been on the ground since the morning at NCPA, getting you live updates. Let's cut across to my colleague Sajid, who's standing over. Sajid, what's happening? It's still busy. Lots and lots of people still pouring in.
That's right, and I'm told that outside NCPA it's a real madness, because the kind of crowd which is gathered there, the police is now using some way of rationing, of sending crowd in batches inside this complex, because as you understand, NCPA is located in Nariman Point, which is a business district, and around the lunch time, it's a lot of people are going to get down and come and visit and pay the last respects to Mr. Ratan Tata, and that is what is happening. If Prahlad, can you just zoom in and show the kind of crowd which is happening, which is coming in, and it's the entire business district which is now which have come down and now gradually making their way to pay the last respects to Mr. Ratan Tata, which is there. As is been informed to us, this entire thing would be there till 3:30, and after 3:30 is when the protocol kicks in, because he will be given a state honor, and so there will be the preparations for that that's going to begin at that time. By 4 o'clock is something which we see the last journey happening for Mr. Ratan Tata from here to the Worli crematorium. He has not opted for the traditional last rites of which is there in Pasi. He's asked for, as part of his wishes, he asked for a crematorium, and that's why Worli crematorium has been selected. And from NCPA, the journey will begin by around 4 and go all the way to Worli, which is mid-district in Mumbai.
That's Ajit. Really appreciate. By the way, speaking of the Tata Group, and before we wrap up, and we'll do a quick market check then, but just the list of big brands that the Tata Group leaves for every consumer, local and global, is astounding. It just goes to show what the group has done under the stewardship of Mr. Tata before that, and will continue to do after that. It's a very large set of brands that stay there and etched in our memories, and some of the ones are the recent ones which are of course known to us, but it's just a very, very large and strong set of names. So this is of course the timelines, but for Tata Motors and some of the others, so Tata Motors was interesting. There is Tata Steel, there is multiple other companies, of course. Okay, just before we wrap up, just wanted to mark the markets for a brief second, and need to mark Kotak Bank amongst others. Now, I don't know, Samina, if this is belief that maybe could the RBI lift some bans of the products, etc.? But 4% higher on a day when everything else is quiet is quite a stunning move on Kotak Bank as well.
It is, and it's come out of nowhere actually. Till the last few minutes ago, there was no action on the bank, and there you go, 1874 on the stock, and volumes are looking healthy. We will try and understand what is going on Kotak, but it's the only bank that's deeply in the red. Remember, yesterday stocks like HDFC Bank was selling off quite sharply, and if despite that, you would have expected that the rebound would also come from there. And actually, all your banks are seeing a little bit of a pickup. HDFC also turning the corner in the last couple of minutes, up about 1%. Bank Nifty is finally back in the green, with most of your banking names trading higher. Axis, IDFC, IndusInd, HDFC, some of your gainers in trade. Well, we're leaving the markets this afternoon quiet. 0.2% higher. We're well off the day's high point. We're somewhere in between today, as we see it 100 points lower from where we had opening at. But it may be a day when the markets may actually not sell off, and at least that's all as the traders are currently hoping for. Breadth is okay, but lots of pockets of the market that are looking weak. But if you have to sustain, Neeraj, and close higher, I think banks will have to continue to perform for the next 2 hours.
Yeah, let's see if that happens or no. But with that, it's a wrap on this leg of the show. Thanks so much for tuning in. Do stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Let's be real, guys. There are many financial experts out there. Which stocks to target? What's good for long term? When to buy? When to sell? How do you stay ahead of all the financial noise to achieve your dreams?
You can accomplish.
Hello and welcome to the Mutual Fund Show. We have a new launch from the Kotak Mutual Fund House called the Kotak MNC Fund. Harsha Upadhyay, CIO Equity of Kotak Mahindra, joins in to talk to us more about this new offering. Hi Harsha, thank you for taking out the time to talk to us today. I believe you have a new offering called the Kotak MNC Fund. You want to start by telling us what is the primary objective of this fund and how does it differentiate from the other equity funds in your portfolio?
Sure. As the name suggests, this fund will be a thematic fund investing predominantly in multinational companies. So as per the asset allocation, at least 80% of the assets would go into investing in multinational companies. And it's an open-ended equity fund. It's already open from 7th of this month as a new fund offer and will be closing on 21st of October going forward. So this is a fund which is a thematic fund and suitable for those investors who look for a stable kind of a product, since most of these multinationals have been established companies in their own sectors and have weathered a lot of downturns and business ups and downs in the past several decades. We believe that at this current juncture, when valuations are at the higher levels, this is something which will add to stability in the portfolios.
Harsha, given the focus on MNCs, what criteria will you be using to select companies for this fund? Is it a specific industry, a specific geography, or a specific sector that you would be inclined towards?
The way we have defined the multinational companies, it would comprise of three different segments. The first segment would be those companies which are promoted by foreign companies where the foreign promoter has more than 50% shareholding. So essentially, subsidiary companies of foreign multinationals, but listed in India. The second segment would be the joint ventures of foreign companies. And those would also be available for investing. And the third segment would be Indian-owned, Indian-listed companies. However, they may have exports revenues of more than 50% by exporting into regions outside India, or they may have manufacturing locations abroad, and collectively that percentage is if more than 50%, that also qualifies to be a multinational company. So essentially, this is how we have defined MNC. And number of sectors are available for investing here. There are at least about 15 different industry segments that are available for investing. And I would say it's a subset of any diversified fund, wherein we would look to invest only in the multinationals, but otherwise the sectoral choices are as wide as any other diversified fund.
Harsha, how do you evaluate the growth potential of multinational companies in India compared to domestic firms? The fact remains that in a domestic company, there is the home bias, right? And there's a sense and understanding of what happens on ground. With multinational companies, which are sitting outside this country, that job might get harder and probably carry a little more risk, I would imagine.
Sabina, as I mentioned earlier, we would be looking at investing in Indian-listed multinational companies. So to that extent, most of these companies would have a significant business within India. Yes, there is also a segment which is going to be focused on exports, where export revenues are more than 50%. Those companies would be probably dependent on global growth or global market conditions, etc. But it's a good mix of all of these companies. But essentially, India-listed companies. And as far as the growth is concerned, if you look at past growth, they have actually done a slightly better than Nifty basket in terms of market performance and also in terms of businesses. These are essentially businesses which are more stable, one could say, very well-established businesses. The brand equity is very high. Generally, most of these companies have technological superiority over peers in the industry. And by and large, the financial metrics would be of superior profile when you look at multinationals. Their ROE profile, their profit margins, all of these metrics generally are better than other companies that are listed. So I would say to an extent, you are investing in a basket of companies which in the past have had consistent track record in terms of growth and profitability, and have also shown a better resilience through market cycles, both in terms of business performance as well as stock market behavior.
Harsha, would it be fair for me to assume that given the run-up and the froth, some of the markets such as ours, and some complain that we are an expensive market, but we've always been an expensive market, the timing of this fund launch somehow coincides with that? I mean, is there any specific economic trend you're looking to capitalize on as you bring this product to the market, or is it a product that was ready to be launched and hence comes in at this time?
That's a good question, Samina. First of all, as we spoke about, these companies have had consistent track record. So to that extent, timing is not so important. They have delivered across cycles and across market phases in different sectors of the economy. That's point number one. Secondly, when you look at the market backdrop at this point of time, definitely we are also looking at valuations as something which is a bit of a worry, at least for the broader end of the markets. If you believe that valuations are on the higher side, obviously you need to, when you are launching a new fund, you need to keep the possible investor experience in your mind. So to that extent, we wanted to launch something which has flexibility for the portfolio managers to move in and move out of different sectors. Because if it's a narrow theme or a single sector thematic, then obviously come what may, whether the business fundamentals are becoming challenging, or if the valuations are expensive, even then the portfolio manager doesn't have leeway to really move out of that sector. So we wanted to avoid those kind of funds to be launched at this point of time, given the valuations in some of those themes. The second was this offers not only a breadth and width in terms of choices, it also gives you a lot of choice in terms of multiple sectors. So that's where we believe that not only you've got a set of companies which are very, very consistent compounders in the past, but also, if need be, one can move from one sector to another, which allows that flexibility to portfolio manager.
Harsha, some may argue that investing in a thematic fund is for an individual investor who has a slightly higher risk profile, because it takes taking two decisions. One is entry and exit. But the thematic fund that you're launching is slightly different, I would imagine. In your opinion, what is the risk profile, or what is your ideal customer base, and how much percent of average risk profile investors should look at allocating to this fund?
For any thematic investments, one should not be putting too much of their investments into this bucket. Although, as I explained, this particular product, while it is called a thematic product, it has a lot more flexibility than a usual thematic fund. But still, I would say maybe not more than 10-15% of your allocation should go into this sort of a fund. And also, the horizon needs to be long-term, as most of the equity investment should be geared for long-term focus. And this also should be for long-term. So if you keep that in mind, I think even at elevated valuations of today's market, this is a reasonable choice because, as I said, in the past 15 years, for example, MNC index has outperformed Nifty by about 3 percentage points. This is about the past performance. There is no indication or guarantee in terms of what is going to happen in the future. But this superior growth has also come at a much lower volatility, because the beta of MNC index is much lower than even a Nifty index. So this is a combination where likely volatility is going to be much lesser than overall market. And in the long run, these companies are expected to deliver better growth and profitability as compared to the rest of the market. So that's a choice that we are offering investors.
I don't know whether this is a valid question, but I'm still going to ask you. The pool of MNCs available is fairly limited. How do you ensure that the portfolio or the offering is well diversified?
Actually, we have seen the investment choices that we will have. There are about 190 companies today, as per the definition that I shared earlier on the show. 190 companies and more than 15 sectors which are available for investment. So obviously, it is quite diversified. Although it's a thematic fund, it is quite diversified in terms of the choices that are available. And we are confident that we'll be able to pick and choose 40, 50 good companies from this pool of 190 make a portfolio.
Harsha, what benchmark index will the Kotak MNC fund be compared against? I mean, how do you expect the fund's performance to stack up against the benchmark, and which benchmark?
The benchmark for this fund would be NSE MNC Total Return Index. And since it's an active fund, there is no need for us to really buy only stocks that are part of the index or to the same extent, etc. There is an active choice that we will make in terms of building the portfolio from three segments, as if I have to repeat it again. One, the foreign subsidiaries, which are multinationals. Second, it could be joint ventures of a foreign company. On the third bucket would be Indian-owned, Indian-listed company having more than 50% of turnover coming from exports, or more than 50% of assets being located in regions outside India. So these are the kind of companies that we will look to include in the portfolio.
There will be some amount of currency fluctuations, I would imagine, Harsha, even if it's small. Is that something you're concerned about? Is that something you would be watching out or hedging closely?
Yes, since some of these companies will have operations or assets outside India as well, so there will be some currency-related risks that would be there. But that would be there for every other export-oriented company that you could have in a diversified fund as well. So, by and large, I think what we have been doing to mitigate that risk in diversified funds will continue in this fund as well. But I don't think it's one of the big concerns at this point of time. We have to be careful in terms of selecting export geographies or businesses which have a lesser cyclicality than probably than the others. So that's what we will have to do while selecting the stocks in the book.
Also, Ken, I don't know whether this is relevant, but I'll still ask you, would you be sort of consciously making choices between dividend-paying MNCs and those that are, focused on capital appreciation, say?
Definitely, multinational companies, by and large, have been companies which have had higher average dividend payout, one can say, simply because these are all highly cash-generating businesses, and they don't come to market very often. I mean, when have we heard some of these MNCs coming to market to raise further equity, etc.? So to that extent, their ROE profile is very, very strong. Their dividend-paying ability and capacity is much higher, and they do pay higher dividends in most cases. So yes, that will be something that will play out as well. So it offers a lot more financial stability as a basket, I would say. And most of these companies also have very low leverage by nature of their high cash generating business. So to that extent, yes, these are superior companies from financial metrics, definitely.
One last question to wrap up this conversation with this fund specifically, and this is for viewers who are potentially considering investing in this NFO. What is the fee structure of this NFO, and are there any exit laws or specific costs that investors should be aware of?
This is similar to any other equity-oriented fund where, as per the SEBI regulations, there are slab-wise total expense ratios that are capped. So there is a ceiling that is prescribed based on how much we collect in terms of money. And on an ongoing basis where the AUM is, that determines the total expense ratio. So there is nothing unusual in this fund. It's similar as any other equity mutual fund.
Right. Harsha, I'm going to ask you a question that is somehow related to MNCs and also very relevant around this time, and that's the Hyundai IPO that a lot of people have gotten excited about. It is an MNC that's going to be listing in India and could potentially inspire other MNCs to, list on our exchanges. What have you made of it? Do you feel like this is an opportunity you would aggressively consider, given the fact that you've launched a fund and you have a pretty significant MNC that's going to hit the street?
Samina, we would be in the middle of the IPO at the time of, middle of NFO at the time of IPO. So I don't think we would be able to participate in the IPO in this particular fund. And anyways, I would not like to discuss our view on the individual companies. But you are right. As we go ahead, we would see more of these foreign promoted companies, which are currently privately held, coming up for listing. There are a couple of them in the pipeline over the next few months. We could also see more Indian companies crossing that hurdle of 50% exports turnover over the next few years, given that our government has been focusing on the policies to promote exports, and companies are also building those capabilities. And there is definitely a space in the global trade and commerce for some of these companies. So definitely, while today we may have about 190 companies as investment universe, I'm sure that over the next couple of years, this universe is only going to increase and make sure that we will have more opportunities for investments.
Harsha, like I said, it'd be unfair if I don't get a view on the markets. I have a little bit of a market conversation with you since we have you on the channel. And at a time when things are looking difficult, markets have been volatile. Of course, the decline on the benchmark might not sound too large because we've been waiting on this impending correction from maybe mid last year. But the fact remains, investors are worried, NAVs are dropping, worries are rampant. Suddenly, China has become a problem we need to talk about. Valuations have always been a concern. How do you feel about the markets right now? Are you using every dip as a buying opportunity, or you think better times are ahead in terms of being a buyer?
See, clearly valuations have been on the higher side and they have been moving up over the last several quarters as well. So definitely our view remains cautiously optimistic at this point of time. We are probably more comfortable on the large cap side as compared to mid and small cap side, where we believe valuations have become more elevated. And also there are a couple of red flags that we need to look at this point of time. The June quarter results were not so great. June quarter was the weakest after the COVID pandemic in terms of year-on-year numbers, both for large caps as well as mid and small caps. The September quarter, where we will start seeing results coming in now, is also likely to be quite muted. So to that extent, I think the festive season will be critically important to see whether the full year numbers will be achieved or not. And given the fact that valuations are on the higher side, definitely an eye should be kept on earnings growth trajectory from here on. Second is, despite the geopolitical conflict, until about a week or 10 days back, crude was behaving quite benign and it was even hitting newer lows every day. However, very recently we have seen a spike in crude oil prices. At these prices, it may not be a concern, but if it continues to move up from these levels and move higher, it will definitely put more pressure on our economy as well as our corporate earnings profile. So to that extent, I think we need to keep these two things in mind, especially given that valuations are on the elevated side.
Harsha, what has been the average cash positions across all your funds up until last week?
Samina, we usually don't use cash as a tool to manage volatility. Even when we are defensive, we would look for opportunities on a relative basis which are looking better and move there. So to that extent, our cash levels have been more or less normal levels at about 2.5% across most portfolios, I would say.
Incremental money that flows in gets allocated. Is that a fair assumption for me to make?
Yeah, it may not be that whatever money comes in today will get deployed tomorrow, but generally we don't try to keep too much cash at any point of time, because the cash is always a double-edged sword, right? While you may feel that you will probably reduce downside if you build cash at an elevated valuation perspective, it may also happen that market may not come down or may go up even further. So to that extent, we don't take those calls. And also, just to give an example, suppose you are looking for a 70% allocation in equity funds and you have chosen one of our funds as a vehicle, let's say. You have already made a decision that your personal allocation should be about 70% into equity. Now, if we go and create 10% at one point of time, at another point of time, 20% cash, then your allocation, which is intended to be 70%, would be much lower than those numbers, right? That's not something, and each individual investor has already made a decision about intended equity allocation levels. So we can't be changing our cash levels, which will create an anomaly. So to that extent, we make sure that whatever money comes in, the investor has already decided that it should go into equity funds and equity investments. That's the choice already been made. So if that has been made, then our job is easier to make relative choices within available opportunities. That's how we look at overall investments.
Very frequently we say that when the markets are getting tough, and of course, even if they're not getting tough, I think the one advice is to ensure you rebalance your portfolio enough to maintain the asset allocation at the asset level. Of course, we also talk about, rebalancing at a product level or at a stock level. Now, most people would say that use this opportunity to, take some positions off the table in overvalued sectors, move to sectors that are undervalued. But the fact remains, value investing currently is a challenge, even if you are a fund manager or a stock picker, retail investor in that sense. I mean, this is advice we gave, but in fact, this is hard to execute. Have you managed to move to sectors or spotted opportunities that others could replicate or, individual investors could do?
See, I think every now and then individual investors and every investor needs to look at asset allocation and see whether there have been any deviations from the intended levels and set it right. So as far as our portfolios are concerned, we keep looking at stocks and sectors to see what was our intended risk level, what are the valuation levels today, what are the growth estimates that are in front of us, is it better, is it turning worse, all of these equations we keep evaluating. And in the past couple of months, we have taken some money out of auto component sector, industrials to some extent. And the profits that were booked from these sectors have gone into slightly more defensive bets, such as IT services and consumption, I would say. So to that extent, yes, our portfolios have turned a little defensive by not creating cash, but by choosing sectors where we believe probably there is not so much of a valuation risk. And also wherever the mandates have allowed, we have moved away from a little bit of mid and small caps towards large caps. That's again because on a relative basis, we find large caps to be a better place at this point of time.
Smaller sector, not smaller actually, sectors that have really not got the best of the markets recently, even though we have seen a bit of a gain coming from metal stocks last month, the fact remains that a lot of managers that started betting on metals, betting on the recovery in China, or the fact that demand will eventually pick up, even though from what I understand, LME inventories remain at record lows. How do you feel about metals and how do you feel about banks? Because if you've got to play consumption, if you've got to play the India theme, one of the pillars of that would be banks, I would imagine.
On banks, clearly, we continue to watch that space while we are still underweight at the sectoral level, but we believe that this is one sector where there is a valuation comfort. If at all there is any sector which is below 2019 valuation levels, that's banking in our opinion. So to that extent, there is valuation comfort. Of course, there are short-term headwinds that a banking sector needs to get over with. So we will be looking at this space very closely to see whether valuations will get further attractive, or if some of those headwinds start to diminish, then obviously that's the time to go overweight on the industry. But clearly, I think this is an industry which cannot be avoided, and we do have reasonable position at this point of time. On metals, it's still a sector which is driven by global factors. So to that extent, what happens to global growth, what happens in China in terms of stimulus and kind of supporting the economy, all of those would be very critical for at least pricing part of the equation. The only good part is in this cycle, most of the Indian metal companies have cleaned up their balance sheets and they are not as leveraged as they were in the previous cycle. So to that extent, their ability to really manage the downturn is much higher in this period. Given all of this, yes, at this point of time, we don't have a overweight exposure, but it's not that we have completely avoided metals in our portfolio. We do have some small exposures.
Any contra calls?
No, in this market, it's difficult to find contra calls. The banking is probably one space where, yes, there are short-term headwinds. Nothing exciting seems to be happening. However, at least on the valuation side, there is a lot more comfort. So that's something that we have continued to hold in our portfolios.
Well, thank you very much, Harsha, for talking to us, telling our viewers your thoughts on the market, and of course, calming nerves. That's probably are fairly nervous at this stage. And more importantly, good luck with the Kotak MNC Fund. We'll hopefully speak to you soon. With that, we're completely out of time on this edition of the Mutual Fund Show. Thanks for watching.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the long street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Let's be real, guys. There are many financial experts out there. Which stocks to target? What's good for long term? When to buy? When to sell? How do you stay ahead of all the financial noise to achieve your dreams?
You can accomplish all your financial dreams. Let us worry about giving you the right investing insights on the Portfolio Manager.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable trade.
If you want to be in the money.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
Hello and welcome. This is NDTV Profit. I am Agam Vakil. Well, we are taking the conversation ahead around all that we've spoken about through the course of the day. Of course, this is also a day where we are going to remember Ratan Tata, all the contributions that he has made for the nation, and of course through his group that he has led over many decades. And at the moment we have with us yet another very large voice. We have Ratan Das. He's the former chairman of CII who joins us now. Mr. Das, good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining in. Mr. Das, my first question for you would of course be about how you are feeling and your sentiment towards Ratan Tata. If you could tell us about the kind of relationships that you've had and what is it that you'd like to remember always.
Agam, we have been friends for 40 years. So it started in 1984 when he was still director in charge of Nelco, which is one of the Tata companies. And he got involved in CII at that time in a small way. And that relationship, it started just with work, became friendship, and lasted a long time beyond his retirement and beyond my retirement.
Right. Mr. Das, back in 1992 is where you actually did bring a lot of changes with respect to CII. 1992, 1993, early 90s was also where we actually did see India's economy open up. We saw a bout of liberalizations. And along with that came challenges when it comes to Tata Group as well, even as we started seeing a lot of multinationals coming towards the shore of India. Could you tell us about how Ratan Tata took over those challenges and led this entire group unscathed through that very challenging period here?
Yeah, there are two different dimensions to it. One was that he became our leader to present India abroad and project India abroad. So he actually led our CEO missions, for example, to the US. We met the chairman of General Motors, General Electric, Ford Motor Company, McDonnell Douglas, and many others, asking them to come and invest in India. That was the first major private sector initiative from CII to reach out to the world. And we focused on the large companies in the US. And eventually, as you will see later on, GE came into India in a big way and all of that. Ford came in, GM came in. Okay, all of them were not successful, but this was one part of the leadership that Ratan provided to India and to Indian industry. The second part is which you are referring to, the multinationals coming into India. The multinationals coming into India did not know India. India had opened up for the first time after over 4 decades. So they needed a reliable, trustworthy joint venture partner. And they made a beeline for Tatas because they felt they could trust Tatas, they could depend on Tatas. And so companies like IBM, Honeywell, Cummins, and several others all came in on a joint venture with Tatas, essentially because of the image, the charisma, reputation of Ratan as then the chairman of the Tata Sons and Tata Group. Fast forward, after a few years, when these companies became comfortable in India, there was an amicable separation. No tension, nothing, amicable separation. So Tata did a lot of hand-holding for multinationals to come into India and eventually thrive on their own.
Right, Mr. Das, even over the last 3 decades, how did you see Mr. Tata's vision for the Tata Group evolve and the kind of contribution that they could make when it comes to the nation?
So, he had a big vision for the Tata Group. And he always said we have to think big. And one of the most important things for him was to take Tatas outside India. And the first initiative that he took, and a very, very courageous one, was the bid for Chorus Steel in UK. So, and when he went into that bidding room, and the night that he went in for the final bidding, and there was a Brazilian competitor, he called me and he said that, I'm going to overbid because I want this for India. And this is our chance to build an image internationally for Indian industry. So this is how he was thinking even at that time.
Right, Mr. Das, in terms of leadership, is there anything that stands distinct when it comes to Mr. Tata as compared to other industry leaders at this point in time?
He was an empowering leader. You know, he gave authority to the people who worked around him. He trusted them. He was not micromanaging. And once he had put somebody in charge of managing director of Tata Steel or Tata Motors or whatever, he left them to do their job. He was not in their face, Agam. So he has had a distinctive style. It was not laid back. He knew what was happening. He was chairman of the companies, but he was not going into micromanagement, if I can put it that way. So that was his style of leadership.
Mr. Das, there is also a question about who takes over trusts now, the Tata Trusts now. Could you give us any insight as to what we can expect when it comes to this aspect?
I have no clue. I have no clue. I only know that the Tata Sons is in the hands of great leadership in Mr. Chandrasekaran. And I know that from Ratan himself, firsthand, that he was happy with the way Tata Sons and the Tata Group were running under his leadership.
Right. Mr. Das, finally, if you could leave us with a few cherished moments that you've had, some memories, some interesting, fun times that you may have had with Mr. Tata. If you could share some of it with us.
Well, when we traveled in the US together, and you know, he's Ratan Tata, he's chairman of the Tata Group. And of course, we had other CEOs also. Rahul Bajaj was there, Jamshid Godrej was there, etc. But Ratan would be the one person who would say, no, I will help you carry the publications, the reports. I will help you carry the papers. It's quite amazing for a man of that stature and for that level that he had. But he was always the first to help the secretariat, the staff with their work and their duties and all that. So that was one image that I have of him very clearly. The second image I have of him is, you know, he's the only Indian, Agam, who has been given the Honorary Citizens Award in Singapore. The Singapore government has given this award to only one man, and that is Ratan Tata. And I had the privilege of being with him at that time, at that ceremony. And Dr. Jaishankar was at that time the Indian High Commissioner in Singapore, so he was there. So a very special moment, a special international recognition for him from a foreign country, and a very special ceremony in the offices of the President of Singapore. And then finally, I would say that you know, when I went to Bombay and we would plan to meet, he would say, you know, meet me at the club in the early evening and we will walk together. And the walk was a combination of him and me talking and his dogs walking with us, running around, all that. So it was a very nice, relaxed way of having a conversation, catching up on work, catching up on personal stuff. And also, he wanted to do this special time to spend time with his dogs. I know these are some stories that I remember. I can go on and on.
Mr. Das, thank you so much for sharing all those cherished memories with us here at NDTV Profit. Thank you so much also for joining us and talking to us here. We also wish you the best. And of course, we look forward to having another conversation soon, sometime later. But for now, I'm going to very quickly take a look at how markets are doing right now, and we're going forward. Of course, at the moment, it's been fairly quiet. We're not looking at too much traction. Of course, while the focus continues to remain on NCPA and what's happening there, at least in terms of equities, we are looking at marginal gains for now. It's been a very, very quiet afternoon. In fact, a very quiet trading session. This is the Nifty holding on to 25,000. We haven't seen as much traction in the Bank Nifty either. And while there was a lot of volatility yesterday, we actually seen a little bit more steady up move as far as the Bank Nifty is concerned, up around 1% at around 51,500 as well. What about the broader markets? How are they doing? Let's take a look at some of those indices too. Well, the mid cap index is actually underperforming. It's down around 0.3%. And the small cap index is also taking okay, that's marginally in the green. So I reckon that it is largely the mid caps which are actually under a little bit of pressure this Thursday afternoon. Besides that, we are also, let's pull up the constituents of the Nifty to see whether or not things are changing out there. So we have HDFC Bank, Kotak Mahindra Bank. In fact, the top contributors to the Nifty are from the banking space. And this naturally is because the Bank Nifty is advancing by around 1%. Infosys, on the other hand, is a tad weaker, as is the case for Trent. It does seem like we're looking at about a profit taking for Trent as well as Cipla and Sun Pharma. Of course, today we're also going to see TCS kickstart the earnings season a little later on in the day today post-market. We will have the earnings there, and TCS will continue to be in focus. For now, it is down by around 0.5%. It's currently trading at around 4,200 rupees per share. Well, in terms of expectations, we're expecting a slightly better quarter as compared to what we saw in the first one of this current financial year. And once again, all eyes will continue to be on deal flows when it comes to TCS, as well as, well, operating margins, and to see whether or not the management does indicate. Of course, we will not have a press conference, nor will we have interviews, but we most certainly will have some indication with respect to the press release and the kind of traction TCS has seen in this particular quarter going in. But besides that, let's also very quickly take a look at the gainers and losers when it comes to the broader markets, and that's where we will perhaps get a better picture of what are those stocks which are actually looking at. Of course, this is the advance decline ratio, more gainers than losers. Advance is standing at around 22 against 16 declines, so the advances do have a slight bit of an edge over declines at the moment. But I want to talk about the NSE 500 gainers and losers, or PSE 500 gainers and losers. So you do have Tata Investment, interestingly, as the top gainer on that index today. We have Mazagon Dock, which is also in focus. Hitachi Energy is looking at a 7% up move. Of course, this one has been on the momentum charts for quite some time. Indian Hotels and RCF, along with Rain Industries, also up and about in trade. And of course, what's weighing down on the indices is Lupin. Home First, Torrent Pharma, looking at a little bit of decline. In fact, it is the entire pharma sector which is under a little bit of pressure in today's day of trade. Deepak Fertilizers as well, among other stocks that continue to be in focus for now. But that's as far as our markets go. Well, we're going to just have to wait and watch as to how things pan out for now. And it is turning out to be a quiet trading session. Let's see how things go. Okay. Tamana, I think we have Tamana back with us. Tamana, what else do we have for now?
Yeah, so the markets in steady ship, I would say, pretty flat day, but markets have done not too badly. Meanwhile, you have IT stocks really under pressure, about 1% down now. So IT stocks taking it to the chin ahead of the TCS numbers. That's a bit of an issue. The Bank Nifty, though, doing fairly well. What I find very heartening is, Agam, how all the Tata Group stocks have really been faring well, most of them at least. Look at Tata Investments, look at Tata Chemicals today, look at Tata Elxsi, and you have maybe an emotional trade there today, but a very strong rebound in some of these counters. TCS and Tata Steel, meanwhile, not faring too well. Tata Steel also, you have to look at it in the context of what is happening the world over, and with steel companies and with metal companies. Tata Steel recovering now actually, and TCS feeling a bit of pressure ahead of the results. So that's as far as the Tata pack is concerned. But yeah, the big story of the day truly is the demise of one of the doyens of industry, Ratan Tata. And this week on NDTV Profit special show Icons with Ramesh Damani, we talked about the Tata legacy, the principles that have shaped the group. And on the show, R. Gopalakrishnan, former executive director of Tata Sun, narrated an incident about Ratan Tata that showcased these very principles. Listening.
At a particular shareholders meeting of a company called Tata Chemicals, where I was the vice chairman and I was sitting next to Ratan Tata, who was the chairman, an old Parsi shareholder got up and he said, I don't know what I'll go home and tell Freni because I put all my savings into this Tata Finance. I know you have the right to reject my question because this is a shareholders meeting of Tata Chemicals, but I really need to tell Freni something. It's a very human.
Absolutely.
And to my great surprise, I'm sure he must have thought about it, but he got up and said, I'm allowing you to ask this question on Tata Finance in Tata Chemicals.
Ratan Tata.
Ratan Tata.
Right.
And I want to tell you that we don't know exactly what the damage is, but not one of you retail investors will suffer. That's my assurance today. It happened on a particular day, and the next morning, unbeknown to us that this is going to happen, I had a meeting at 10 o'clock with Ratan Tata. I said, I must go because there were no cell phones, if I remember right, or if they were very rare.
Sporadic.
So I turned up at 5 to 10 and he was there. And both of us were probably looking bleary-eyed. And I said, you know, we are not in a mood for the meeting. Why did you come? And he said, well, I had committed to you that I'll see you at 10. But I agree with you, we are not in a mood. Can we postpone the meeting? And then we broke off. You see, this is a very small point. I mean, as a chairman, he had the liberty to get his assistant to ring up.
No one would have questioned that at that time.
That's right.
Yes. Yeah.
The second thing I want to mention is a story told to me by the head of HR in Taj. And he said that he was taking Ratan Tata around to meet the wounded employees. I'm using this story to illustrate the empathy part of it, not just the intellectual part. And he was very eager to show that we had taken a lot of trouble for our employees. So he kept saying various things, and at the end, he said, sir, have we done everything properly? Is there anything else you want us to do? He said, no, I've not come here to judge whether you've done everything properly. I've come here to ask myself and answer the question, what else should we be doing? That's a very important lesson to remember. We think business is all about money. Business must have money to survive, but business without emotion is not going to survive. And that is a very major lesson that I take away.
You know, tributes pouring in through the day. Home Minister Amit Shah earlier spoke and praised Ratan Tata's vision and leadership. He was speaking at the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Delhi shortly before he left for Mumbai to attend Ratan Tata's last rites.
रतन टाटा जी, मेरा उनसे व्यक्तिगत भी गहरा परिचय रहा, परंतु न केवल भारतीय उद्योग जगत के, पूरे विश्व के एक सम्मानीय उद्योजक रहे। टाटा समूह का नेतृत्व करना ही अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी बात होती है, परंतु उन्होंने टाटा समूह का नेतृत्व ऐसे समय में संभाला जब टाटा समूह को अनेक प्रकार के परिवर्तन करना जरूरी था, और धैर्यपूर्वक बारीकी से अध्ययन करके टाटा समूह के सारे उद्योगों को और काम करने की पद्धति को, दोनों को उन्होंने परिवर्तित किया। और पहले की तरह आज भी टाटा समूह भारत के उद्योग जगत में एक ध्रुव तारा बनकर है, उसमें रतन टाटा जी का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है।
So, you know, we've been talking about Ratan Tata's outlook, his life, and so many personal stories from a whole host of people that we've been chatting with on NDTV Profit all day today. But an interesting perspective here from my colleagues Mahima and Mihika, who have traced his journey through his professional life in the Tata Group and then the very interesting decisions even after his retirement. Over to you guys.
Today, India mourns the loss of one of the brightest gems, Ratan Tata, but his journey goes beyond the Tata Group, and there have been many key business decisions that Ratan Tata has made over the year. Let's start with Tata Motors. He was appointed the chairman of Tata Motors in 1991, and in 1998, he launched Tata Indica, which was India's first indigenously developed passenger car. And in 2008, we saw the launch of Tata Nano, the world's cheapest car at ₹1 lakh. But the game game changer was the Jaguar Land Rover acquisition. Now, back in 1999, when Tata and his team approached Ford Motors, they rejected the young passenger car business because of the lack of expertise. But in 2008, in an ironic turn of events, Ratan Tata bought Jaguar Land Rover from Ford Motors at $2.3 billion. In FY24, JLR currently accounts for 3/4 of Tata Motors' total profits. We also have Tata Consultancy Services, where in 1970 TCS, he joined, had a short stint at TCS, but TCS listed on exchanges under Tata's leadership in 2004, and currently the IT firm is worth 15.4 lakh crores, making it the second largest listed company in India.
Absolutely. And when we talk about the Tata group of companies, we cannot forget what, the Tata Consumer Products has given products like Tata Salt, which was, it was launched in 1983, and it has been an everyday and every household salt. And it's one of the first branded salt which was launched in India. And of course, we, when we associate ourselves to Tata Salt, we always remember the tagline "Desh ka Namak." Now, moving on, of course, Tata Tea was also one of the biggest selling brand in India, and it also acquired Tetley, which is the biggest selling brand in Canada, as well as second biggest brand selling in UK as well as US. Now, Tata Tea bought this brand at 270 million euros back in 2000, which has been a profitable brand overall for Tata. But it's not just that these legacy businesses, that come under his umbrella. He's invested in a lot of startups. To start with, he invested in Urban Company, where, which, is in anticipation and preparation of IPO next year. He also invested in Cash Karo, which is now almost a 302 crore company, and Bluestone, which is an everyday growing jewelry store, which has crossed 1,000 crore mark in FY24, Mega.
Yeah, we also have Car Deco, where in 2015, Ratan Tata invested an undisclosed amount via Girna Soft, which owns Car Deco. We also have Lenskart, which back in April 2016, Ratan Tata invested an undisclosed amount, but Lenskart said that Tata didn't just give them money, also supported the company with advice. And we have First Cry, which listed in 2024 and is one of the largest omni-channel baby and kids retailer.
Absolutely. And some other, names under his umbrella are Ola, with Ola and Ola Electric, which was listed recently in 2024. Snapdeal, which was founded in 2010, is a popular online marketing place. And Upstocks, which is one of the top, brokerage firms in India, probably. And but Mihika, if, before, he was not well and everything, one very important venture which was very close to his heart was taken up by him.
Yeah, his Ratan Tata's last venture was the ode for his love for animals, which we all knew. He set up the small animal hospital in Mahalakshmi in Mumbai, and this was a 165 crore investment hospital, the first of its kind in India. The state-of-the-art pet hospital, not only it's spread over 98,000 square feet, providing emergency care services for pets 24/7. Now, this hospital was personal. Now, his love for dogs is clearly seen over his social media, but what drove his wish to actually put up this hospital was an incident where Ratan Tata had to fly his dog all the way to the University of Minnesota for a joint replacement. Unfortunately, they couldn't reach in time, and the joint had to be frozen in a particular position. And this incident stayed with him, and his compassion with animals were well known all around.
Absolutely. So just to conclude, I mean, he's always associated his brands with the entire nation, be it Tata Namak, which is Desh ka Namak, Tata Tea, he celebrated with Desh ke Dhage, and also Tata Motors with, Desh ke Trucks. So overall, considering all of these things, he will surely be remembered for years to go.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And what a lovely tribute to understand all the other, all the perspective that has come in. And obviously, one story cannot encapsulate the span of Mr. Ratan Tata's achievement. But to speak more on it, I'm joined now by Mr. S. Ramudurai, former CEO and MD of Tata Consultancy Services and Chairman of the Advisory Board at Tata Strive. Mr. Ramudurai, thank you so much for the time and, for speaking to us today on what is a very, very, I'm sure, a poignant day for you as well. Let's start with what has been your biggest learning or biggest takeaway from Mr. Ratan Tata, not just the leader, the boss, but also the human being.
I think both from a human dimension point of view as well as from a corporate business point of view, was a person who set a benchmark in terms of raising the bar all the time and more importantly, getting involved and helping all of us to be a part of the journey. We never felt that we were being treated as employees, but we were treated as colleagues, friends, and the length of time we spent with him for more than 50 years grew from every day's interaction with him whenever it was possible. Overall, it is a learning experience for how good corporate citizens must perform, good corporate behavior, governance, and care for the community at large. These are some of the lessons which we learned, and we observed at close quarters, having been with him both personally and professionally over our careers.
Right. Mr. Ramadurai, could you tell us about the vision that Mr. Tata had when you were around with TCS, when it comes to technology and the role India could play, and what he had in mind when it comes to TCS specifically?
I think one is TCS as a jewel in the crown of the Tata Group. I think it wanted to unshackle its ownership from a single owner, namely Tata Sons, to a number of retail as well as institutional investors. And India being the country where we wanted to list both on the National Stock Exchange and the Bombay Stock Exchange. These are some things where we could touch the common man in the true ethos and the value systems of the group. And we also priced the product so well at 850 rupees a share, which was affordable to a lot of people. You could buy 1 share, 10 shares, any number of shares based on the allotment. At the end of the day, the IPO was one of the largest subscribed and affordable IPO. And today, after the listing in 2004, in 19 or 20 years, what we have achieved is a multiplication of